Chapter 948. Absolute Time. Zhou Xuanji kept absorbing Gu Tianlin's supreme divine power. Gu Tianlin, who was sealed in ice, couldn't resist or even speak. He begged Zhou Xuanji with his eyes, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji ignored him. Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. "Do you know who the old man beside Gu Tianlin is?" Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This was the first time he had fought with the old man. Although they had not exchanged blows, he could truly feel the old man's aura. It was indeed very strong. It was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. If not for the soulless state, he would most likely be dead by now. He should be a trusted aide of Gu Juejiu. This person is very strong. His identity is not simple to be able to follow Gu Tianlin. Little Sovereign pondered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You really know how to talk nonsense." Little Sovereign rolled his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. Now there were fewer and fewer things he could help Zhou Xuanji with. His experience and knowledge were no longer enough to answer Zhou Xuanji's questions. Little Supreme Expert went back into the Lesser Supreme Sword in a depressed manner. Zhou Xuanji looked back at Gu Tianlin. At this time Little Supreme suddenly appeared again and shouted, "I remember now, there is a person next to Gu Juejiu. His name is Long Sheng. It's definitely him. Long Sheng is amazing. He was already born before the fall of the Cardinal Heaven. He is even older than Gu Juejiu. Dragon Saint?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, and a look of shock appeared in Gu Tianlin's eyes. "How did this guy know?" Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, "I heard my senior say that Long Sheng is very strong. I don't know why he hibernated beside Gu Juejiu. It's a complete disgrace to his strength and talent." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What's the Dragon Saint's power level?" Although he was already a great paragon of the four courts, the boundless universe was still mysterious in his eyes. "I'm not sure, but he should be a level stronger than Hongqin Holy Monarch," Little Sovereign muttered. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He was curious about how many Dragon Saints were around Gu Juejiu. Until now, he still didn't know how big Gu Juejiu's influence was. According to Little Sovereign, ancient peerless geniuses probably dominated a quarter of the endless universe. However, the boundless universe was too big. How big was a quarter of it? No one knew. Just as he was thinking, Gu Tianlin's aura became weaker and weaker. Gu Tianlin's eyes had already dimmed. He knew that he was going to die. Zhou Xuanji did not give him any hope. After his divine energy was completely drained, Zhou Xuanji extracted his soul and sealed it in the Kunlun sword before destroying his body. The reason why he didn't kill Gu Tianlin immediately was to stall for time. With Gu Juejiu's ability, if his son's body and soul were destroyed, he would definitely notice it. Although Zhou Xuanji had the spirit bodiless state, he did not want to leave himself with no way out. He sat in meditation in the void, beginning to break through to the paragons of the five courts. Zhou Xuanji had to admit that Gu Tianlin's cultivation was indeed profound. Just by absorbing his cultivation, Zhou Xuanji had an opportunity to break through. Zhou Xuanji spoke the ancestral voice to help him. A long time passed. In the end, he became a supreme of the five courts without any hindrance. With the invading supremacy body, he perfectly absorbed Gu Tianlin's cultivation, and with the help of the ancestral voice, he could easily break through without using any techniques. After reaching the great sovereign of the five courts, Zhou Xuanji continued to adjust the sovereign divine energy in his body. After his cultivation stabilized, he left the absolute time realm. Returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji summoned demons Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue again. The two were stunned and looked around instinctively. After making sure that there were no enemies, they heaved a sigh of relief. "That guy was already?" Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked cautiously. He could not forget the scene of Gu Tianlin removing the 100 layers of seals. That aura was too horrifying. "Just like you," Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. Demon Sovereign Qiyu heard him and shuddered. He did not want to recall the nightmare in the Kunlun sword. "Let's continue," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He wanted to explore the boundless universe and conquer the court realms while looking at those mystical domains. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu caught up with him. This time the two were filled with anticipation. They already believed in Zhou Xuanji's power, and were looking forward to what they would encounter next. Master, how many court realms are you going to take? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked with a smile. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was quite approachable. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said calmly, I've never thought about it. The more the better. Amidst the layers of red clouds, a wooden hut stood on a sea of clouds. Outside the wooden hut, a middle-aged man sat at a stone table and drank tea. He was handsome and had white hair. He wore a blue robe and looked toward the horizon with a profound gaze. A red leaf floated past him, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. He grabbed the leaf and mumbled, It's been 10 billion years since a leaf has fallen. Could it be that another heretic has risen? Just as he spoke, a pillar of water suddenly rose from the ground beside him and quickly turned into a mirror. The mirror showed the scene of Zhou Xuanji, Demon Sovereign Qiyu, and Sovereign Yeyue advancing. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji and narrowed his eyes. Spiritless state surrounded by ancestral voice. What a great opportunity, the blue-robed man mumbled softly. The blue-robed man murmured softly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He threw out the leaf in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the leaf turned into a human. It was a young man. Although he had a handsome face, he did not have a mouth. His body was slightly skinny, and his hair was combed under a jade crown. His eyes were calm like water as he silently looked at the blue-robed man. You shall be called Wu Yan. Go take a look at this person and stay beside him. The blue-robed man pointed at the water mirror beside him and smiled. Wu Yan looked over and memorized Zhou Xuanji's face before nodding lightly. Following this, the blue-robed man waved his right hand and sent him away. Post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens. It's a pity that your era has passed. There are already supreme existences in the boundless universe. I look forward to your clash. The blue-robed man smiled and said in a meaningful tone. Within the resplendent Milky Way, Zhou Xuanji and the other two stepped on the tiny stars as if they were walking up a flight of stairs. Demon Sovereign Qiyu looked around and said excitedly, There's a lot of court realm aura here. It's enough for you to collect as much as you want. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, No, this should be the Court Realm Alliance just like the Thunder Alliance. I can't do as I please. He could sense some powerful auras hidden in the dark. He felt that even the great sovereigns of the 5 courts were powerful. There were at least 7 or 8 great sovereigns, and there was more than one. Or else why would the court realms gather together so openly and reveal themselves? Sovereign Yeyue nodded and said, looking at Demon Sovereign Qiyu with disdain. Demon Sovereign Qiyu chuckled and looked into the distance. Following his gaze, there was a gigantic star surrounded by a river of stars. It was extremely majestic. This giant star was transparent, and there seemed to be a gigantic beast twisting within it. It looked like a dragon at one moment and a tiger at another. Chapter 949. What's inside? Demon Sovereign Qiyu pointed at the giant star and asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and said with a smile, A trapped beast. Someone placed it here intentionally to show off his victory trophy. What's his cultivation? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked. More powerful than you, Zhou Xuanji replied. Demon Sovereign Qiyu heard him and was stunned. Sovereign Qiyu covered her mouth and smiled. They continued to move forward, enjoying the magnificent scenery. Stop! A silhouette appeared on the Star River stairs. He wore mighty silver armor and held a broadaxe in his hand. His body was glowing with a silver radiance, and he looked extremely majestic with a furious expression. Zhou Xuanji did not stop and asked, Can you introduce this domain to me? How dare you? The silver-armored silhouette roared furiously. He swung his broadaxe at Zhou Xuanji. His sovereign divine power turned into an unstoppable crescent that shook the Star River stairs. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the crescent exploded. Streaks of silver light shot out from his body and came before the silver-armored silhouette in the blink of an eye. Greatly Avatar! He slashed with his sword. The silver armor shattered, and he was killed by the Greatly Avatar. Well done! Demon Sovereign Qiyu cried out in excitement. He should be so domineering. The other party attacked without giving him any face. He deserved to be killed. This is going to be a good show, Sovereign Qiyu said softly. Venerable Qiyu said in a low voice. As the sound of her voice faded, terrifying auras gathered from all directions, sealing this part of the universe. Circles of light appeared out of nowhere, and a silhouette walked out from each of them. Each of them emanated a powerful aura, and they were all above the great sovereigns of the three courts. The leader was a three-eyed man wearing green armor and a heavy helmet. He was expressionless as he stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly. "You dare to cause trouble in the All-Stars domain. Do you know what you are doing?" The three-eyed man snorted coldly. The third eye on his forehead kept moving as though it was another person's eye that was observing the universe independently. All-Stars domain? Zhou Xuanji looked around the universe and thought. The spiritual qi here was abundant, and there were so many courts. It was a good place to stay. He could not keep running around in the endless universe. Should I stay here? Such a thought appeared in Zhou Xuanji's mind. "I'm talking to you," the three-eyed man roared. He slammed out with his palm, and the space around Zhou Xuanji distorted. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt his body being squeezed by the space around him. However, with the strength of his body, it was not a problem at all. He shook his shoulder and dispersed the invisible pressure. He smiled and said, "Are you the lord of the astral domains?" The three-eyed man's pupils shrank as he was secretly shocked. Who the hell was this guy? Facing his divine ability, he was actually able to break it so easily. It was too terrifying. "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" The three-eyed man asked in a deep voice. He could not help but feel nervous. The other party was definitely not a good person. This might be a great crisis for their astral domain. The other great sovereigns also became nervous. They could see that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. "I was just passing by. I suddenly felt that this place is pretty good. Do you guys need a master?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He went straight to the point and spoke his mind. Fiend Venerate Qiyu became even more excited when he heard that. Domineering. As expected of his master. Venerable Night Moon couldn't help but carefully observe the star field. The environment here was indeed not bad, and was worth settling down in. When the nearby Grand Supremes heard this, they all flew into a rage. "How dare you? You're too arrogant. Kill him. Who the hell is this guy? He's so arrogant. Let's get into formation. Could he be someone from Cardinal Heaven?" Hearing the great sovereign's words, Zhou Xuanji caught a glimpse of Cardinal Heaven. He immediately asked, "Cardinal Heaven? Have you seen him before?" When the three-eyed man heard this, he immediately understood what he meant. He heaved a sigh of relief and replied, "Cardinal Heaven has been revived for some time. He is currently recruiting troops in an attempt to conquer the northern boundless continent. His subordinates are all powerful, and we met one of them before." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He knew that Cardinal Heaven wanted to unify the boundless world, but he did not expect them to be so powerful. It seemed that the corpses he encountered before were not the work of a Cardinal Heaven. That's right. With the rallying power of a Cardinal Heaven, it was unknown how many experts would scramble to worship him with a wave of his arm. Since you already understand the situation in the boundless world, do you think you can resist a Cardinal Heaven? Zhou Xuanji stared at the three-eyed man and asked meaningfully. The three-eyed man heard him and was immediately moved. He asked with gritted teeth, "I can't, but can you?" "That's right. I can." Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves and said with a domineering smile. He activated the sword fusion technique and pushed his aura to the peak, which shook the star's domain. The three-eyed man was not intimidated. Instead, he became even more furious. He waved his hand and said, "Are you kidding me? Kill him. Get into formation." Yes. Hundreds of great sovereigns responded in unison. All of them turned into stars and circled around Zhou Xuanji and the other two at high speed. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt like the world was spinning around them. They looked left and right. Waves of different levels of pressure descended and rose one after another. It was a very strange feeling. Soon Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt uncomfortable. They felt that their souls were about to be stripped away at any moment. "What's going on?" Demon Sovereign Qiyu cried out in fear. He could not control his sovereign divine power. It was very torturous. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. The Holy Ghost's cursed sword appeared above his head. Countless sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the three. The sword tips pointed outward, forming a gigantic shadow sphere. Boom! The sword shadows exploded and clashed with the rapidly circling stars. Countless radiance shone brightly in the star's domain. Zhou Xuanji leaped up suddenly, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as though he had never left. He charged into the explosion straightaway and slashed with the Holy Ghost's cursed sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. The three-eyed man's expression changed drastically. He immediately raised his hand to block. His sovereign divine power created a barrier of light to block Zhou Xuanji's sword qi. The sword qi clashed with the high-speed meteor but did not break the formation. The hundreds of great sovereigns were still circling at high speed and were not affected at all. You are courting death. The three-eyed man roared with a hideous face. He spread out his arms, and a green shadow soared up with two gigantic sabers in each hand and slashed forward. The two gigantic sabers expanded rapidly and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji dodged, Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue would either die or be severely injured. He looked up suddenly, and his black hair danced wildly in the powerful wind. The thousand-hand sword Buddha rose up and blocked the sabers with its shoulders. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened as a silver radiance shot out from his eyes and swept across. After the silver radiance dissipated, countless sword shadows hovered in the air. Each of them had their own merits. Delusion Sword C. The three-eyed man opened his eyes wide. He felt that the time around him had slowed down. Time source. This guy. He was enraged by Zhou Xuanji. He was the Star Domain Lord. How could he lose? Chapter 950. The three-eyed man was furious, and he once again controlled the green silhouette to slash at Zhou Xuanji. This time the green silhouette's saber swings became more frenzied. The two sabers slashed wildly, wanting to destroy the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The thousand-hand sword Buddha was getting taller and taller, and the dreamy thought sea of swords was still seething. Countless sword shadows attacked one after another. The meteors formed by the Grand Supremes weren't affected by the sword shadows and sword qi. From time to time they would crash into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, riddling it with holes. This formation was very powerful. It looked simple, but it was ever-changing and indestructible. The most terrifying thing was that they couldn't break the formation. Zhou Xuanji couldn't see through this array even with the exterminating divine eyes. Amazing. No wonder they have the confidence to resist a cardinal heaven force. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed in his heart. Not only did he want to obtain the Star Multitude domain, but he also wanted this array. With that thought, he gripped the Holy Ghost's cursed sword tightly. Holy Ghost curse! His eyes were cold as he mobilized the true power of the Holy Ghost's cursed sword. Court overturning was a technique that could overturn an entire world. It represented the power of a great supreme. The power of the myriad flowers origin court was a power that surpassed grand sovereigns. He had never truly used the power of the myriad flowers origin court, and the most important reason was that he had yet to find a suitable opponent. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the Holy Ghost's cursed sword, causing the hearts of those who heard it to palpitate. The three-eyed man widened his eyes, looking at the Holy Ghost's cursed sword. He suddenly felt uneasy. What sword is that? He gulped. The green figure's attack did not stop, but it could not stop the thousand-hand sword Buddha from rising. Accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls, the Holy Ghost's cursed sword emitted a strange black aura and suddenly exploded, like a black light wave sweeping across the universe. In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing. The three-eyed man was like that, and so were Supremacy Qiyu and Supremacy Yu. Even the great supremes who were in the midst of arranging their arrays stopped. Other than Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was surrounded by the black qi. This is Fiend Venerable Qiyu screamed in horror. As his voice fell, the black gas around him and Venerable Yu suddenly disappeared. However, those Grand Supremes were terrified. The power of the curse was eating away at their divine power and invading their souls. They couldn't isolate it, they could only slow it down. The Holy Ghost's cursed sword's power surpassed the Holy Ghost itself. The Holy Ghost was only a puppet, and it had not completely released its curse power. Now, with the help of the Supreme Legendary Sword System, the power of the curse was completely unleashed. Impossible! The three-eyed man was shocked. He struggled with all his might, wanting to throw off the curse power. However, the more he struggled, the faster the curse power invaded his body. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes, all of which were scenes of his misfortune. All kinds of tragic deaths forced their way into his eyes, stimulating his soul. Zhou Xuanji came up to him and placed the tip of his sword on his throat. "You can't defeat me," he said with a faint smile. "Submit to me." The power of the curse was extremely crafty, and even in the boundless universe, there were very few powers that could resist it. Unless the level of power surpassed the power of the curse. The three-eyed man became more and more terrified. He fell into a great battle, not knowing what to do. Zhou Xuanji's sword pierced into his chest, and the curse power was like a ferocious tiger that had broken out of its cage. It was unstoppable, and his expression greatly changed. "I submit. I submit." The three-eyed man immediately cried out, his expression filled with despair. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not stop immediately. He waited for a while before sheathing his sword. The power of the curse disappeared, and the entire universe regained its peace. All the grand sovereigns had frightened expressions on their faces, as if they had just survived a disaster. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in their eyes. "Who is this guy? Tell me your name." Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the three-eyed man disdainfully and smiled. His smile was peaceful, but in the eyes of the three-eyed man, it was a horrifying murderous intent. "Jin Cheng." The three-eyed man gritted his teeth and replied. His entire body trembled, unable to calm down for a long time. The power of the curse was too terrifying, causing him to have lingering fears. He instinctively wanted to get away from Zhou Xuanji, but his body was extremely stiff and could not move. "Jin Cheng? Sure, you will still be the domain lord of the stars, but there will be an extreme above you," Zhou Xuanji said as he patted Jin Cheng's shoulder. Hearing this, Jin Cheng forced a smile. When the surrounding Grand Supremes saw that Jin Cheng had surrendered, they didn't dare to say anything. They were very angry, but they shuddered at the thought of the power of the curse. Demon Sovereign Qiyu was very excited. He kept howling as though he was the winner. Sovereign Yiyu's eyes were fixed on the Holy Ghost's cursed sword. She was recalling the power of the curse. "Greetings, Master." Jin Cheng cupped his fist and said with difficulty. At this moment he wished he could find a spatial crack to hide in. He was too ashamed to face his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at the Grand Sovereigns. "You are very angry today, but you will be very proud in the future. Wait for me to lead you to the peak." He laughed presumptuously and was in high spirits. Ever since he learned the godly bodiless state, his temperament had been changing. He used to be calm and collected, but now he was gradually revealing his arrogance. This arrogance was not inflated but the awakening of his cultivation level. The post-ancient sovereign three heavens and the ancient absolute geniuses were all arrogant because their cultivation level was above all living beings. Master has mastered so many court realms at once. He is really soaring. Demon Sovereign Qiyu said to Sovereign Yiyu in amazement. His tone was filled with admiration. Sovereign Yiyu nodded and said, "This will be the first step for Master to charge into the post-ancient sovereign three heavens." After that, under Jin Cheng's lead, Zhou Xuanji and the other two entered the star's domain. Each star here contained a world. Among them, there were more than 100 true court realms. Some were giant stars and some were just grains of sand. It was very difficult to see through them. Jin Cheng led Zhou Xuanji to his palace. After Zhou Xuanji sat on his throne, he took a deep breath and cupped his fist as he asked, "Master, I have yet to know your name." Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. "Zhou Xuanji, the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court." Having heard this, Jin Cheng opened his three eyes wide. "Zhou Xuanji, you are the eternal prodigy who learned the Saint Rainbow Lord Tao?" Jin Cheng cried out in surprise. His voice was trembling. Rainbow Qin's Saint Lord was a senior to him, and the Thunder Alliance was a transcendent force. The Stars domain also had dealings with them, so he had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "I need to understand the Stars domain. Can you introduce it to me personally?" Since he wanted to control the Stars domain, he could not just talk about it. He wanted to understand the Stars domain and hold it firmly in his hands. Jin Cheng's attitude changed, and he quickly introduced it to Zhou Xuanji. The Stars domain had existed for countless years. At first, several great sovereigns had similar personalities, so they gathered the court realms together. Later on, more and more people joined, and the star's domain became prosperous today. Jin Cheng's cultivation had reached the 7 court great sovereigns. He was extremely powerful, and he had 166 great sovereigns under him. Chapter 951. The star's domain was very complicated. Zhou Xuanji only understood it after listening to Jin Cheng for a few months. He cracked his neck and said, "Next, I will preach the Tao for the astral domain. Everyone can listen, including you." Preach the Tao? Jin Cheng was stunned. Just when he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji spoke first. "Everyone in the star realm, listen up. I'm the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. From today onwards, I'm the master of the star realm. As newcomers, I will preach the Tao to all of you. I hope that all of you will be enlightened." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the star's domain, allowing all creatures in the world to hear it. Before anyone could react, he began to recite the ancestral voice. Jin Cheng originally had some doubts, but when he heard the ancestral voice, he was moved. What exquisite language! He was soon immersed in it. Outside the hall, Fiend Supremacy Scarlet Brilliance and Supremacy Night Moon were also meditating on the spot, quietly comprehending. The ancestral voice was enough to raise Zhou Xuanji's image in everyone's hearts. Time flew by. About 100 years passed. Zhou Xuanji stopped speaking the ancestral voice. All beings wanted to continue. Jin Cheng opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. This moment he was completely convinced. He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Master, your cultivation is truly impressive. What language was that just now?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I can't say. You can go now, I have other arrangements." Yes. Jin Cheng left with excitement in his heart. Just this ancestral voice alone was a great opportunity for the multi-star domain. He could see the light now. With Zhou Xuanji, the star range domain would grow stronger. The hall quietened down again. Zhou Xuanji raised his right index finger, and Xian Xianghua and Red Dust Sovereign appeared in the hall. The 2 girls were stunned and subconsciously looked around. "This place is?" Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She could feel that the aura here was very different. It was thick and warm. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. "Stars Field. There are over 100 courts here. Who wants to take it?" The 2 women widened their eyes when they heard this. More than 100 heavenly courts. How long had it been? The forces under him had already expanded to such an extent? "Even if we want to, we don't have the strength." Autark Crimson Dust shook his head. It was already difficult enough for them to control the true Su Court realm. Just the thought of controlling the multi-star domain as well was enough to give her an enormous amount of pressure. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "That's true. So, you have to integrate into the multi-star domain first. I will let you take up positions first. I will send an outer soul clone to accompany you so that you won't be wronged." He was prepared to release the 3 realms in his soul and communicate with the other realms. In the following period of time, he would think of a way to integrate the star's domain. However, with his cultivation level, it was almost impossible for him to do so. If even the current incarnation of the Supreme of the 7 courts could not do it, how could he? In other words, he had to protect the myriad stars domain, and it would be difficult for him to escape. In order to prevent his enemies from detecting him, he decided to leave his doppelganger behind and hide his true body in the absolute time realm. This way he could avoid being tracked by his enemies. Of course, nothing was absolute. No matter what, he couldn't keep running. Just as Zhou Xuanji was making arrangements for the 2 women, the star domain was already in an uproar. All creatures were talking about the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. The merit of the ancestral sound made it so that none of the living beings rejected him. On the contrary, they were very passionate about him. All the great sovereigns announced to the realms and the various star realms that from now on, Zhou Xuanji would be the master of the stars domain. This caused a huge uproar. Zhou Xuanji forcefully entered the history of the various worlds. In the stars domain, Zhou Xuanji also learned a lot about the endless universe. The endless universe was divided into 4 parts: East Endless, North Endless, South Endless, and West Endless. Each of the 4 directions had an undying overlord, and among them were the ancient geniuses. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had been resurrected and were fighting on their own. The Cardinal Heaven was fighting for the North Endless, which included the Myriad Domain Devil Lair and the Stars Domain. The Hunyuan Heaven was fighting in the South Endless, and its momentum was no weaker than the Cardinal Heaven. Among them, the ancient geniuses were the overlords of the West Endless. The four directions and the endless universe were boundless. Other than that, there were still many unknown territories that were constantly expanding. In the endless universe, there were many unimaginable existences, especially those who survived from the ancient sovereign era. They were unimaginable gods. It was said that because of their existence, the endless universe could no longer be unified. Those ancient existences overturned the ancient sovereign era and did not want to repeat the same mistakes. The ancient geniuses were restrained by them and could not rule the four directions and endless. After Zhou Xuanji learned about all this, he became even more interested in the endless universe. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had already begun to rise. As a Hongmeng Heaven, how could he bear the loneliness? He arranged for his out-of-soul clone to vigorously promote the communication between the various halls. The Superstar competition had also officially landed in the Stars domain. This grand event soon attracted the interest of all living beings. Countless geniuses were eager to participate. In the Stars Palace, Jin Cheng respectfully looked at Zhou Xuanji's out-of-soul clone and reported the development and changes of the Stars domain. Now, he had long forgotten the humiliation from before. Instead, he was very excited. Before Zhou Xuanji's arrival, he only thought about how to live in peace and how to plunder the living beings that came and went. Now the entire Stars domain was full of vigor and flourishing. Even the great sovereigns were working hard to cultivate. He had not felt such positivity for a long time. Master, there's a domain nearby. It's much larger than our Stars domain. Its master's cultivation has reached the great sovereign of the 9 halls. He's very domineering. Every once in a while we must pay tribute to him. After we rejected the Cardinal Heaven's recruitment, there was no trouble because of him. Jin Cheng changed the topic. His face turned ugly at the mention of the great sovereign of the 9 halls. There was fear, anger, and most of all, hatred. In order to protect the Stars domain, he had received a lot of humiliation. Of course, these humiliation were not known to his subordinates. The two domains were far apart. The Stars domain did not know of each other's existence. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "Great sovereign of the 9 halls? In the endless universe, is this cultivation considered top-notch?" He had long felt that there was another realm above the great sovereign. The godly blank state was the best proof. Jin Cheng said hesitantly, "It should be. Otherwise, how could that guy hold back so many powerful cultivators under the Cardinal Heaven?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "You mean the tribute time is coming soon?" Jin Cheng nodded. His eyes were filled with anticipation. "What do you want me to do? Continue to pay tribute or overthrow him?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. Jin Cheng smiled awkwardly and said, "Of course, it's up to you to decide." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let's ignore them for now. We won't be enemies with them for now. Compared to them, the Cardinal Heaven is a greater threat. We must be vigilant." Jin Cheng thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. That domain happened to hold back the Cardinal Heaven. Send someone to check on the situation. If there's an opportunity, we will take advantage of it, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Jin Cheng nodded. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze. Chapter 952. "Who? Come out!" Jin Cheng shouted in a deep voice as he scanned the entire hall. A burst of soft laughter came, and Zhou Xuanji heard it, and his expression became a little unnatural. "Divine Star! Why is this guy here again?" Shen Yanqing appeared by Zhou Xuanji's side out of thin air. She bent down and reached out to pick up a strand of Zhou Xuanji's hair. She said with a smile, "You are really amazing. You have become the domain lord of the stars." Jin Cheng turned around and roared furiously. "How dare you!" Although he spoke, he did not attack. Since the other party could appear beside Zhou Xuanji, he was definitely not someone he could deal with. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Shen Yanqing and said, "What? You want to catch me again?" Now, he was not afraid of Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing shook her head and said with a smile, "How can I be willing to capture you? I'm here to congratulate you and help you, by the way. Zhou Xuanji did not believe it. There was definitely something fishy going on. You are really arrogant. You need to rely on my strength to deal with a cardinal heaven expert. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said. Her eyes rolled around, looking mischievous. She said meaningfully, Zhou Xuanji, do you know how many cardinal heaven beings are more powerful than you? In all directions, how powerful are the great sovereigns of the Nine Court? Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stared at her, waiting for her to continue. The ruler of the court realm is just the beginning in the boundless universe. You're still far from it. In the future I'll follow you. Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji before turning around and walking toward the train. She waved her sleeves and ordered, Lad, arrange a place for me to stay. I want a secluded place with good scenery. Jin Chang was stunned and looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and left. After the two disappeared, Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. If Shen Yanqing came to help him, it was estimated that she had another intention. But this was good as well. With her around, Zhou Xuanji's pressure would be greatly reduced. After the thought, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. His original body was in the absolute time realm, and it was only an extra-soul doppelganger. After Shen Yanqing joined the star field, it did not cause too much of a stir, and all living beings did not know of her arrival. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally send some elite disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range to study in the star's realm, including his children and grandchildren. Zhou Tianyuan had already entered the myriad stars domain's strongest sacred ground, and Jin Cheng had also become one of his teachers. This arrangement made Jin Cheng very excited. As long as he took good care of Zhou Tianyuan, he could become Zhou Xuanji's trusted aide. If one day, Zhou Tianyuan took over Zhou Xuanji's position, wouldn't he be able to achieve meteoric success as well? Thinking of this possibility, Jin Cheng worked even harder, wholeheartedly cultivating Zhou Tianyuan. Absolute Time Realm. Jiang Shui snuggled in Zhou Xuanji's arms and enjoyed the rare moment of solitude. The astral domain is so big, it's hard to manage. Zhou Xuanji had been nurturing them, including the Emperor Sword Divine Range. But his pace was too fast. Even if they tried their best, they could hardly keep up with him. Even though Xian Xianghua was connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes, she could not follow him closely. Zhou Xuanji comforted, Don't you have me? Take your time. He couldn't stop. He wanted to rush even faster. Jiang Shui looked up at him and smiled charmingly. Do you want another son? Zhou Tanhua was very promising. He was already independent. Zhou Xiaoxian, on the other hand, was a little jumpy and impatient. She needed more training. So, she suddenly wanted to give birth to another child for Zhou Xuanji to share his burden. Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and said with a smile, Why have so many children? Be careful of internal strife in the future. Now he only had 2 children. He would not neglect any of them. But if he had too many children, there would always be neglect. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, My children won't kill each other. Zhou Xuanji smiled and hugged her even tighter. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. After relaxing for so long, it was time to do something serious. On the Star River stairs, Zhou Xuanji walked slowly. Jin Chang and Demon Sovereign Qiyu followed behind him. Master, you must be careful of the Million Dragon Great technique of the Dragon Follower domain. That formation is even more powerful than our Astral Multitude formation, Jin Chang reminded. He had challenged the Dragon Follower domain before but failed. Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked curiously, Is the Dragon Follower domain so powerful that Cardinal Heaven cannot devour them? Or is it that Cardinal Heaven is not as invincible as I thought? Jin Chang smiled and said, Although Cardinal Heaven has revived, it is still far from the pinnacle. Those who dominate a region are prideful and arrogant. Why would they submit to him? Now, Cardinal Heaven can only be considered a top-notch leader below the endless overlords. It was not the post-ancient Sovereign Three Heavens after all. Countless living beings admired the legends of their predecessors, and many wanted to surpass them. According to what you said, the Dragon Follower domain has just repelled the Cardinal Heaven's minions, and is now collecting tributes from the surrounding domains to recuperate. My goal is not to defeat the Dragon Follower domain, but to intimidate them. Cardinal Heaven will surely make a comeback, So the dragon follower domain must reconsider whether to offend us again, Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile as he looked ahead. If they are smart, they might ally with us to fight against Cardinal Heaven. Jin Chang and Demon Sovereign Qiyu nodded. This was the best situation. Cardinal Heaven was also their enemy. More accurately, they were the enemy of the entire Northern Endless Realm. No one willingly submitted. Moreover, what the Cardinal Heaven wanted wasn't submission, but destruction and revenge. The Star River staircase was very long. It was specially built by the Dragon Follower domain to make it easier to find the Stars domain. Not only here, but there were also Star River staircases between the Dragon Follower domain and other domains. The silhouette of the Dragon Follower domain could already be seen ahead. From a distance, it looked like a place where a group of dragons resided. Countless dragon silhouettes coiled around a gigantic ball of light. The boundless vitality could not be concealed at all. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in amazement. There were many living beings in the Dragon Follower domain, and they were generally more powerful than the Stars domain. No wonder it could reign supreme over the Eight Directions domain. There was an aura that was very prominent in the Dragon Follower domain. Even from such a distance, Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Very powerful. 9 halls great sovereigns indeed. Zhou Xuanji felt a little excited suddenly. He wanted to test the difference between him and the 9 halls great sovereigns. Without godly blankness, he would not be able to defeat the 9 halls great sovereigns. This was why he was so excited. So powerful. Has he already discovered us? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked anxiously. The further they went, the greater the pressure they felt. Jin Chang did not reply. He was nervous too. Zhou Xuanji suddenly disappeared in front of them, which stunned them. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji appeared above the Dragon Follower domain. He looked down at the vast dragon silhouettes, and his purple eyes flashed with fervor. He raised his right hand with the Holy Ghost Curse Sword and was about to slash down. You want to attack the moment you come? You are too forceful. A sonorous and furious voice came, as though the sun was exploding. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the surrounding space was heating up rapidly. Chapter 953. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw the shadow of a dragon soaring into the sky. A ball of black flames burned on the dragon's head. A god stood within the black flames. He wore a Qilin red leaf armor and was muscular. He had a head full of wild black hair, and his eyes were so big that they looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. He held 2 gigantic spiked hammers in his hands, which looked extremely savage. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His murderous intent almost materialized into the black flames around him, burning fiercely. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said with a smile, "Rumor has it that there are great sovereigns of the 9 halls in the Dragon Follower domain. I'm here to learn from you." After that, he slashed down with his sword. 9 sword souls appeared out of nowhere. Some looked savage while others looked mighty. All of them turned into sword shadows that swept toward the red-armored god in a flash. The red-armored god swung his hammers to block the 9 sword souls. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. After the sword souls exploded, the curse's power seeped out and invaded his body. He immediately expelled the curse's power, but this power was very tricky, and he could not expel it by force. In that instant, he used his sovereign's divine power to suppress the curse's power before charging toward Zhou Xuanji. Once the battle began, he became hysterical and did not care about anything else. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur, and he was sent flying backward. But after flying a few thousand meters, Zhou Xuanji stopped. The red-armored god opened his eyes wide. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji's body to be so powerful. Even he felt pain from that collision. This guy must be eliminated. The red-armored god's eyes turned savage as he charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. This time Zhou Xuanji used his full power. Under the sword fusion technique, his aura reached its peak. Facing the red-armored god, he charged toward him head-on. He slashed with his full power, and the Holy Ghost Cursed Sword landed on the 2 hammers. The berserk power numbed the red-armored god's arms. He cried out in his heart. What kind of power is this? It was his first time encountering someone with such a horrifying physical strength. Most importantly, the curse's power was still wreaking havoc in his body, ravaging him. Zhou Xuanji pursued. He did not pursue speed but power. Even so, he was still very fast. Without any divine abilities and with just the sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji completely suppressed the red-armored god and caught him off guard. The surrounding stars were crushed by the shockwaves caused by the battle, and the dragon shadow below wantonly twisted. Dragon's rampage. Far away, Jin Chang and Qi Yu were speechless when they saw that. Too strong. From their point of view, the universe space distorted violently, causing Long Tsong's domain to look hazy like a dream. Zhou Xuanji continuously attacked the red-armored deity, and soon the red-armored deity's body was covered with blood. His body could be destroyed at any moment. His strength is too strong. I can't block it. No, you can't do this. The crimson-armored deity thought with gritted teeth as he defended against Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. Facing Zhou Xuanji's attacks, he could not use any divine abilities, and the curse power was still in effect. Every time the sword and hammer collided, the curse power in his body would become stronger. Right now, he would rather die than live. You're no match for me. Where's your master? Why hasn't he come out? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. He had already held back, or else he could have killed his opponent. The supreme of the 9 halls had yet to make a move, which made him feel a little strange. Was she not here, or was she looking down on him? How could I lose to you? The crimson-armored deity roared furiously. He shook his arms and his body exploded. He took out his soul and dodged the Holy Ghost's cursed sword. Zhou Xuanji turned around and activated Universal Attraction. At the same time, he activated the Soul Kunlun sword. The crimson-armored deity's soul was sucked away in an instant, and he could no longer move forward. You! He turned around and cried out in fear. Not only could his soul not escape, but his sovereign's divine energy was also being sucked away. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his divine energy. Since no one can save you, then die, Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. The Soul Kunlun sword in his left hand sucked away the crimson-armored deity's soul, while he raised the Holy Ghost's cursed sword in his right hand, preparing to deal a fatal blow. The crimson-armored deity panicked completely, and despair filled his face. At this critical moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and kicked him in the chest. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward like an arrow, crashing through numerous dragon shadows. He looked up, and as he flew backward at high speed, he saw the other party's face. This person wore a long black and white robe and looked like a Taoist. His face was thin and resolute, and his eyes were cold. He was looking down at Zhou Xuanji with disdain, as though he was looking at an ordinary person. The Lord of the Dragon Follower Domain, Daozong Heart. His original form was a dragon, but no one knew what race he was. He was very powerful. In Jin Cheng's words, he had never been defeated before. Zhou Xuanji forcefully stabilized his body. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and charged toward Daozong Heart. Strands of blue wind coiled around Daozong Heart's body. The great sovereign of the 5 courts dares to fight against me, he said with a mocking smile. He raised his right hand and brought it before his eyes. His fingers were burning with blue flames. He waved lightly, and the blue flames fell down and transformed into a divine army that charged toward Zhou Xuanji with a roar. Zhou Xuanji sensed that the dark universe above him suddenly turned blue. He looked again and saw countless blue divine weapons appearing. Each of them was holding a different weapon, and they were unstoppable, as though the sky was collapsing. Kill! Billions of battle cries gathered together and were deafening. Even Zhou Xuanji was shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. Good timing! Zhou Xuanji laughed. He transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and soared up. Boom! The golden dragon broke through the blue divine army and charged toward Daozong Heart without any hesitation. However, before he could break through the blue divine army, he was stopped. The divine army at the last level was not any weaker than him. What divine ability is this? Zhou Xuanji frowned. There were at least 1 million divine weapons in this row, and each of them was as powerful as him? What kind of freakish divine ability was this? Daozong Heart stored the red-armored deity's soul in his palm and said coldly, Trash, you are 1 stage higher than him, but you still can't defeat him. The red-armored deity was ashamed. Just when he wanted to explain, Daozong Heart's left hand grabbed him and stored him in his sleeve. Boom! 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 The blue divine army below was pierced through by thousands of giant golden swords. The thousand-hand sword Buddha stood up, and Zhou Xuanji stood on its head and stared at Daozong Heart. I know such a divine ability too. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Numerous silver duplicates flew out from his body and surrounded the thousand-hand sword Buddha's head. 1,000,000 greatly avatars. He led the 1,000,000 greatly avatars and charged toward Daozong Heart like a meteor shower. Almost in an instant, he and his greatly clones were above Daozong's heart, surrounding it from all directions. Daozong Heart looked up without any change in his expression. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. So weak. He waved his right hand, and the blue flames on his fingers turned into streams of light. All the greatly avatars were destroyed instantly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed suddenly, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Daozong Heart appeared behind him and pressed down on his shoulder. Chapter 954. Daozong Xian's fingers were still burning with flames, and they quickly burned Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. His eyes were cold as he squinted at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are the new master of the star domain, right? You overestimate yourself. You dare to provoke the dragon follower domain with your little power." He squeezed his right hand hard. Boom! Zhou Xuanji exploded immediately, turning into countless sparks and scattering. Daozong Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to turn around, Zhou Xuanji's Holy Ghost curse sword pierced through his throat. The curse power madly invaded his bones and tendons. He did not panic. Instead, he unleashed his sovereign's divine power and forced Zhou Xuanji back. At the same time, he sealed his throat with blue flames. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What divine ability was that?" Zhou Xuanji had suddenly disappeared, and even his divine sense could not detect him, making him feel quite shocked. A divine ability that Grand Supremes can't comprehend, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile before he disappeared again. Daozong rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His left hand ignited with a blue flame. He waved his arms fiercely, and violent blue flames rushed in all directions, burning space and annihilating natural laws. However, this domineering blue flame did not force Zhou Xuanji out. Zhou Xuanji was moving swiftly around the Taoist treasury's heart. This was a divine ability that he had only recently comprehended. It was very similar to the godless state, but it was a low-level version of the godless state. The difference in speed was like heaven and earth, but it was still enough to deal with a great supreme. He called it God's speed. In godly supreme speed, he could peek into the real world and stop at any time to give the enemy a surprise attack. Zhou Xuanji suddenly exited godly supreme speed and appeared above Daozong Xian's head, slashing down with his sword. Daozong Xian's head was hit by the Holy Ghost's cursed sword, and his hair became messy. However, his head was not split open. His expression was still grave and stern. He grabbed Zhou Xuanji's wrist and pulled it down. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He immediately tilted his head, and the exterminating divine light shot out from his eyes and shined on Daozong Xian. Daozong's heart instantly froze, unable to move. Zhou Xuanji leaped away and raised his right hand. Gathering the sovereign's divine power, he slashed down. Great Enlightenment God Slash. The sword chi lit up the universe, and Daozong's heart was drowned by this majestic sword chi. The space around him collapsed. Zhou Xuanji did not stop, but continued to use other divine abilities of the way of the sword. Countless sword chi and sword light shot toward Daozong's heart from different directions. Explosions sounded one after another, and the dragons below roared and twisted. The dragon follower domain seemed like it would be destroyed at any moment. Fiend Venerable Qiyu and Jin Chang watched from afar, their hearts pounding. "Master is actually suppressing the heart of the Tao mysteries," Jin Chang said with a face full of admiration. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was well aware of how terrifying the heart of Daozong was. Back then, when he faced Daozong Xian, he was utterly defeated. In that battle, Daozong Xian had deeply humiliated him, making the realm of stars become the slave of the realm of dragon follower. Now that Daozong Xian was at a disadvantage, how could he not be excited? Demon Sovereign Qiyu was fine. He had already built up his confidence in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji continued to unleash divine abilities, but he felt that something was off. The aura of Daozong Xian remained in the midst of the explosion. It did not decrease nor increase, nor did it move. It was terrifyingly calm. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he had a guess in his heart. He immediately stopped. After the explosion subsided, the universe was in chaos. Space-time cracks were everywhere, swaying like glowing worms. "Come out," Zhou Xuanji said softly. Just when he spoke, strands of blue flames appeared on the tip of the Holy Ghost's cursed sword and quickly formed into Daozong Xian's figure. Daozong Xian stood before Zhou Xuanji calmly and said, "Your divine ability is not bad. It gives off a feeling of godly stupor. Seems like your background is not simple." Godly stupor. This guy knew about it. It's a pity that it's not the true godly stupor. If you could learn it, you would be invincible. Even I would not be a match for you, Daozong Xian said seriously as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Then what was the divine ability you used just now?" He could tell that Daozong Xian was intimidated by godly stupor speed and was asking for peace. "My innate divine ability, Hidden Heart Sacred Flame. As long as the sacred flame is not extinguished, I will not be extinguished. Wherever there is a sacred flame, I can appear there. And the sacred flame can be hidden in my heart, whether it's me or my enemies." Daozong Xian replied with a smile. His honesty further verified Zhou Xuanji's guess. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. What an amazing divine ability. Compared to godly stupor, the potential of the Hidden Heart Sacred Flame is equally great. This was from the bottom of his heart. With the Hidden Heart Sacred Flame, Daozong Xian could also be invincible. No wonder this guy could resist the pressure of a cardinal heaven. From today onwards, the All-Star Domain and Longsong Domain will be on equal footing. You and I will work together to resist cardinal heaven. What do you think? Daozong Xian asked. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sure. But if there's an opportunity, you and I will continue to spar. It's not easy to find great sovereigns of the 9 halls." Battling with Daozong Xian was thrilling, and he could learn many things. "Okay. If so, let's enter the Longsong Domain as a guest," Daozong Xian said with a smile as he pointed downward. Zhou Xuanji had no objections and entered the Longsong Domain with Daozong Xian. He was not afraid of Daozong Xian's tricks. Although it was their first time fighting, he was sure of Daozong Xian's temperament. This person was a proud person. If he had evil intentions, he would definitely continue fighting. It was not Zhou Xuanji's first time meeting someone like this. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Daozong Xian fly into the Longsong Domain, Demon Sovereign Qiyu grew anxious. He looked at Jin Cheng and asked, "Should we follow them?" Jin Cheng frowned and said, "No need. We will only be a burden to him. Let's wait and see." Since Daozong Xian said those words, it should be true. After all, there are many powerhouses from other domains in the Longsong Domain. How can we convince the others if we go back on our words? Although no one flew out from the Longsong Domain, they believed that many powerful cultivators were hiding inside to watch the battle. The commotion of this battle was so great that anyone with a little bit of cultivation would be able to sense it. The two of them waited where they were. About 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji appeared before them and said with a smile, "Let's go. It's time to go back." With that, he took the lead and walked in the direction of the multi-star domain. "Master, how's the situation?" Jin Cheng caught up with him and asked curiously. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's smile, their hearts itched as though they were being scratched by a cat. Zhou Xuanji replied, "We formed an alliance to advance and retreat together. We do not need to pay tribute to them. Moreover, the Longsong Domain will provide us with resources to help the All-Star Domain grow stronger." Having heard that, Jin Cheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu opened their eyes wide. Daozong Xian was so easy to talk to? Especially Jin Cheng, who was filled with suspicion. Could it be Daozong Xian's scheme? Chapter 955. Since he is so polite, could it be that Master has already defeated him? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked curiously. There was no doubt that the heart of Dao scripture was powerful. When the heart of Daozong suddenly emerged from the Holy Ghost's cursed sword, he was scared out of his wits. This kind of divine ability was truly mysterious and made people tremble in fear. Both he and Jin Cheng heard what Daozong Xian said. A divine ability that could hide in one's heart could be said to be impossible to guard against. No, I can't defeat him right now. Of course he can't defeat me either. This is why we can form an alliance, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he squinted his eyes. He still needed to continue developing the godless state. It would be perfect if he could use the godly emptiness state in battle. Right now he couldn't do it. He had to increase his cultivation. Daozong Xian is indeed powerful, but Master is even more powerful. You are only a supreme martial artist of the 5 courts, but he is a supreme martial artist of the 9 courts. Chiu Demon Venerable sucked up to Meng Chao in a timely manner. When he heard this, he came back to his senses. That's right. Perhaps that was why Daozong Xian had compromised. An existence like Zhou Xuanji should not exist. He was enough to topple any powerhouse's understanding. Since he could not kill Zhou Xuanji, he might as well rope him in and forge a good relationship with him. Now that he understood this point, he felt at ease. His mood improved and he began to imagine the future. With the help of the Draconic Domain, the multi-star domain would definitely become stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, Daozong Xian was sitting alone in the splendid hall, leaning back on a chair and staring at the ceiling in silence. He muttered to himself, Zhou Xuanji, just who are you? Ethereal state. He had seen that state before, and it was an indescribably powerful one. He never imagined that such a state would appear on a grand sovereign. Now he was filled with interest towards Zhou Xuanji. He was looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's background. After thinking for a long time, he took out a jade bead from his sleeve and crushed it. The powder drifted into the air, sparkling with specks of starlight. He looked at the powder and said softly, Senior Zhukong, I need support. The powder instantly disappeared, no longer existing. After returning to the stars field, Zhou Xuanji observed the cultivation of Zhou Tianyuan and the others before entering absolute time to cultivate. According to what Daozong had said, it would take some time before the minions of the Cardinal Heaven experts made a comeback. It was said that the Cardinal Heaven experts had gathered all their subordinates for an unknown reason. However, there was one thing that was clear. The Northern Limitless realm would be even more difficult in the future. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert recovered to his peak, it would be a catastrophe for the North and even the entire endless universe. Although Daozong Xian was ambitious, he knew that survival was the most important thing. As for his ambitions, he would have to wait until he survived this disaster. While Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, his fame began to spread throughout the northern boundless continent. Becoming the disciple of the Rainbow Qin Sage. Dominate the stars domain. The Great War Dao hid the heart and was undefeated. These things were enough to make Zhou Xuanji famous in the north. One must know that Daozong Xian was a formidable character in the northern limitless territory, and Hong Qin Sage was a senior. More and more living beings came to the All-Stars domain. Now the All-Stars domain was no longer sealed and welcomed other living beings as guests. Zhou Xuanji wanted to turn the All-Stars domain into a central domain like the Thunder Alliance and Yin Alliance. He wanted to exchange resources and treat it as a cultivation sanctuary. This kind of alliance could attract living beings from all kinds of backgrounds and build up connections. Only then would it be able to survive. With Zhou Xuanji's help, Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya discussed development strategies with Jin Cheng. Although their cultivation wasn't good, with Zhou Xuanji's backing, no one dared to offend them, including Jin Cheng. The Kunlun Origin Court, Jiangsu Court Realm, and Zhanlanting Realm were also growing. Every day, a steady stream of resources would be poured into the 3 realms. In Zhou Xuanji's heart, the 3 realms were the most important. As for the All-Stars domain, it couldn't be taken away. It could be developed but not as the top priority. Life returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji cultivated every day, and occasionally came out to preach the Tao to the living beings under him. His ancestral voice could inspire all living beings. Preaching the Tao again and again made him gradually deified in the hearts of all living beings in the All-Stars domain. The magic of the ancestral voice also attracted more and more living beings to come and watch. Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao every 100 years to attract living beings and improve the status of the All-Stars domain. He was also worried that the ancestral voice would attract unnecessary trouble. But he had the spirit void state. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the ancestral voice couldn't be learned. This was what Xin Yanqing told him. Shen Yanqing also supported him to do so. In this way she could also listen to the Tao. She was naturally happy. This day Zhou Xuanji returned to the All-Stars Palace. Just as he was about to take a seat, Shen Yanqing barged in. Behind her, Sovereign Hongqian followed closely. "Brat, can you control her? If she pesters me again, I will kill her," Shen Yanqing said, gnashing her teeth. Sovereign Hongqian, who was behind her, stared at her expressionlessly. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Can't you tell me where her sister is?" Shen Yanqing crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted. "Dead. I ate her." "How many times do I ask? It's still the same answer." Sovereign Hongqian frowned. He took a step forward and said, "I don't believe it. I can feel that she is still alive." Shen Yanqing's face was full of impatience. She angrily said, "Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you?" She took a step and came before Sovereign Hongqian, placing her right palm on her forehead. "Okay, you go down first. I will talk to her," Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, signaling Shen Yanqing to leave first. Shen Yanqing could only wave her sleeves and leave. Sovereign Hongqian walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said, "She is Yanqing, right?" She was so entangled, but Shen Yanqing didn't hurt her, which made her more convinced. "It should be, but she's not the same as before. Don't bother her anymore, it's useless. Spend more time on cultivation, and when you're stronger than her, won't you be able to answer your questions?" Zhou Xuanji said as he nodded. He didn't know why Shen Yanqing wanted to deny her identity, but it didn't matter. The past is the past. Zhou Xuanji would figure it all out sooner or later. He hoped that mortal sovereign could remain calm. Supreme Crimson Dust nodded and said, "I recently came across a fortuitous encounter and want to give it a try. What do you think?" After saying that, she flipped open her right palm. It was a piece of wood the size of a fingernail. It was dark green and had a strange character engraved on it. It was hard to read. "There's a map hidden inside. I felt the same aura as the star pincher. I just wanted to confirm it again. I want to go to that place now," Mortal Sovereign said as he handed the dark green wood piece to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took the dark green wood piece and sent his divine will into it. Immediately afterward, a vast starry sky map appeared in his mind, and there was an extremely prominent red in the center that attracted his divine consciousness. This aura. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He found that the aura in the map was very similar to that of the fated Fate Pearl. Is there any connection between the two? He immediately became interested and began to study the starry sky map. Chapter 956. Supreme Crimson Dust waited quietly, a look of anticipation in her eyes. It would be great if they could find the true whereabouts of Shen Yanqing from this star map. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What an exquisite map! If it's true, there is indeed a great opportunity in that place." In the center of the map, in addition to the aura of the fated pearl, there was also the aura of Shen Yanqing when she was in the passage between the two worlds. Zhou Xuanji was also very interested in that place. "Where did you get this piece of wood?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, staring at Sovereign Red Dust. Sovereign Red Dust replied, "It was near the star's domain. I came across it by chance when I was traveling." By chance? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally said, "Okay, let's go." He couldn't bear to look at Sovereign Red Dust's eyes. He could also learn about the origin of the fated pearl. "Remember, listen to me. Don't act recklessly," Zhou Xuanji exhorted. He was afraid that Sovereign Red Dust would lose control. Sovereign Red Dust rolled his eyes and said, "I am indeed persistent in looking for her, but I haven't lost my mind to the point of losing my mind." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let's go now." Anyway, he had nothing to do recently. The star's domain was developing steadily. The draconic domain was no longer a threat to the star's domain. He had time to go out. If he waited for a while longer, he wouldn't have the time to leave when the Supremes came. Zhou Xuanji left with Sovereign Red Dust, and the two disappeared from the star's palace. In the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji looked at the star map in front of him, lost in thought. Sovereign Red Dust stood beside him, also paying attention to the star map. "Don't you feel that these stars look like a human figure when they gather together?" Zhou Xuanji asked. This star map was very magical. The arrangement of the stars inside was constantly changing. Zhou Xuanji only needed to fly toward the red, in the center of the map to find his destination. When his divine sense entered the dark greenwood piece, he understood how to use the star map. The map had a spirit and would guide the explorer. Yes, it's ever-changing. It's hard to determine who it is. Sovereign Red Dust nodded. Autarch Crimson Dust nodded, a look of curiosity on her face. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and showed it to Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign looked at it for a while and said in surprise, "Interesting. This map is so mysterious that it actually contains the truth of the universe. The aura inside is ever-changing. Where exactly is that place?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, "So you don't know? All these empty things. I'm guessing this is the legendary land of miracles, the origin of all worlds." Little Sovereign glared at Zhou Xuanji and coldly snorted. Zhou Xuanji signaled him with his eyes to continue. As we all know, the starting point of the endless universe is the Kunlun Origin Court. When our ancestors left the Kunlun Origin Court, they used some kind of divine ability to reach the void. They opened different realms from the void and gradually connected them together. The starting point of the endless universe is the land of miracles, the origin of the myriad worlds. Little Sovereign narrated the legend with a proud look on his face, as if to say, "Don't underestimate me." Autarch Crimson Dust asked in puzzlement, "Say, do you think the passageway between the two realms can lead directly to those miraculous lands?" Little Sovereign understood what she meant. He pondered and said, "Well, it's also possible. Your sister might have directly traveled to this miraculous place." Hearing this, Autarch Crimson Dust became even more expectant. Zhou Xuanji was wondering if there was more than one Fated Pearl. The Fated Pearl was born when the Kunlun Origin Court was established. Could it be that every origin of the myriad worlds has a Fated Pearl? Otherwise, how can I explain the aura of the Fated Pearl there? Autarch Crimson Dust continued to ask about the origin of the myriad worlds. Little Sovereign also became interested and told him everything he knew. Zhou Xuanji flew very fast. In less than 2 days, they arrived at their destination. This place was filled with colorful light and majestic mist. There wasn't a single star in sight. Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword with Little Sovereign hovering behind him and Autarch Crimson Dust beside him. The three of them flew forward while observing their surroundings. "The red dot is here, but how do we get in?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He spread his divine will, but he couldn't find the entry point. Little Sovereign also furrowed his brow. "Did I guess wrong? This isn't the origin of the myriad worlds?" Autarch Crimson Dust suddenly said, "I can feel a trace of red dust chi. It's right in front." After speaking, she took the lead and flew forward, landing in front of a red glow. Zhou Xuanji came behind her and stabbed the red glow with the Lesser Supreme Sword. The blade pierced into the red glow. In an instant, a powerful suction wrapped around the two of them. Zhou Xuanji didn't resist. The next second, the two of them landed in the snow. The sky was full of snow. The sky and the earth were the same color. It was vast and empty. There was a towering mountain in front of them. Apart from that, they couldn't see any other mountains. Little Sovereign's soul flew out. He frowned and said, "Be careful, I feel something is wrong." Zhou Xuanji took out the Kunlun sword and the Holy Ghost's curse sword, ready to fight at any time. He could already feel a faint murderous aura. Autarch Crimson Dust raised her hand and pointed at the giant mountain in front of them. She said, "The red dust chi comes from there. There is a huge amount of red dust chi on the top of the mountain, along with other auras." Her tone was a little excited. She had already captured Shen Yanqing's aura, but she didn't act impulsively. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Follow me." He stepped forward and flew towards the giant mountain. Autarch Crimson Dust followed closely behind. The closer they got to the giant mountain, the heavier the murderous aura became. They flew for about 10 miles. "Stop! Don't go there. You will die." A voice suddenly came. Zhou Xuanji and the other two turned around. They saw a young man in a straw raincoat riding an ox. It was a green ox with a shoulder height of 6 feet. It was very burly, making the young man look like a dwarf. Little Sovereign raised his brow and asked, "Kid, you live here?" The young man in the straw raincoat nodded and replied, "I was born here. I have seen many people come here to seek opportunities. No one who entered that mountain came back. His skin was slightly dark and his eyes were bright like two pearls. Oh, what about your parents? Little Sovereign asked. I don't have parents. I was born from a rock, the young man in the straw raincoat replied seriously. Zhou Xuanji and the other two didn't laugh. Their eyes were all focused on the green ox under him. This green ox had the cultivation of the 5 courts great sovereign. Is there anyone else in this world besides you? Zhou Xuanji asked. The young man in the straw raincoat shook his head. He then looked at Autark Crimson Dust and frowned, saying, My aunt is also here. She looks like you. Hearing this, Autark Crimson Dust immediately became excited. It's definitely Shen Yanxing. Can you take us to see her? Autark Crimson Dust asked, holding back his surprise. The young man in the straw raincoat nodded and turned around, leading the ox. Zhou Xuanji and the other two immediately followed. There's something wrong with this kid. He's a puppet. Little Sovereign transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 957. I know that the green bull is controlling him. Let's observe the situation first, Zhou Xuanji replied. Zhou Xuanji replied telepathically as he looked at the green bull. This green bull looked very simple and honest. It was no different from the green bulls in the mortal world. But it gave Zhou Xuanji a creepy feeling. Sovereign Hongchan wasn't blind either. Her eyes also fell on the green bull from time to time. The young man in the raincoat advanced toward the east of the giant mountain in silence. After half an hour, they landed in a basin that was still covered with snow. Below them was a city of ice and snow. It covered an area of dozens of miles. In this snow-covered world it looked very small. After entering the city, Zhou Xuanji and the other two saw a terrifying scene. Ice sculptures were everywhere on the streets. All kinds of creatures were frozen in ice. Every creature had a look of horror and despair on their faces. At first glance, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Little guy, are these people here to seek opportunities? Little Sovereign asked. His eyes were a little sharp, but he quickly restrained himself and put on a kind smile. The young man in the raincoat replied without looking back. Yes, this city has existed for a long time. It existed long before I was born. It has always been frozen. Don't touch anything around it. You will be frozen as soon as you touch it. Zhou Xuanji felt the cold energy here, but he didn't care much. The cold energy here was not as good as the cold energy he had absorbed before. Supremacy Crimson Dust asked, What is the background of that aunt of yours? Is she also here to seek opportunities? The young man in the raincoat replied without looking back. Aunt is my aunt. She is the god who guards this place. God. Zhou Xuanji and the other two couldn't help but ponder over this sentence. Could it be that Shen Yanxing is trapped here and can't leave? Soon they came to an ice and snow altar. A girl in a coarse dress was sitting on the altar. It was Shen Yanxing. She still looked the same as when she was in Anti-Kunlun. Sovereign Hongchan immediately became excited. She didn't panic but cautiously asked, Yanxing. Hearing this, Shen Yanxing slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were so clear, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. Everyone, long time no see, she greeted. Her voice was a little hoarse, as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Sovereign Hongchen's heart trembled when she heard this. At this moment, endless regret, self-blame, unwillingness, and heartache filled her heart. Zhou Xuanji asked directly, Someone is walking outside in your appearance. Do you know who she is? He felt strange in his heart. This Shen Yanxing seems to be real. Which Shen Yanxing is the real one? She is me, just another me. Shen Yanxing replied. She slowly stood up, and 2 chains fell down along the bottom of her skirt. Yanxing Sovereign frowned and asked Xuanxing. She frowned. Autark Crimson Dust frowned. Who trapped you here? She took a step forward and wanted to help Shen Yanxing get out of trouble. The young man in the raincoat suddenly rode a green ox and stood in front of her. It's me. Sister, don't come over. I know you've always been with me. That's why I revealed my whereabouts to you. Don't disturb the other me in the future. She has a mission, an important mission that concerns everything. It's more important than my own existence. I hope you can let go. Our fate has long since been severed. Shen Yanxing stared at Hongchan and said seriously, Ice lotuses fell from the sky and landed in front of her. Little Sovereign touched his chin and guessed. Could it be that the two of you are related to each other in a past life? Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign couldn't help but be moved. Xin Yanqing turned to look at Little Supreme Sovereign and nodded. Supreme Sovereign really has good eyesight. She is indeed my previous incarnation. She was the primogenitor who opened up the origin of the myriad worlds. If her consciousness hadn't awakened, I would have died in the passageway between the two worlds. In order to save me, she brought me to the origin of all worlds. I can only live here. Once I leave, my body and soul will be destroyed. Supreme Crimson Dust felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood rooted to the spot. Zhou Xuanji was also shocked. That Xin Yanqing outside had such a background. Little Sovereign was moved and said, Primogenitor? Then what is her mission? Primogenitor, as the name suggested, was one of the earliest Supremes. I can't say. Xin Yanqing shook her head, then looked at Sovereign Hong Chan and said, in addition to clarifying the misunderstanding, I will also give you an opportunity. In the future, you will live for yourself. With that, she raised her right hand. There was a loud bang. An ice coffin rose from her side. It was 5 feet high. The coffin lid was transparent. Zhou Xuanji and the other two could see an ice crystal staff lying inside. The top of the staff was like a crown, exquisite and noble. An ice dragon lingered around the body of the staff. It seemed to be made of ice chi. It was twisting slightly and looked lifelike. This is the artifact of the Ice Demon Emperor. The Ice Emperor Magic Staff. If you get it, you can get the inheritance of the Ice Demon Emperor. Xin Yanqing introduced as the coffin lid opened. Xin Yanqing introduced, and the lid of the coffin opened. Looking at the Ice Emperor Magic Staff, Sovereign Hong Chan fell into a trance. It was as if she was possessed. She stepped forward, wanting to get the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. At this time, Zhou Xuanji was one step ahead of her. He grabbed the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. Boom! A violent ice power erupted, instantly freezing Sovereign Hong Chan, Xin Yanqing, Little Sovereign, the young man in the raincoat, and the green ox. Zhou Xuanji's body was also covered with ice chips. So this is the power of the Ice Demon Emperor. Zhou Xuanji murmured, staring at the Ice Emperor Magic Staff in his hand. He had obtained the power of the Ice Demon Emperor a long time ago. At that time, Gu Tianlin and Long Sheng were so scared that they turned around and ran. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold as he absorbed all the ice power. Little Sovereign and the others were freed from the frozen state. The young man in the raincoat looked at him in horror, shivering. Xin Yanqing's expression changed. She asked in surprise, how did you master the power of the Ice Demon Emperor? Zhou Xuanji coldly snorted. Do you want to kill your sister? With Sovereign Hong Chen's cultivation, his soul would be frozen if he touched the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. This little girl has bad intentions. Tsk tisk, it's the power I got on Ice Island last time, Little Sovereign said excitedly. His eyes fell on the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. His eyes were full of curiosity. How strong is this Ice Emperor Magic Staff? I underestimated you. You will indeed freeze her, but I don't want to harm her. I just want to keep her here and accompany me forever, Xin Yanqing said with a faint look in her eyes. As her voice fell, she suddenly raised her arms. All of you stay with me. Be with me for all eternity. Her husky voice sharpened. Rumble. The entire ice city shook violently. The frozen creatures broke out of the ice. Every creature's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. They jumped up one after another and gathered above Zhou Xuanji's group of 3. The young man in the raincoat suddenly took off his straw hat. His body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. He quickly turned into a minotaur. The red hair all over his body fluttered in the wind. He looked like an ox demon bathed in blood. The green ox under him roared, its eyes bloodshot. Killing intent gathered from all directions, causing Crimson Dust Supremacy to feel a little suffocated. Chapter 958. This little girl has really changed. Little Sovereign cursed in a low voice. Little Sovereign cursed in a low voice. He looked at Supreme Hong Chan and jokingly asked, your chance has come. Do you want to stay and accompany her forever? Mortal Sovereign's face turned ugly. He didn't say a word. She wasn't stupid. The companionship Shen Yanqing was talking about was the ice sculptures in the city. She stared at Shen Yanqing. Looking at her sister's ferocious face, she felt very distressed. Zhou Xuanji raised the Ice Emperor magic wand high up, urging the cold power in his body. The Ice Emperor magic wand rotated at high speed above his palm. Endless icy power rushed out like waves, sweeping through the creatures controlled by Shen Yanqing. The cultivation of these creatures varied. There were great sovereigns, origin fusion divine lords, 9 vast heavens, Tao ancestors, and so on. Facing the cold power, most of the creatures were directly frozen. But many great sovereigns quickly dodged. They still retained their fighting consciousness. Be careful, little sovereign warned. Just as his voice fell, the sound of ice breaking suddenly came from below. A big hand covered in white hair grabbed Zhou Xuanji's foot and pulled him down. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. He tensed his body, making the other party unable to pull him. His current physical strength was incomparable to most great sovereigns. He raised his right leg and directly pulled the man out of the ground. It was a burly man with a bare upper body. His face was scorched black, his hair was like withered grass, and his muscles were very exaggerated. One could feel his explosive power with the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji raised his left foot and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. This kick caused the burly man to disappear into the vast horizon. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand as countless light swords floated around him, circling him at high speed. Sword sect immortal ghost sweep. The light swords chased after the creatures in all directions. The Tauren transformed by the young man in a woven rush over riding a green bull, forming a strong blood-colored wind in front of him. It rapidly expanded, crushing the flying snow in the sky. Zhou Xuanji waved the Ice Emperor magic wand and hit the blood-colored wind. There was a loud bang. The blood-colored wind was blasted apart. The strong wind scattered in all directions, smashing the pavilions in the city. Zhou Xuanji came up to the Minotaur with a single step, and the Holy Ghost's cursed sword appeared out of nowhere, slashing the Minotaur's throat. Soul Kunlun's sword descended from the sky and pierced the green ox's head, absorbing its soul. As soon as they clashed, Zhou Xuanji dealt with the Minotaur and Green Bull. He landed in front of Shen Yanqing and said expressionlessly, "Do you really want to kill your sister?" He also felt guilty about Shen Yanqing, but he couldn't condone Shen Yanqing's misdeeds. "So what if I am? You want to kill me? Can you do it?" Shen Yanqing's face was as cold as frost. She slammed her palm on Zhou Xuanji's chest, and a bone-piercing chill penetrated into his body. However, Zhou Xuanji did not even frown and directly absorbed her cold energy. Shen Yanqing's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously retreated. Zhou Xuanji didn't continue to attack. Instead, he looked back at Mortal Sovereign and Little Sovereign and said, "Let's go, we should go to that mountain to take a look. Maybe there is a way to save her." The two of them immediately flew behind him and flew with him to the giant mountain in the distance. Shen Yanqing was stunned and in a trance. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji's speed was very fast. In almost the blink of an eye, he landed on the giant mountain with Little Sovereign and Mortal Sovereign. The snow-capped mountains here were endless, and they were vast and boundless. Little Sovereign said in a low voice, "Be careful, that girl seems to be very afraid of this mountain. I think there is something terrifying hidden here." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He raised the Ice Emperor magic wand in his hand to Mortal Sovereign and said, "After we go back, I will help you refine this treasure. I use swords. I don't like to use this thing." Mortal Sovereign nodded. She also understood that she couldn't control the Ice Emperor magic wand right now, so she didn't force it. But now the Ice Emperor magic wand could exert its true power in Zhou Xuanji's hands. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward, holding the Holy Ghost's cursed sword in his left hand. The Kunlun sword floated above his head. The wind and snow here were very strong and the direction of the wind was very strange. It seemed to be deliberately targeting Zhou Xuanji's trio. Wherever they went, the direction of the wind would change. Zhou Xuanji's divine sense was also blocked. He could only explore a radius of 100 feet at most. This distance didn't affect anything at all. With a move of his mind, hundreds of his out-of-soul doppelgangers flew in different directions. In less than 10 breaths, his out-of-soul doppelgangers had all exploded. He didn't even see anyone else. His out-of-soul doppelgangers exploded for no reason. It was very strange. There should be some powerful force guarding this place, Little Sovereign said with a solemn expression. Little Sovereign said with a dignified expression. He had once again spouted nonsense. Supreme Crimson Dust flicked his sleeve, and countless streams of crimson dust chi flew out in all directions. However, just like Zhou Xuanji, her red dust chi was quickly dispersed. Let's go straight, we will run into something, Zhou Xuanji said, staring ahead. Zhou Xuanji said, staring ahead. Mortal Sovereign and Little Sovereign nodded. The trio walked forward and quickly disappeared into the flying snow. They kept moving forward, aimlessly. This journey lasted for 4 whole days. There was no distinction between day and night. No matter where they went, all they saw was a vast expanse of flying snow. Zhou Xuanji stopped, frowning. He looked at Mortal Sovereign and said, "Wait for me in the Supreme Palace." Having said this, he took Mortal Sovereign into the Kunlun Origin Court. Immediately afterward, he activated the sword fusion technique and war physique. "What do you want to do?" Little Sovereign asked in horror. Feeling Zhou Xuanji's aura, he trembled with fear. His soul was on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "Destroy this place." Boom! A silver light erupted from his body, sweeping across the snow-capped mountain. Delusion Sea of Swords. Countless swords emerged from the silver light, covering the entire mountain. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold as the Delusion Sea of Swords erupted. All the swords wreaked havoc on the surrounding hillsides. Boom! 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 The entire mountain exploded one after another, giving rise to avalanches. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward in the air, looking left and right, scanning the surroundings. Little Sovereign was terrified. He cursed in a low voice. "Kid, you are getting more and more unscrupulous. How can you act so recklessly in such an unknown place?" Zhou Xuanji ignored him and continued to destroy the mountain. At the same time, in Ice City, Shun Yanqing stood on the altar, looking at the giant mountain in the distance. Looking at the surging snow, she furrowed her brow. "That thing is about to awaken," she murmured. A look of fear appeared on her face. Zhou Xuanji moved forward, destroying everything along the way. He could feel that there was a force stirring in the depths of the earth. Sure enough, someone is hiding here. Zhou Xuanji looked down. There was a hint of curiosity in his tone. What is hiding here? It must be stronger than the Ice Demon Emperor. Xin Yanqing's previous life had left her here. Perhaps it was because the power of that existence could maintain her soul. "I don't care about you anymore. Take care of yourself," Little Supreme Being shouted. He really couldn't bear the pressure here. After he finished speaking, he entered the Lesser Supreme Sword. Chapter 959. Boom! The gigantic mountain began to shake. A faint roar came from underground, and Zhou Xuanji could hear endless hatred from the roar. It seemed like this guy was going to attack him directly. Zhou Xuanji continued his attack and bombarded the gigantic mountain. The mountain shook and snow danced in the air. A horrifying silhouette slowly rose from the cracked ground. It was a magma giant. Magma flowed through the cracks on its body, evaporating the snow into steam. His body was bloated and he barely looked like a human. He swung his gigantic fist toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block. Bomb! He was blasted away. This guy's strength! Zhou Xuanji was shocked. The magma giant's strength was beyond his expectation. He only stabilized himself after flying for a few hundred miles. He took a deep breath and channeled the power of frost into the Holy Ghost's cursed sword. At the same time, he activated the power of the curse in the blade. When the two energies fused together, they became extremely destructive. He slashed with his sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Countless sword chi ravaged the magma giant from all directions and engulfed it instantly. Roar! The magma giant roared hoarsely, and its might shook the heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji activated his war physique and channeled his supreme divine power into the Holy Ghost's cursed sword. He was prepared to deal with the magma giant with one slash to avoid unnecessary trouble. He finished charging quickly. With a slash, a silver radiance shone brightly across the heavens and earth. A loud bang resounded. The magma giant howled in agony as its massive body exploded. Rocks flew in all directions and magma splattered everywhere. A violent gale came from the center of the explosion. Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time and was sucked in. His vision blurred and next, he felt the world spinning around him. In less than 3 breaths' time, he landed on the ground. He opened his eyes and all he saw was endless darkness. Even his exterminating divine eyes could not see his surroundings clearly. Where am I? Zhou Xuanji was confused. He spread out his divine sense, but it was blocked by a mysterious power within 15 meters. He could not see or sense anything. Such a situation was enough to make any great sovereign panic. Zhou Xuanji immediately summoned the Fated Pearl. The Fated Pearl rose from his head and shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. This was a graveyard. Tombstones were erected in front of the mounds, and they were separated by 2 to 3 feet. Looking at the flat wasteland, it was impossible to count how many graves there were. There were still bones near some graves. They were probably trespassers like Zhou Xuanji who had died here. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward. The Holy Ghost Cursed Sword and Soul Kunlun Sword were in his hands, and the Fated Encounter Pearl was above his head. At this moment he did not feel any unease. Just what is hidden here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself curiously. His gaze swept across the tombstones he encountered along the way. The words were all different, but he could understand them with just a glance. All of them were grand supreme beings. There were even primordial sovereigns. Every name would be labeled with their cultivation level, and there were quite a few 9 supreme paragons. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that primordial sovereign was not just a status but also a cultivation stage. Who built their graves? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the front. He looked up and saw a candlelight in the darkness. He saw a hunchbacked figure walking over with an oil lamp in her hand. She was holding a walking stick in her other hand. She was wearing old black clothes, and her hair was coiled with a wooden hairpin. She looked to be in her 60s or 70s. She was a little fat, and her dead and numb eyes were staring straight at him. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked. The old woman replied. The guardian of the origin of the myriad worlds. You can call me a wisp of smoke. A wisp of smoke? What kind of name is this? Zhou Xuanji felt strange in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He asked, what is this place? What is your duty? Will you attack me? A wisp of smoke calmly replied. The graveyard of the origin of the myriad worlds, the graveyard of gods. My duty is to protect the graveyard of gods and erect tombstones for the newly buried. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, narrowed his eyes and asked, these dead guys were killed by you? He couldn't see through a wisp of smoke. He guessed that those grand sovereigns and primordial sovereigns couldn't have fallen to their deaths. No, they couldn't stand the endless loneliness and committed suicide. Of course, some killed each other. A wisp of smoke replied indifferently. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion of aura came from afar. Next, a powerful gust of wind swept over. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block instinctively, but a figure dashed toward him. Clang! It was a man in tattered white clothes. His hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. His right index finger touched the Holy Ghost Cursed Sword, and a horrifying force pushed Zhou Xuanji backward. Such great power! It's even stronger than the giants outside. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He immediately activated his war physique, mobilizing all the energy in his body to block. His backward slide began to slow down. The man in white raised his left hand and jabbed at him. Zhou Xuanji also raised his other hand and blocked with his sword. Clang! The sword and finger collided. It was a contest of strength again. This guy's finger was as hard as a divine artifact. Zhou Xuanji immediately entered godly speed and dodged the man in white. He came to his back and slashed at him with both swords. A wisp of smoke opened her eyes wide and mumbled softly, Godly Beastral state? No, not yet. She was suddenly very interested in Zhou Xuanji. Even the great sovereigns of the 5 courts could use Godly Beastral state. Seemed that this guy was really something. Boom! 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 Zhou Xuanji and the man in white fought intensely. He moved about and used his divine abilities continuously, which caught the man in white off guard. The man in white was very frustrated. "Ah! I'm going to tear you into pieces." The man in white roared crazily like a ferocious beast. His body was shrouded in blood chi, and his messy black hair danced in the wind. 3 demon god silhouettes emerged from his shoulders and back to defend against the attacks from all directions. This time, Zhou Xuanji could no longer toy with him. But Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He activated the sword fusion technique, and his body radiated with silver radiance, making him look like a silver god of war. Boom! The delusional sword ocean exploded. Countless swords of light levitated above the tomb of gods. The swords of light rained down toward the man in white like a storm. The man in white opened his arms and roared. The 3 demon god silhouettes grew taller and opened their mouths. Countless blood-colored beams of light shot out from their mouths. The blood-colored beams of light clashed with the swords of light like fireworks, illuminating the dark tomb of gods. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and activated heavenly sword descent. Majestic sovereign's divine power gathered on the blade. The sea of clouds billowed, and a gigantic sword of light appeared and slashed down like lightning. The man in white could not dodge in time and was struck directly. Zhou Xuanji swooped down and came up to the man in white. He stabbed his sword into the man's chest and absorbed his divine power crazily. "Turn it into my cultivation." Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. His eyes were sharp. Chapter 960. The white-robed man wanted to resist, but the faded pearl shot a beam of white light at him. He could not move at all. A strand of smoke's eyes locked onto the faded pearl. "What treasure is that?" She furrowed her brows, her heart filled with confusion. Why does this kid have so many serendipity? She did not intervene but watched Zhou Xuanji absorb the white-robed man's cultivation. About half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of the white-robed man's divine power. The white-robed man knelt before him with his hands hanging by his side. The 3 demon gods behind him had long disappeared. His eyes were dull as he mumbled, "I want to kill you. I want to tear you apart. I want to go back." Zhou Xuanji walked past him and came before a strand of smoke again. "What's hidden here?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "The serendipity of the origin of 10,000 worlds. If you want it, you have to find it yourself. Remember, don't go to the graveyard." A strand of smoke replied calmly. Mentioning the graveyard, Zhou Xuanji realized that the previous battle did not destroy any graveyard. Even the ground looked like it had not been through a battle. Zhou Xuanji pondered for a while. Then, he created hundreds of thousands of greatly avatars and sent them to search in different directions. A strand of smoke found a large rock and sat down. She was as calm as a wooden stake and did not move at all. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and said, "Can you tell me about the origin of 10,000 worlds? I'm the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court. I want to know about the legends of my ancestors." Having heard him, a strand of smoke looked at him in astonishment and asked, "You are the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court?" She waved her cane, and a ball of light flew out from Zhou Xuanji's forehead and entered her mouth. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He raised his sword instinctively. "Don't be nervous. I'm just looking at your memories. These memories are not related to your privacy. They are shallow memories and can be easily obtained," a strand of smoke said. After that, she closed her eyes and began to savor Zhou Xuanji's memories. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. The boundless universe was vast, and there were truly all sorts of extraordinary things. That divine ability just now was really amazing. He could not even detect it, let alone resist it. A while later, a strand of smoke opened her eyes. She nodded at Zhou Xuanji with a smile and said, "You are indeed the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. You are amazing. Your growth speed and contributions are not inferior to the primordial sovereigns. A rising star. I like you very much." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked with cupped fists, "May I ask if Senior was also the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court?" The origin of all worlds was created by the ancestors of the Kunlun Origin Court. The other party guarding this place was definitely related to the Kunlun Origin Court. Not really. I once had the goal of being a paragon, but unfortunately I was still one step short. Before the ancient era, it was extremely difficult to become a paragon of the Kunlun Origin Court. However, with your talent, you can also become a paragon in the immemorial era. A wisp of smoke shook his head. She slowly got up and walked back in the direction she came from. "Follow me. Don't stray more than 5 steps away from me," she said without looking back. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused, but he still followed her obediently. The faded fate pearl was still hovering above his head, protecting him. The entire journey was silent. After walking for a full 18 hours, he still hadn't reached the end. A wisp of smoke did not speak either, which made Zhou Xuanji a little wary. But he was very patient. If a wisp of smoke did not speak, he would not speak either. "We're almost there." Just when Zhou Xuanji was mumbling in his heart, a wisp of smoke spoke. Zhou Xuanji looked up and vaguely saw a gigantic shadow in the darkness ahead. What was that? Soon he saw the gigantic shadow clearly. It was a stone statue that was thousands of meters tall. He could only see that it was humanoid, but he could not distinguish its true appearance. Behind the stone statue, there were 4 other stone statues that were thousands of meters tall. Their postures were different, but their bodies were similar. They are the Kunlun 5 permanent ones. They used to suppress the endless universe. Before they died, they returned to the origin of all worlds that they created. Their wills are immortal and protect this world. A wisp of smoke looked up at the stone statues in front of him and introduced them with a complicated expression. Zhou Xuanji was confused and asked, "Existences like them will also die of old age?" A wisp of smoke shook her head and said, "Theoretically, no. But they were too powerful. Because they were too powerful, they kept creating the endless universe and came into contact with some supreme power, which was why they were restricted by their lifespans. On one hand, they could muddle along in the endless universe forever. On the other hand, they could create great merit and explore the unknown, which resulted in the restriction of their lifespans. If it were you, what would you choose?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply immediately. He was not tired of living yet. Those ancestors must have been tired of living, which was why they disregarded everything. After all, the time that the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court lived was measured in hundreds of millions of years, not to mention how long they had been wandering in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji had not even reached 10,000 years, so he did not want to think about this problem for now. "Now I will give you a chance to receive the inheritance. You can choose," a wisp of smoke said meaningfully. A wisp of smoke said meaningfully. She walked to the side and found a big rock to sit on. Zhou Xuanji could sense the strange energy contained in the 5 stone statues. "Can I let others receive the inheritance?" he asked. He did not need the inheritance. He had enough serendipity. "You can. But the inheritance cannot be forced. It's the inheritance that chooses the person, not the other way around," a wisp of smoke replied. A wisp of smoke replied. She placed her crutch flat on her lap and prepared to take a nap. Zhou Xuanji let out Mortal Sovereign. He told her about the inheritance. Mortal Sovereign hesitated for a moment but still walked forward. Zhou Xuanji did not dare to trust a wisp of smoke completely. But the serendipity was right in front of him, so he felt that he should give it a try. If a wisp of smoke wanted to harm him, she would not agree to let others receive the inheritance. Mortal Sovereign walked up to the stone statue and put her hand on the stone surface. Boom! She was bounced back. Fortunately, she quickly stabilized her body and was not in a sorry state. She looked back at Zhou Xuanji. "There are 4 more. Continue," Zhou Xuanji encouraged. A wisp of smoke curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. It was as if she was laughing at Mortal Sovereign for overestimating herself. Mortal Sovereign nodded and walked toward the last stone statue. Next, she was bounced back by 2 stone statues. She suffered internal injuries. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She continued to walk toward the 4th stone statue. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Could it be that she really couldn't do it? A wisp of smoke shook her head with a mocking smile. Autark Crimson Dust walked over to the 4th stone statue and touched it. In the next second, the stone statue burst into a brilliant light. Stone chips began to fall from the head of the stone statue. The stone chips quickly spread downward, revealing a beautiful face that could topple a city. How can it be? A wisp of smoke jumped to her feet with a look of disbelief. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Mortal Sovereign looked up at the stone statue in front of her with a look of anticipation and anxiety. Soon, the stone surface of the stone statue slid off completely, revealing a goddess that was thousands of meters tall. She was wearing a noble and beautiful golden dress and a jade crown. Her skin was fair and smooth. In this dim tomb of gods she was so dazzling. Chapter 961. That's the only female of the Kunlun sect's 5 permanents. Her cultivation is exceedingly high. Her strength is ranked at the top of the Kunlun sect's 5 permanents. I didn't expect that this mortal god could be recognized. Could it be that she had been baptized before? She turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a doubtful tone. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Does ancestral voice count?" Hearing that, a wisp of smoke widened his eyes. She cried out in astonishment. Zhu Yin, how could this be? In the boundless universe, only the ancestral Buddha knows the ancestral sound. Does he know how to recite the ancestral sound to you? Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "Although it's unbelievable, it's indeed so." From the looks of it, the ancestral Buddha was an incredible figure. He was suddenly very curious about the relationship between Shan Nianqing's previous life and the ancestral Buddha. How could she let the ancestral Buddha preach the ancestral sound to her? Other than you, has anyone else heard of the ancestral voice? It must be someone from the Kunlun origin court. A wisp of smoke suddenly became excited and asked. Zhou Xuanji heard and immediately understood what she meant. He thought for a moment and called out Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Lin Changge, and Chan Bantian. These 4 were his most outstanding disciples, so he could give it a try. As for Zhou Tanhua and his other relatives, he had other arrangements for them. The 4 of them were stunned by the scene around them. Zhou Xuanji began to explain to them what had happened. At the same time, Kunlun Wucheng's noblewoman raised her hand and pulled crimson dust into her palm. Then she held her in front of her chest. Noblewoman curled up and her huge body turned into a ball of light. Inheritance. Zhao Congjian was so excited that his breathing quickened and his eyes lit up. Before, he had always been able to stay by Zhou Xuanji's side. Now the difference in cultivation was too great, and he had almost forgotten what it felt like to kill enemies for Zhou Xuanji. "Go," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Even the calm Xiao Jinghong became nervous. Chan Bantian was the most excited and he was the first to approach. He directly awakened the first stone statue. Next were Zhao Congjian, Lin Changge, and Xiao Jinghong. All of them had successfully obtained the fortuitous opportunity. The 4 stone statues began to crack apart, revealing 4 dignified supreme beings. Every single one of them possessed impressive might, powerful beyond compare. Looking at Xiao Jinghong and the others being sucked into the orb of light, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can I receive the inheritance after receiving the ancestral sound baptism?" A wisp of smoke nodded and said, "It must be someone who frequently receives the baptism of the ancestral sound." Zhou Xuanji heard him and had a bold idea. "How many more inheritances do you have?" Zhou Xuanji asked. A wisp of smoke's expression instantly became strange. She looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Could it be that you have many subordinates who have been baptized by the ancestral sound?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Senior, if you help me, you will be helping the Kunlun origin court as well as these ancestors. This is called will inheritance. Do you want to leave the fertile water to outsiders?" A wisp of smoke frowned, falling into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji did not rush him but turned to look at Xiao Jinghong and the others. 5 balls of light floated in the air. The Kunlun 5 permanents were nowhere to be seen. Powerful auras were surging within the balls of light. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He didn't know how strong Sovereign Crimson Dust and the others would become after receiving the inheritance. "All right, I promise you. However, I can only give you 1,000 inheritances, and they are all weaker than the Kunlun 5. In this graveyard of gods, there is no inheritance stronger than the Kunlun 5. A wisp of smoke said with gritted teeth, which made Zhou Xuanji pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect a wisp of smoke to agree, and even offered 1,000. He smiled and said, "Then I will start choosing." His first choice was naturally the first batch of disciples who followed him. Those disciples were also the ones who had listened to his ancestral voice for the longest time. Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, the Little Black Snake, Chongming Demon Monarch, Meng Tianlang, and so on. Soon he had picked out 1,000 people. Looking at these Emperor Sword Court disciples, a wisp of smoke took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. If she didn't guess wrongly, Zhou Xuanji must have mastered the ancestral voice. What serendipity was this? After Zhou Xuanji explained to the disciples, everyone became excited. Grand Teacher, please show mercy. Serendipity inheritance. I didn't expect us to have a share too. Where's young Lord Tanhua and young Lord Shaoxian? Why aren't they here? The graveyard of gods. How many sovereigns' corpses are buried here? I'm looking forward to it. Seeing how excited these disciples were, Zhou Xuanji felt gratified. No matter how powerful you become in the future, he said with a solemn face, remember your original intentions. Don't be arrogant, understand? Understood. The 1,000 Emperor Sword Court disciples replied in unison. A wisp of smoke nodded with satisfaction. Then she got up and said, you little guys, come with me. The disciples couldn't help but look at Zhou Xuanji when they heard this. Go ahead, I will wait for you here, Zhou Xuanji said, nodding. If a wisp of smoke still wanted to kill him, she didn't need to target these disciples. If she couldn't hurt Zhou Xuanji's foundation, she would fight him to the death. There was no need. After the disciples disappeared into the darkness, Zhou Xuanji turned to look at Mortal Sovereign and the others. He could feel that Mortal Sovereign's aura had reached the level of a court great sovereign. The aura of Xiao Jinghong and the other three also skyrocketed like a hot knife through butter. At this rate, they can all become great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed. Emperor Sword Court had taken off after this serendipity. This trip was worth it. More than worth it. Zhou Xuanji looked elsewhere. He was thinking about where the Fated Pearl's aura was. The graveyard of gods must have a treasure of the same origin as the Fated Pearl. But now he couldn't act on his own. He had to wait for everyone to finish the inheritance before looking for it. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword, sat on it, and waited patiently. Time went by bit. Mortal Sovereign Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Chan Bantian, and Lin Chang's aura kept growing stronger. Mortal Sovereign's aura had already reached the level of great sovereigns of the three courts. Xiao Jinghong and the other three began to break through to court great sovereign. One had to admit that the Kunlun 5 permanent sovereigns were really powerful. The inheritance alone could make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji didn't regret it at all. Although he was only a great sovereign of the 5 courts, his strength could compete with the great sovereigns of the 9 courts. What was there to regret? He didn't want to be disturbed by other people's Tao of cultivation. He wanted to walk his own great Tao. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. Mortal Sovereign stepped out of the light. Her aura had changed dramatically. Her red dress was glowing with divine light, looking very dazzling. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji could see the excitement in her eyes. I'm now a great sovereign of the 3 courts. I reached this realm without absorbing the court realm. Mortal Sovereign walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly. Zhou Xuanji rubbed her hair and said with a smile, with your aptitude you should be this strong. Mortal Sovereign nodded. Suddenly, she noticed Zhou Xuanji's action, and her face blushed. She didn't resist and let him stroke her hair. Chapter 962. Xiao Jinghong and the others waited for another 3 days after the Hongchen supremacy's inheritance ended. Their cultivations had all reached the level of first court paragons, and they had been reborn. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied with their progress and smiled as he said, in the future, the Kunlun Origin Court and Emperor Sword Court will be under your protection. He didn't want these 4 people to be in charge of the Myriad Stars Domain's court realms. He had to make the Kunlun Origin Court stronger, and become the strongest court realm under him. If they wanted to be the strongest, the number of grand sovereigns was the most important. Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists and said excitedly, in the future, we will be able to share Master's burden again. He was not surprised that he could not see through Zhou Xuanji even with the cultivation of a court great sovereign. From how they saw it, Zhou Xuanji would definitely continue to improve, and he would become stronger at an unimaginable speed. Zhao Tsongjian unsheathed his sword and said with a high-spirited smile, it's time for Emperor Sword Court to establish itself in the boundless universe. He didn't care about the Kunlun Origin Court. He only cared about Emperor Sword Court. Lin Chang'e and Chan Bantian were equally excited. They had already begun to imagine the future. Zhou Xuanji looked at mortal sovereign and said, "From now on, the true Su court will be under your control. Okay?" Autark Crimson Dust nodded. He had no objections. Her cultivation was bestowed upon her by him, and coupled with his affection, how could she refuse? She no longer thought about Shen Yanqing. Only by cultivating in peace could he save Shen Yanqing. Anyway, Shen Yanqing would not die here, she would just be lonely. Loneliness, for a cultivator like her, was nothing out of the ordinary. Zhou Xuanji put them into the various worlds, while he continued to wait for the wisp of smoke. The trace of smoke took the Emperor Sword Court's disciples to who knows where, and Zhou Xuanji was unable to use his divine sense to track them. He was not in a hurry. After all, there were so many disciples who wanted to receive the inheritance, and it would definitely take a long time. Another month had passed. A wisp of smoke finally appeared with over 1,000 disciples. Zhou Xuanji scanned with his divine will, and found that most of the disciples had reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that a wisp of smoke did not lie to him. Patriarch. Ha ha, Patriarch, look at us. We've all become stronger. I am now an Origin Fusion Immortal Lord. Sigh, I'm still one step away from becoming an Origin Fusion God Lord. What a great opportunity! The disciples were very excited and quickly surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Each of them spoke incoherently to express their excitement. Zhou Xuanji smiled and looked at them silently. After a while, a wisp of smoke walked over, and the disciples made way for it. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Okay, I have given you the inheritance you wanted. It's time for you to leave." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and sent the disciples back to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. He took a step forward and asked with a smile, "So the greatest opportunity in the Graveyard of Gods is the inheritance of the Kunlun Five?" Nonsense. A wisp of smoke rolled his eyes. She could tell what Zhou Xuanji was implying. This guy was too greedy. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "Can you let me walk around alone? There might be some serendipity that you don't know about." A wisp of smoke laughed and said, "Then go ahead and search. I want to see what kind of great opportunity you can find." She was incomparably familiar with the Graveyard of Gods. How could she have a better opportunity than the Kunlun Five permanent inheritances? Zhou Xuanji nodded and turned to leave. A wisp of smoke followed behind him, waiting to see how he was going to find it. Of course, she was more worried than anything else. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would act recklessly and die here. She had already given him so many opportunities. She couldn't let him die here. She was still looking forward to how the Kunlun Origin Court would develop under Zhou Xuanji's leadership. Zhou Xuanji called out the Faded Pearl again. The Faded Pearl covered his head. It shone brightly and expelled the darkness. He silently recalled the aura he sensed on the star map, and let the Faded Pearl lead him to find it. Soon the Faded Pearl trembled and began to lead the way. Zhou Xuanji immediately caught up. A wisp of smoke saw the Faded Pearl and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Could there really be a better opportunity? Impossible. How could she not know? She quickened her pace and caught up. The two of them followed the Faded Pearl across the land. After walking for 2 hours, the Faded Pearl finally stopped. There was a huge pit in front of them. It looked like a desolate pit formed after a river dried up. Zhou Xuanji scanned it with his divine will but couldn't sense anything. So he walked to the bottom of the pit, staring at the Faded Pearl. He squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He found some fine red sand hidden in the soil. The Faded Pearl spun at high speed, sweeping up gusts of wind. Boom, the ground shook, and the red sand at the bottom of the pit flew up automatically. The red sand gathered together and quickly formed a pearl that grew larger and larger. It looked very similar to the Faded Pearl. A wisp of smoke opened his eyes wide in astonishment. There really was one? Within the giant pit, countless red sand flew up from the soil, forming a red whirlwind. It was quite a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji sensed the aura of the Faded Pearl from the red pearl. He was shocked in his heart. There really was a second Faded Pearl. The Faded Pearl was already so heaven-defying, and there was more than one. What was the origin of this thing? Soon the second Faded Pearl was formed. It was as big as Zhou Xuanji's Faded Pearl. The two pearls circled around each other and reflected off each other. A wisp of smoke couldn't help but ask, What kind of treasure is this? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. I got it by chance. Although he hid it, he really didn't know the true origin of the faded pearl. A wisp of smoke frowned. She looked at the two faded pearls and fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji was worried that she would become bedeviled and reminded her, don't keep staring at it. Back then I almost became bedeviled. Fortunately, I came to my senses in time. This thing will draw your attention to it unintentionally, and you will neglect your surroundings. Having heard that, a wisp of smoke looked away and said meaningfully, it seems that this treasure is both good and evil. Don't get caught up in it. A treasure that she couldn't see through might be a blessing or a curse for Zhou Xuanji, so she was a little worried. Don't worry. It has already recognized me as its owner and saved me many times. It shouldn't harm me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. A wisp of smoke nodded and said, you should go. Zhou Xuanji immediately stored the two faded pearls in his hand and asked, how do I leave? He tried to jump out of the burial of gods, but he couldn't do it. The space here was similar to the mysterious space he was in when he activated the godly bodiless mode for the first time. The space-time was extremely stable and indestructible. Don't move. A wisp of smoke said softly. She raised her cane and waved it. Rings of light came out from the cane, creating a portal in space-time. She stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, I hope that you can remember your original heart and lead the Kunlun Origin Court to become more powerful. Also, stay away from the origins of worlds. Some of the origins might be traps and they might hate the Kunlun Origin Court. Don't go to your death. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 963. Zhou Xuanji remembered what a wisp of smoke had entrusted to him. No matter what, a wisp of smoke had helped him complete so many inheritances and was worthy of his respect. Go in. A wisp of smoke said with a smile. His staff had already created a space-time hole. Zhou Xuanji nodded and stepped inside. When he disappeared, the smile on one wisp of smoke's face instantly disappeared. She took a deep breath and muttered, what kind of heights will this kid reach? She was looking forward to it, but also very worried. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast, and this kind of talent represented great danger. Zhou Xuanji returned to the snow-covered world. The mountain range below was no longer there, and what replaced it was a boundless land of snow. After returning here, Zhou Xuanji could already sense the universe outside. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he flew towards the ice city. Before leaving, he wanted to see Shen Yanqing again. If he had been strong enough, Shen Yanqing would not have ended up like this. Back on the altar, Zhou Xuanji saw Shen Yanqing meditating and cultivating. The youth in the raincoat and the green ox had gone somewhere. The entire ice city seemed very lonely. You really didn't die, Shen Yanqing said without opening her eyes, and her tone was full of impatience. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, you have quite a grudge against me. I wanted to save you in the future, but it seems like you will not appreciate it. Hearing this, Shen Yanqing opened her eyes and said coldly, you don't have that ability. Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he could not be as powerful as she was in her previous life. Even her previous life could not save her, let alone Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, you are right, but I will try my best to save you in the future. With that, he turned around and left. Goodbye. I wonder when we'll meet again. Before Zhou Xuanji could finish speaking, he had already disappeared. Shen Yanqing was stunned. She suddenly felt lost. She looked at the lonely city of ice and muttered to herself, actually, I also want to leave. I really want to. Karma. After returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji flew straight towards the star's domain. He stepped on the Kunlun soul sword and traveled through the space-time tunnel, while observing the two faded beads in his hand. His own faded pearl already had many colors and was very dazzling. The new faded fortune pearl was completely red, like a blood pearl. He wanted this faded pearl to recognize him as its master. But no matter how he called out, the red faded pearl remained indifferent. But he noticed one thing. The red Feng Fate Pearl seemed to have been subdued by his Feng Fate Pearl. When his Feng Fate Pearl moved away from it, the red Feng Fate Pearl would move closer to it. Even when he grabbed it, it would tremble non-stop. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He suddenly looked forward to the Luck Pearl's ability. Was the red fate pearl as powerful as the rainbow fate pearl? Could there be other fated pearls in the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to it. He now had another target. That was to collect the fated pearl. This was good as well. The path of cultivation was about having a goal. Otherwise, it would be easy to slack off. Nothing happened along the way. He successfully returned to the astral domain. His absence for a few months was nothing to the astral domain. In fact, no one even knew that he had gone out to search for opportunities. Jin Chang and the others did not dare to disturb his cultivation too frequently. After returning to Stars Hall, Zhou Xuanji continued to study the destined encounter pearl. He called out Little Supreme Sovereign. Little Sovereign was stunned when he saw the red fated fate pearl. Is there really a second fated pearl? He was amazed. At the same time, he was very curious about what Zhou Xuanji had experienced. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything and told him everything in detail. Little Sovereign was shocked. He didn't expect that it was really the origin of the myriad worlds and the graveyard of gods. A wisp of smoke? I have never heard of it. Does every origin of the myriad worlds have a guardian? Little Sovereign speculated. A fanatical look appeared on his face. The will of the ancestors of Kunlun is still there. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, that starry sky map should have been released by Shen Yanqing. I wonder if the other origins of the myriad worlds also have fated pearls. He had a bold guess. Every origin of the myriad worlds from the Kunlun origin court had a fated pearl. But on second thought it was impossible. The fated pearl was something that even the supreme incipient god couldn't see through. How could there be so many? In his heart, the supreme incipient god was mysterious and powerful. He was on the same level as the Buddha ancestor. Little Sovereign suddenly said in a serious tone, you have too many opportunities. You have to digest them properly. Don't go out and run around, lest you become eager for quick success and instant benefits. Do you understand? Zhou Xuanji hadn't comprehended the God-free state yet. He couldn't even see through his own fated pearl. Now that he had another fated pearl, Little Sovereign was a little worried. Don't worry, I know what to do. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was also preparing to spend some time in seclusion. It would be best if he could pass the 10,000-year period of the wish-fulfilling sword. The wish-fulfilling sword was the only sword whose grade hadn't been announced. He had been looking forward to making a wish once in 10,000 years. Next, Zhou Xuanji began his seclusion. He first refined his cultivation. He had placed a restriction on the Stars Hall. The ancestral voice couldn't leak. At the edge of the Stars domain, a young man in green was walking up the Star River stairs. He had delicate features, but strangely, he didn't have a mouth. It was Wu Yan, who had been ordered to find Zhou Xuanji. Wu Yan looked around with a curious look on his face. Very soon he was stopped by a great sovereign. Little brother, are you also in the Stars domain? Do you know the Sword Emperor? The great sovereign asked with a chuckle. He was handsome and elegant, like a peerless prodigal son of the universe. Wu Yan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know him. The great sovereign raised his brow and asked with a smile, you don't know how to speak? He noticed that Wu Yan didn't have a mouth. But speaking with such cultivation has nothing to do with a mouth? This kid is really playing dumb. Wu Yan nodded. His eyes were clear, looking innocent and ignorant. The great sovereign shook his head and said, in that case, follow me. I will take you in to meet the Sword Emperor, who has recently become famous in the north. And so, Wu Yan followed the great sovereign into the Stars domain. Recently, the Stars domain was holding an auction. The Stars domain and Zhou Xuanji's prestige attracted countless creatures to participate. The North Boundless was huge. The Stars domain was already famous. Zhou Xuanji's battle with Daozong Xian had also established a great reputation. The combination of the two naturally attracted many people. Of course, it had something to do with Cardinal Heaven. The Stars domain was one of the few domains that could resist the pressure of Cardinal Heaven. For many creatures, it was also a refuge. Zhou Xuanji released Mortal Sovereign, Sovereign Yu, Xiao Jinghong, and the others to let them experience the elegance of the auction. Now, he didn't need to show up in person. On this day, he moved Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Tianyuan, and Zhou Shaoxian into the hall to test their cultivation. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude was outstanding. Even without the opportunity of the Kunlun origin court, He had already begun to break through to the great sovereign of the court realm with the help of the ancestral voice. Zhou Shaoxian was a little weaker. Zhou Tianyuan was still young. Chapter 964. Father, are there any inheritances? Senior brother Xiao and the others have all become great sovereigns. You can't treat us badly. Zhou Shaoxian said coquettishly. Hard cultivation was really hard, especially when Zhou Tanhua was gradually pulling away from her. It was really uncomfortable. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and laughed. He had no desire for the inheritance. Zhou Tianyuan, sitting on the ground, was very honest. He didn't dare to interrupt. I am preaching Dao to you. Isn't this an inheritance? Although Jinghong and the others' inheritance is fast, it is more stable for the future. Do you understand? The inheritance of others will never be as firm as your own path. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. In fact, this was also his selfishness. He had too many expectations for his children. He didn't let them accept the inheritance of the graveyard of gods because he had too many expectations for his children. As for Xiao Jinghong and the others, such an inheritance was already a height that they couldn't reach. Zhou Tanhua nodded and said, Father is right. Besides, senior brother Jinghong and the others need those inheritances more than us. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips as she stared at her father. She seemed to be thinking of another trick. Tianyuan, you should also go and take a look at this auction. Broaden your horizons. I have the highest expectations for you. I hope you can be stronger than your father. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Tianyuan and said with a kind smile. Zhou Tianyuan and his son looked like him. If the three stood together, they might be recognized as biological brothers. Zhou Xuanji always wanted to pay attention to Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan nodded and said, I will not let you down, grandfather. His eyes were firm and full of confidence. Ever since he recognized Zhou Xuanji, he was no longer sloppy. He was busy cultivating all day long. His posture was no worse than his father Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent Zhou Nyan away. He turned his gaze back to Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. He said meaningfully, I will teach you a divine ability now. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. As soon as he said this, Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian immediately became excited. Dragon follower domain Daozong Xen was sitting in a dark palace. There were 2 rows of oil lamps in the palace, burning with dark blue flames. 2 blazing figures were standing in the palace. Their faces were indistinguishable. They were reporting the auction of the All-Stars domain. After listening to what they had to say, Daozong sighed emotionally. What a great sword emperor. He actually wants to go against the trend. On the surface it looked like an auction, but in reality, it was an olive branch extended to the entire northern Limitless, to make it bigger and stronger. The Longtsong domain would not do such a thing because that would attract spies from other domains. When the time came, the Longtsong domain would not be able to withstand such a situation. So Daozong Xian admired Zhou Xuanji's courage. But he also understood that the multi-star field was not necessary for Zhou Xuanji, which was why this guy dared to be so bold. Domain Lord, are we really going to let the multi-star domain continue to grow? Perhaps after the cardinal heaven tribulation passes, they will surpass us. At that time, will the Sword Emperor be as benevolent as you? A flaming figure said in a deep voice. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction toward Zhou Xuanji. Daozong Xen shook his head and said, Let them enjoy the glory and attract the attention of the cardinal heaven experts. A tall tree catches the wind. The cardinal heaven experts would definitely know about the star domain's ostentatious display. Moreover, the cardinal heaven experts hated the Kunlun origin court the most, and the Sword Emperor could definitely attract their hatred. By the way, what's the news about Gu Juejiao? His son went missing in the North Boundless. Doesn't he want to cause trouble for the cardinal heaven experts? Daozong Xian changed the topic. His eyes flickered when he mentioned Gu Juejiao. No one knew what he was thinking. The other flaming figure replied, I'm not sure. Gu Juejiao has been keeping a low profile recently. I don't know why, but the South Boundless forces are approaching the North Boundless. Hunyuan Heaven seems to want to reinforce the Cardinal Heaven experts. Impossible. Daozong Xian cut him off decisively. He said meaningfully, The three heavens of the post-primeval supremes seem to be on par with each other and have been passed down for all eternity, but they are not of one mind. They want to kill each other more than anyone else, become existences like the primeval supremes, and create an era of their own. The two flaming figures felt that it made sense and nodded. Leave and continue to search for your target, Daozong Xian said as he waved his hand. Daozong Xian waved his hand. Immediately, the two figures disappeared from the hall. After that, Daozong Xian took out a bead. This bead was exactly the same as the red faded pearl. There was a faint black qi flowing within it. He stared at the red bead and mumbled, "Treasure, treasure, what are you trying to guide me to do?" During the auction conference, auctions of all levels were held in the 100 Courtyards realm in the All-Stars domain. Tens of billions of living beings joined or left every day, and none of them were mortal. Although Zhou Xuanji did not show himself, his status had been rising. Although he did not fully control the All-Stars domain, Jincheng was very ruthless. He kept the order among his subordinates stable and earned a good reputation. This day, Jincheng was reporting to Zhou Xuanji about the supreme crystals and resources he earned during this period of time. He was very excited. After all, most of the treasures in the auction were not from them. They were just like throwing a brick to attract jade, leading a huge auction opportunity. "Master, your strategy is too amazing. But I'm only worried about the enemies from other forces. If they sneak into the All-Stars domain, will they?" Jincheng asked, suppressing his excitement. He had such an idea before, but he did not dare to implement it. Moreover, the All-Stars domain had a bad reputation. If not for Zhou Xuanji's battle with Daozong Xian to a draw and his identity as the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court, everyone would not be attracted here. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "That's for the best. As long as we can seize them, we will have a reason to attack other domains." Jincheng was stunned. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's ambition. How long has it been since he took control of the All-Stars domain, and now he is thinking about other domains? Should I say that he is greedy or domineering? We should also let go of the recruitment. This matter must be taken seriously. Now many creatures are fleeing everywhere. We must seize this opportunity. If we do it well, we can surpass the Dragon Follower domain in one fell swoop. Do you understand? Zhou Xuanji tapped the armrest and said with a smile. Jincheng nodded. Thinking of the grand plan described by Zhou Xuanji made his blood boil. After that, he turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and was about to cultivate when a beautiful figure rushed in. It was Shen Nianxing. To be precise, it was Shen Nianxing's previous life. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said with her hands on her hips, "Smelly guy, I have something to trouble you with." Zhou Xuanji didn't open his eyes and asked directly, "Can I refuse?" Shen Nianxing glared at him and said, "No, I need your ancestral voice." "Don't ask, I helped you get the ancestral voice. As long as you help me, I will repay you." Zhou Xuanji opened one eye and asked with a faint smile, "How will you repay me?" "I will help you kill an enemy. Anyone is fine. How about it?" Shen Nianxing snorted, looking as if he had taken advantage of her. Chapter 965. Shen Nianxing's proposal made Zhou Xuanji ponder for a while. Until now, he still didn't know how strong Shen Nianxing was. Although Shen Nianxing often helped him, her position was erratic. It would be good if he could get a promise from her. "Can you defeat Gu Juejiao?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. When Shen Nianxing heard this, she was immediately annoyed and shouted, "Are you playing with me? If you don't want to do it, then I won't do it. I'll leave now. I'm really helping an ungrateful person. I've always been helping you. It's like I'm asking for your help." Filled with righteous indignation, she flicked her sleeves and left. Zhou Xuanji was helpless and immediately called out, "I agree, why are you in such a hurry? Did I reject?" Shen Nianxing suddenly turned around and said with a strange smile, "Then come with me." She waved her right hand and used her divine energy to sweep Zhou Xuanji away. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. With his current abilities he could resist, but since he had already agreed, he would obey. The two of them arrived at an independent and unfamiliar void. Shen Nianxing stopped. With a wave of her right hand, the surrounding void turned into a magnificent world, with blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters, boundless ocean and vast desert. Begin speaking the ancestral voice. Shen Yanqing looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji nodded. He began to recite the ancestral voice. Shen Yanqing also sat cross-legged. Her hands kept waving and bursts of red qi emerged, diffusing in all directions. Zhou Xuanji narrated the ancestral voice while observing her. He really wanted to know what she was going to do. He found that this red qi was not the mortal qi, but was of a higher level. He suddenly remembered the identity of Shen Yanqing. She was the real Shen Yanqing's previous life. Shen Yanqing was a mortal god, so what was her previous life? Zhou Xuanji remembered that Little Sovereign had said that mortal gods shouldn't have previous lives. They were all origin souls. Could it be that she was also a mortal god in her previous life, and her realm was far beyond that of a mortal god? At this thought, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Looks like you've already met her, and are curious about my identity. Shen Yanqing's voice drifted over, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. He looked up and saw Shen Yanqing squinting at him expressionlessly. At this moment, Shen Yanqing made him feel so strange. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji spoke the ancestral voice and replied, "Yes, are you also a mortal god or the origin of a mortal god?" Shen Yanqing shook her head and said, "You can't imagine my identity, and I can't tell you for the time being. Once you know, you will be doomed eternally." So scary? Zhou Xuanji understood that there was no point in asking further. This woman would not tell him anyway. He focused his attention on the dreamlike world around him. He discovered that the world was solidifying. Was she creating a world? Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered something. When he first met Shen Yanqing, she couldn't even defeat some tyrannical great sovereigns. But now, every time he saw her, he felt that she was getting stronger. And it wasn't just a little bit stronger. It was a huge leap in strength. What was he going to do this time? It was definitely not as simple as just creating. The surface of Shen Yanqing's body suddenly glowed with red light. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yanqing directly turned into red smoke and dissipated, leaving no trace of aura. It was as if he had passed away in meditation. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Just as he was about to shut up, Shen Yanqing's voice sounded again. "Don't stop." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji could only continue. The world continued to evolve, becoming more and more real and heavy. It didn't take long for Zhou Xuanji to feel the birth of various rules. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled and continued to observe. In the starry sky of the Stars domain, the Stars Hall was located at the top of the entire domain. Millions of divine generals were hovering below, waiting. These were the guards carefully selected by Jin Chang. All of them were Origin Fusion Divine Lords. Some came from the Stars domain, and some came from other universes to seek shelter. Now these Star Guards took pride in guarding the Stars Hall. Because of this identity, their status in the Stars domain was extremely high. The treatment they enjoyed was also better than before. On this day, a young man wanted to go to the Stars Hall but was stopped. It was Wu Yan. Wu Yan had been in the Stars domain for a long time. He had always wanted to see Zhou Xuanji, but he didn't have the chance. This time he came directly to the Stars Hall. "Stop! Unauthorized people are not allowed to offend the Stars Hall," a guard shouted. The other Star Guards also glanced at Wu Yan. Their aura gathered together, forming an extremely powerful pressure that shook the space. Wu Yan was expressionless and didn't answer. He flipped his right hand, and a golden flag appeared out of nowhere. He waved the golden flag, and a violent golden gale blew. Before the millions of Star Guards could react, they were swept away and disappeared into the depths of the universe. In the blink of an eye, no one stood in front of Wu Yan. He walked in the air toward the Stars Hall step by step. His eyes were calm as he gazed at the Stars Hall. "How dare you!" Jin Cheng's violent cry came. He appeared above Wu Yan's head and slashed down with his saber. Boom! A formless energy barrier exploded and blocked Jin Cheng's saber. Wu Yan frowned. He waved the golden flag again and the golden gale came. Jin Cheng only swayed a little but was not swept away. "Humph, you dare to trespass the Stars Hall with your cultivation." He slashed down, crushing Wu Yan's energy barrier and slashed toward his face. Wu Yan's eyes focused, and his aura changed drastically. In the vast world, Zhou Xuanji was still narrating the ancestral voice. He frowned suddenly and felt a little uneasy. He spread out his divine will to see the situation in the star's domain, but he was blocked by the space-time barrier of this world. This time he was astonished. He didn't expect this world to be so hard. He looked up trying to find Shen Yanqing. But since Shen Yanqing disappeared, she hadn't shown up again. Do you want to go back? Shen Yanqing's voice came. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Okay, anyway, I'm almost done. You can go back first. Shen Yanqing's voice came again. Next, he was isolated by a powerful force. In the next second, he arrived in the space-time turbulence. He didn't stop and immediately used God's supreme speed to rush toward the star's domain. Soon he returned to the star's domain. The star's domain was still prosperous. He scanned with his divine will and found that all the courts were safe and sound. He breathed a sigh of relief and flew toward the star's hall. He suddenly discovered that the million star guards had disappeared. What's going on? His figure flickered as he teleported into the star's hall. He narrowed his eyes, looked ahead and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" He saw Wu Yan standing in front of his throne with the golden flag in his hand. Hearing his voice, Wu Yan turned around and looked at him faintly. Zhou Xuanji took out the Holy Ghost curse sword and was ready to attack. Wu Yan just stared at him without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji walked toward him with his sword. Thump! Suddenly, Wu Yan half knelt on the ground and placed his right hand on his chest, bowing to him. Chapter 966. What do you mean? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He scanned speechless with his divine will and realized that he could not see through this brat. This meant that in terms of cultivation, Zhou Xuanji was stronger than him. Speechless cupped his fist and raised the golden flag, intending to give it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while before waving his hand. The golden flag landed in his hand. In that instant, he saw that the million astral guards in Jincheng were all safe and sound. They were cursing and trying to escape. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Speechless gestured with his hand, and Zhou Xuanji somehow understood what he was trying to say. He was saying, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to assist you. This flag is a greeting gift, and it's also to prove my power." Zhou Xuanji looked at the golden flag and realized that the owner recognition mark had been erased. It was now an ownerless item. He immediately forced his blood essence into the flag and made it recognize him as its owner. The entire process was quick. He let Jincheng out and placed the million astral guards outside the Star Palace. Jincheng was delighted to see Zhou Xuanji, but he was enraged when he saw Speechless. He was about to slash with his saber. Wait, he has no ill intentions. He's here to join me. He was only trying to prove his power. You are not injured, right? Zhou Xuanji cried out. Although he did not trust Speechless completely, he saw his sincerity. He could not allow the conflict to escalate. Having heard that, Jincheng was stunned. He stared at Speechless with a deep frown. Speechless bowed to him with a sincere expression, looking harmless. Jincheng still felt uncomfortable in his heart. He felt that this brat was up to something. How about this? Jincheng, bring him to settle down first. Let him be a general of the Astral Guards and lead 10,000 Astral Guards. If he performs well, he can lead more Astral Guards in the future. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Although Jin Cheng was displeased, he did not dare to object. Speechless did not feel that he was mistreated. He bowed to Zhou Xuanji before leaving with Jin Cheng. Zhou Xuanji returned to his throne. He observed the golden flag and wanted to see how powerful it was. There were millions of restrictions within the golden flag, making it so that the creature sealed within the flag could not escape. At the same time, it possessed great offensive power. With a light wave of his hand, the Hall of Stars trembled. He immediately summoned Little Supreme to see what kind of treasure it was. Isn't this the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner of the Four Directions? Little Sovereign exclaimed, his eyes widening. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Powerful? Nonsense. The four-sided profound flags are one of the most precious treasures in the boundless universe. When the four flags are gathered together, one can move unhindered through a region." Little Sovereign said in a powerful voice, his eyes blazing. He suddenly turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said gloomily, "Where did you get this serendipity from? Didn't I tell you to stop?" He was both surprised and worried for Zhou Xuanji. This kid can't stay idle. "I did stop, but others came to me." Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Little Sovereign was stunned. Then Zhou Xuanji told him the whole story. After hearing this, Little Sovereign couldn't help but doubt his life. Serendipity really came to me? After coming back to his senses, he reminded, "You have to keep a close eye on that kid. It's not necessarily a good thing for an unknown person to give you a gift." Zhou Xuanji didn't say anything about his origin and his powerful cultivation. It really made him feel uneasy. Well, he didn't harm the star's domain, so I can't deal with him directly. Let's observe him for a while. First, tell me about the magical effects of the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner. Zhou Xuanji nodded and then led the topic to the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and angrily said, "How would I know?" He had only heard of the four-sided profound flags and seen the scroll that recorded its shape. He had never seen it before, let alone used it. After saying this, he returned to the Lesser Supreme Sword. Zhou Xuanji was already stronger than him at his peak. He also believed that Zhou Xuanji could handle everything, so he didn't bother to worry about it. My dreams are more interesting. Zhou Xuanji took the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner and began to study it seriously. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. A piece of news suddenly spread in the northern realm and quickly reached the star's domain. Sovereign Heaven had come out of seclusion. His cultivation had recovered. He had gathered billions of believers to attack the star's domain. At the same time, he had sent 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls to show his determination. As soon as the news came out, everyone in the star's domain was in a panic. The great sovereigns gathered together, wanting to meet Zhou Xuanji. After waiting for half a month, Zhou Xuanji finally let them enter the star's palace. "Master, Sovereign Heaven wants to attack us. He has sent 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls. What should we do?" Xiao Jinghong took the lead and spoke first. This was what Jin Cheng and the others had discussed. They let him say it to avoid angering Zhou Xuanji. Although Zhou Xuanji appeared very kind, he had preached several times. Everyone was inexplicably in awe of him. Maybe it was the influence of the ancestral voice. Zhou Xuanji, resting his hands on his knees, smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? I am not panicking. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Pass down my order, the star's domain will do as it should. I will never let the star's domain suffer any harm." He was very domineering and full of confidence. His words infected all the great sovereigns. The great supremes looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. Among the crowd, Speechless looked calm as he sized up Zhou Xuanji curiously. His gaze fell on the Golden River Kuan Wind controlling banner behind Zhou Xuanji, and he nodded slightly. Zhou Xuanji noticed his little action and laughed in his heart. Was this kid acknowledging him? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't think too much. Go down and do what you need to do. I'm the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. Even if Cardinal Heaven wants to kill me the most, I have absolute confidence. What are you afraid of?" 10 supreme martial artists of the 9 courts did sound frightening. This lineup was definitely enough to deal with the multi-star domain. Cardinal Heaven experts and other enemies could not come personally. Everyone could only bow and leave. After the star hall quieted down, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. He looked calm, but he was actually panicking. He pinned his hopes on Shen Yanqing. It won't be long before Shen Yanqing comes back. At that time, she should be even stronger. Not long ago, Shen Yanqing sent him a voice transmission. According to the time she said, she would be back in 10 days at most. Her tone was very excited. It was probably not just a small breakthrough. Thinking of this, he tried to compose himself. After 10 days, Shen Yanqing came back as scheduled. She went straight to the Star Hall and said with a teasing smile, "Smelly brat, Cardinal Heaven experts are coming to deal with you. Are you afraid?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied with a smile, "You are back, I am not afraid." From Shen Yanqing's tone, it was obvious that she didn't put the 10 supreme martial artists of the 9 courts in her eyes. "Apart from them, you still have enemies who are ready to make a move. When I came back, I found that some space-time turbulence near the multi-star domain has been restricted. You must pay attention to this. Shen Yanqing stopped smiling and said seriously. Chapter 967. Really? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in astonishment. He actually didn't notice that someone was tampering with the All-Stars domain. It seemed that he had been too arrogant and careless recently. He looked up at Shen Yanqing and said, "Don't go, I have to rely on you." Shen Yanqing curled her lips and snorted. "You still know how to rely on me. How arrogant you were when I begged you before." In response, Zhou Xuanji only smiled. If Shen Yanqing wanted to abandon him, she would not come back. This girl said one thing but meant another. "Don't worry. With me around, no one can shake the multitude-star domain." Shen Yanqing waved her hand and smiled, looking invincible in the world. With that, she disappeared from the hall. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he was curious about how powerful she was. It seemed like the world he had created earlier was extraordinary. Could it be that this girl was creating a courtyard realm? Impossible. Court realms were not as simple as just being big. Even though Zhou Xuanji controlled so many court realms, he could not open up a single one. The formation of a court required too many laws and divine power. Zhou Xuanji thought about it, but couldn't figure out what Shen Yanqing was doing. He could only continue cultivating. One day he would understand all of this. After Jincheng represented Zhou Xuanji to pass down the order, the atmosphere of terror in the multi-star territory was suppressed, but everyone was still worried. That was the cardinal heaven of the post-ancient prime three heavens. Even if he were to personally make a move, who would be able to stop 10-9 Hall's great supremes? Not even Daoist hidden heart in the dragon consort domain could do it. When Daozong's heart learned of this, he immediately sealed off the dragon follower domain, like a turtle withdrawing its head. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji's confidence affected everyone, making them look forward to Zhou Xuanji. Time continued to pass. The dangerous atmosphere of war was approaching the astral territory. On this day, a deafening roar resounded throughout the myriad stars domain. "Sword Emperor, come out and face your death. I'll slaughter you first. Slaughter the stars again." The domineering voice laughed wildly, echoing throughout the realm of the 100 courtyards. Countless living beings could hear it. The enemy was here. A vast and boundless terrifying aura enveloped the myriad stars domain, causing all living beings to feel suffocated. But the feeling of suffocation disappeared as quickly as it came. "A bunch of cowardly dogs dare to challenge me." Zhou Xuanji's voice came filled with disdain. A ray of sword light flew out from the star's palace. It was Zhou Xuanji. Jincheng, Fiend Venerable Qiyu, Supreme Venerable Crimson Dust, Xiao Jinghong, and the other great Supreme Venerables flew out from the various halls. The million astral guardians came in formation, and their momentum was tremendous. Countless experts flew out from the various realms. Most of them had been homeless before, and now that they finally had a place to settle down, they were filled with hatred and wanted to stand up. In the depths of the starry sky, 10 figures exuding terrifying auras flew over with a boundless army of living beings. Supreme of the 9 halls, the ruler of the court realm was a peak existence even amongst grand supremes. 10 of them came at once. Zhou Xuanji's robes fluttered in the wind as he gripped his 2 swords. There were legendary swords floating above his head, and his sword emperor spirit exploded out, shaking the surrounding space. The grand sovereigns behind him were also brimming with killing intent. They weren't afraid of the cardinal heaven army, and were instead filled with fighting spirit. They had to defend their homeland. If Zhou Xuanji lost, the multi-star territory would surely be destroyed, and they would become stray dogs again. "You are the Sword Emperor," the great sovereign of the 9 halls, who was leading the cardinal heaven army, said. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was burly and looked like a divine tower. He was even bigger than the other great sovereigns of the 9 halls. Each of his 6 hands held a mirror. His crimson hair danced in the wind like flames. "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight." Zhou Xuanji stepped out with an extremely tough attitude. He split into millions of greatly avatars, which turned into silver meteors and charged forward. It was a spectacular sight. "You are courting death." The red-haired great sovereign roared furiously as he took the lead and charged at Zhou Xuanji. The other 9 great sovereigns of the 9 halls followed suit. The war broke out. Other than the 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls, there were still many great sovereigns in the Cardinal Heaven army. Their number was no less than that of the multi-star territory. Clang! Zhou Xuanji and the red-haired great sovereign clashed first. Exterminating divine light burst out from Zhou Xuanji's eyes, but it was absorbed by one of the red-haired great sovereign's mirrors. Zhou Xuanji then used the delusion sword C. Silver light burst out and swept in all directions, engulfing the Cardinal Heaven army behind him. Countless sword shadows emerged from the silver light, slaughtering the surrounding creatures in a frenzy. The great sovereigns of the 9 halls resisted with their own sovereign divine power. But those ordinary creatures couldn't. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji killed millions of enemies with a single move. Peerlessly powerful. This scene greatly encouraged Jin Cheng and the others. You have successfully angered me. The red-haired great sovereign laughed furiously. He waved his 6 mirrors, shooting out beams of crimson light one after another. Zhou Xuanji nimbly dodged them. However, these crimson light beams didn't dissipate. Instead, they intertwined with each other and erupted with a horrifying suction force. Zhou Xuanji was caught off guard. He was sucked into the crimson light directly, unable to move. The red-haired great sovereign came up to him and waved his mirrors at him. At the same time, the 2 armies clashed. Boom! 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 Explosions came one after another, as though stars were exploding in the universe. It was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji used godly supreme speed to break free. He came up to the red-haired great sovereign with the Holy Ghost curse sword in his hand and pierced into his back. The curse power gushed into his body like a broken dam, destroying his bones and muscles. You! The red-haired great sovereign was shocked. He had no idea how Zhou Xuanji came up behind him. Too fast. It was the first time he had encountered such speed. He immediately turned around and waved his mirrors, wanting to attack Zhou Xuanji. But the curse power exploded, hindering his movement. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. He immediately used the destiny manifestation technique. Billowing black clouds suddenly gathered. The red-haired great sovereign looked up, and his expression changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji dodged suddenly, and a great sovereign of the 9 halls appeared. The divine weapon in his hand hovered above the red-haired great sovereign's head. So fast. The great sovereign of the 9 halls was equally shocked. He immediately unleashed his sovereign's divine power to form a protective shield to defend against Zhou Xuanji's sneak attack. The destiny manifestation technique was activated. A silhouette appeared on the black clouds and slammed his palm toward the red-haired great sovereign. The red-haired great sovereign's body trembled. He couldn't move and was about to kneel down. What are you doing? The great sovereign beside him asked in shock. The red-haired great sovereign's eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't answer his comrade. His attention was already attracted by the silhouette on the black clouds. Not only him. It was the same for many other creatures. That silhouette was majestic and domineering. He was emanating a mighty pressure that dominated the battlefield. Heaven, Jin Cheng said with a trembling voice. Fear was written all over his face. Zhou Xuanji appeared. Looking at the sovereign heaven silhouette on the black clouds, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that the sovereign was really cruel. He even killed his subordinates. This is the destiny manifestation technique. It will manifest your destiny and death tribulations. Take a good look. Zhou Xuanji said loudly. His voice traveled into the ears of every creature. Chapter 968. Destiny Manifestation Technique. It could manifest one's own death tribulation. The creatures on the cardinal heaven side were all frightened. They all recognized the figure on the black cloud. It was a cardinal heaven. In other words, Crimson Hair Great Sovereign would die in the hands of a cardinal heaven. What about them? Crimson Hair Great Sovereign was their leader. Thinking of this, the nearly 10 billion creatures were all terrified. Cardinal Heaven was tyrannical and cruel. They had seen it with their own eyes. They didn't have the confidence to think that the Cardinal Heaven wouldn't kill them. Nonsense. Just kill. Slaughtering the star's domain. The Cardinal Heaven will definitely reward us. A 9 halls great sovereign furiously shouted. His whole body was wrapped in lightning. Holding billions of lightning bolts in his hands, He charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled contemptuously. It seemed that these guys' hearts were already shaken. He immediately shouted, "How long are you going to watch? Come out and help me destroy them." Just as his voice fell, the great sovereign wrapped in lightning suddenly stopped. His expression froze. He was petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! All the creatures were frightened, including the star's domain side. What happened? They saw a figure appear on top of the stone great sovereign's head out of thin air. It was Shen Yanqing. She slammed down with her palm, smashing him into pieces and turning him into ashes. Interesting. The corner of Shen Yanqing's mouth rose as her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind another 9 halls great sovereign. It was the same palm, but this great sovereign was first petrified and then turned into ashes. He was directly killed. Shen Yanqing moved continuously, killing the 9 halls great sovereigns with one palm strike after another. Boom! The Cardinal Heaven army retreated in fear, staying away from the battlefield. Even the great sovereigns did the same. Who is that woman? Impossible. What did I see? Oh my God! Run! That's a 9 halls great sovereign. He died just like that? No wonder the Sword Emperor is so arrogant. He has someone behind him. The creatures were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to fight anymore. The star's domain side was stunned. Some of them had seen Shen Yanqing and knew that she was a special existence. She could meet Zhou Xuanji directly. At first, they thought that Shen Yanqing was Zhou Xuanji's lover. Only now did they know that this woman was Zhou Xuanji's backer. No wonder she was so arrogant and domineering. She was really strong. Those creatures who almost offended Shen Yanqing all had cold sweat on their foreheads. Xiao Jingheng lamented. How powerful. Master is always able to attract such experts to his side. Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Changge, and Chen Bantian nodded. Jin Chang and the other authoritative figures of the Myriad Stars domain were all in shock. Speechless, he stared at Shen Yanqing and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. In less than 10 breaths, except for the red-haired Great Supreme, all the 9 courts Great Supreme were killed. Shen Yanqing turned her attention to the other Great Supreme. A one-sided slaughter unfolded. Zhou Xuanji began to watch the show. He discovered that Shen Yanqing's speed wasn't any slower than his Shen Wu. Was it purely the speed of his physical body? Or was it a divine ability? He was once again interested in Shen Yanqing. Cardinal Heaven subordinates, listen up. You have already lost. If you escape, you will definitely die. Join the Stars domain and I will let bygones be bygones. If you fight for me, I will give you a safe place to live and let you be reborn. Zhou Xuanji suddenly spoke. His voice was loud and full of provocation. The creatures who were running stopped when they heard this. They all knew how the Cardinal Heaven treated their defeated subordinates. They were really going to kill them. For a moment, nearly half of the creatures stopped running. In this situation, they didn't dare to have any other ambitions. They just wanted to live. A great sovereign turned around in horror and cried, I am willing to surrender. Don't kill me. Shen Yanqing was too fast. He understood that he couldn't escape. If the great sovereign surrenders, don't kill them. Keep them alive. As long as they kneel down, it means that they have surrendered. Don't kill them. Zhou Xuanji shouted, hoping that Shen Yanqing would give him face. Shen Yanqing didn't disappoint him. She directly skipped over all the great sovereigns who knelt down. In this way, more and more great sovereigns chose to surrender. The war was over. Looking at the creatures kneeling in front of them, the people of the Myriad Stars domain all felt their blood boiling. The Sword Emperor is invincible. Ha ha ha, he didn't lie to us. This battle is too easy. Our Stars domain is going to rise. If we absorb them, our strength will soar. I think we can also swallow the Dragon Consort domain. The cry of victory soon spread to the Stars domain. In a short while, there were only kneeling creatures left in this universe. Shen Yanqing smiled and no longer chased them. Instead, she flew back to the Stars domain to rest. No one dared to block her flight. Zhou Xuanji, carrying the muddle-headed great sovereign, disappeared. He didn't need to deal with the rest of the situation himself. All the great sovereigns who could threaten Jin Chang were dead. None of the remaining great sovereigns were stronger than him. After returning to the Stars Palace, Zhou Xuanji began to absorb the divine energy of the red-haired great sovereign. This guy was a great sovereign of the 9 courts. Zhou Xuanji might be able to break through to the great sovereign of the 6 courts in one fell swoop. The red-haired great sovereign was still in a state of fear. It wasn't that the fate manifestation technique was too strong, but that the cardinal heaven made him too afraid. After 3 days, Jin Cheng arranged for the defeated ones to be scattered to various courts, completely breaking them up. Zhou Xuanji kept his promise and didn't humiliate them. This made them breathe a sigh of relief and rejoice. In fact, after joining the cardinal heaven, they regretted it. They followed the cardinal heaven and fought non-stop every day. They had no time to rest. Once they were defeated, they would die. The cardinal heaven hated traitors so much that they would send a large number of subordinates to hunt them down. So they didn't dare to escape. Today they were defeated. They had no choice but to betray the cardinal heaven. Zhou Xuanji transmitted his voice to Jin Cheng to arrange the use of these creatures. Jin Cheng didn't meet him, but he knew about his plan. Jin Cheng was very excited about this. He could feel that Zhou Xuanji really trusted him and even put him in an important position. His position hadn't been replaced by Zhou Xuanji's original subordinates. This battle spread throughout the Northern Endless Realm. The Sword Emperor's name shook the Northern Endless Realm again. All the nearby domains sent people to the Stars domain to curry favor with him. The lords of various forces in the Northern Endless Realm knew how powerful the Stars domain was. In the Northern Endless Realm, there weren't many forces that could defeat a Cardinal Heaven army like this. After Longsong domain learned about this, his heart skipped a beat. They had also defeated a Cardinal Heaven army before, but that lineup couldn't be compared to this battle. Daozong Xian even came to visit Zhou Xuanji in person. Inside the Stars Palace, Daozong Xian looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in his eyes. He saw the red-haired great sovereign lying at Zhou Xuanji's feet. His sovereign's divine power was being absorbed by Zhou Xuanji continuously. Such an ending, Daozong Xian took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Sword Emperor, we haven't seen each other for such a short time. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Chapter 969. Stepping on the red-haired great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Dao brother, we are really embarrassing ourselves. We are still inferior to your dragon follower domain. Can't beat him?" Daozong almost cursed inwardly. The dragon follower domain could not stop 10-9 Hall's great paragons. But he still smiled and shook his head. "You're too modest. What do you plan to do next?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Do what you should do. Our pace will be the same as before. Of course, if the Cardinal Heaven still wants to target us, the war will continue." Daozong Xian had always turned a blind eye to the development of the multi-star realm, because he thought that it was seeking death. However, the appearance of Shen Yanqing made him feel a sense of crisis. With such a powerful backer, what would Zhou Xuanji do next? It must be to swallow up the dragon follower domain. After all, he had done this before. Although Daozong Xian was on good terms with him, it was only on the surface. The two of them did not have a deeper relationship. This time Daozong Xian came to test Zhou Xuanji's stance. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Is that so? If there's anything you need help with, Sword Emperor, you can tell me anytime." Zhou Xuanji leaned forward and said meaningfully, "Since this is the case, then I will accept it. I have something that I need your help with. Here it comes." Daozong's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded with a smile. "It's said that there's a Cardinal Heaven army's base nearby. Your dragon consort domain can go and destroy them. Of course, if you can't defeat them, you can retreat. The main goal is to probe their strength. It's best if you can destroy them," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He spoke very kindly, without any intention of threatening her. Daozong wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would fly into a rage out of humiliation. If Zhou Xuanji asked that mysterious woman for help, wouldn't he be dead for sure? He took a deep breath, cupped his fists and said, "Don't worry, I will personally lead the army." Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and asked, "Do you want to stay as a guest?" The corner of Daozong Xian's mouth twitched and he said, "There's no need for that. I'm here to congratulate you and it's time for me to leave. Continue with your cultivation." With that, he immediately bowed and turned to leave. He moved very quickly. fearing that Zhou Xuanji would change his mind and force him to stay. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Seeing how fearful Daozong Xian was, he felt wonderful. However, all of this was thanks to Shen Yanxing. It was not reliable enough. He still had to work hard to cultivate and rely on his own strength. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and continued to absorb the supreme god force of the red-haired great sovereign. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of Crimson Hair Great Sovereign's divine power and broke through to the Sixth Court Great Sovereign. Scarlet-haired Great Supreme Being was also destroyed in body and soul, no longer existing. The breakthrough in Zhou Xuanji's cultivation caused the 2 faded fate pearls to resonate. They flew out of Zhou Xuanji's body and intertwined above his head. This is... Zhou Xuanji looked over with narrowed eyes. Colorful lights were flashing in the star's palace, looking extremely resplendent. 2 extremely powerful forces were produced from the faded fate pearl. They collided with each other and fused together. Soon they shot out 2 beams of light and entered Zhou Xuanji's body. These were 2 strange energies. They were very similar, but there were also differences. His faded fate pearl was milder, but the power of the red faded fate pearl was more sinister, causing him to shiver all over. He did not resist and used the invading immortal body to absorb the 2 energies. Somehow he seemed to have sensed something. He took out a pitch-black longsword. This sword was called the Coercive Sword. It required the cultivation of the 6 court great sovereigns to use. It had never appeared before. The coercive sword's form was domineering. It was like a blade emerging from a black claw's palm, constantly releasing black qi like raging flames. The black qi dissipated as soon as it left the blade. With the coercive sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji began practicing. The sword technique he was practicing was not organized, but because of his solid foundation in the sword's Tao, it looked like a profound sword technique. Enlightenment. Under the power of the 2 faded fate pearls, Zhou Xuanji began to comprehend the sword technique. It was a wonderful and comfortable feeling. Zhou Xuanji did not resist but recalled all his sword techniques. The star's palace trembled as the sword wind blew. The million astral guards outside also sensed a tremendous power. They subconsciously looked up and saw the astral hall trembling. All of them revealed expressions of awe and reverence. The Sword Emperor was breaking through again. Too powerful. I heard that the Sword Emperor is not even 10,000 years old. Really? I heard it from the creatures of the Kunlun Origin Court. The Kunlun Origin Court is indeed the origin of all things. They can even produce such a peerless genius. Ha ha ha, this is a blessing for us. If we follow him, maybe one day we will all be able to leave our names in history. The Star Guards were discussing. After the previous war, they all had fanatical worship for Zhou Xuanji. Even if it was Shen Yanxing who turned the tide, Zhou Xuanji could attract Shen Yanxing. It was also a kind of strength. The strong would never associate with the weak. The news about the Sword Emperor's breakthrough began to spread wildly in the star's domain. Everyone was in awe. Such an expert could continue to break through. What reason did they have not to work hard? Inside a small star, Shen Yanxing was cultivating under a peach tree when she suddenly looked up. Her eyes were locked on the star's palace as her pupils dilated. "What aura is that?" she murmured, furrowing her brows. She had long known that Zhou Xuanji had many secrets, but she couldn't see through them. She probed with her divine will, but a powerful force isolated her divine will outside the star's palace. This made her even more curious. But she didn't go there so as not to interfere with Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. Her eyes flickered as she sighed softly. It seems that he is getting closer and closer to that goal. At the same time, inside the star's palace, Zhou Xuanji was focused on practicing his sword. He had gradually comprehended a new divine ability. It integrated all his sword Dao divine abilities, and the core was the divine rainbow Lord Dao. He wanted to create a sword Dao divine ability of his own. This divine ability was about to be completed. He suddenly put away his sword and sat down in front of his throne. He held the suppressive divine sword in his right hand and held it in front of him. The blade reflected his eyes. His eyes were so cold. This divine ability will be called Sword Emperor Absolute. Zhou Xuanji murmured with a smile. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he murmured. Although he had yet to unleash the full power of the Sword Emperor Absolute, He was confident that this would be his most powerful killer move. No one among great sovereigns could block this divine ability. He looked at the two faded fate pearls floating above his head. His eyes flickered as his heart was filled with curiosity. What was that power just now? It felt no worse than the ancestral voice. It should be said that it was another kind of ancestral voice that could lead him to create. The ancestral voice could only promote the cultivation of living beings. Both were infinitely mysterious. He raised his hand and took the two faded fate pearls into his hand before he began to observe them seriously. The two faded fate pearls had changed. A sword shadow was imprinted on their surface. The shape was very similar to the suppressive divine sword. Chapter 970. Zhou Xuanji held the two faded fate pearls and observed them for a long time. In the end, he was unable to fully comprehend the faded fate pearls. He put away the two faded fortune pearls, stood up, and walked out of Star Hall. He had already broken through to the 6 Hall's Grand Supremes and comprehended the Absolute Sword Emperor. Next, it was time for him to personally manage the Star's domain. After incorporating billions of Cardinal Heaven soldiers, the multi-star domain was in a state of expansion. Fortunately, there were enough court realms in the All-Stars domain enough to break them up. Adding on Zhou Xuanji's prestige, not many surrendered people dared to act recklessly. Once they were discovered, Jin Chang would execute them immediately. He used this method to tell the newcomers that fairness was not indulgence. Zhou Xuanji gathered the rulers of the various courts. They were in the starry sky below the Stars Palace. The majority of those who came were great supreme beings. They were very puzzled. Could it be that the Sword Emperor was going to hold a meeting here? Weren't they afraid that their plan would be leaked? Zhou Xuanji stood above everyone, and his legendary swords weaved together, forming a throne of swords. He sat on the throne and looked down at everyone. Jin Chang was the first to kneel and pay his respects. The others also understood and knelt down. "Greetings, Sword Emperor," everyone said in unison. They couldn't help but feel excited in their hearts. Although they did not understand why Zhou Xuanji was doing this, at this moment, a wave of indescribable hot-bloodedness infected them. They seemed to see the rise of the multi-star domain, dominating the northern boundless continent, and Zhou Xuanji sitting on the supreme throne. At that time their status would also rise. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest were kneeling among them. They were the most excited. Zhou Xuanji said, "I will talk about some of the arrangements for the multi-star domain." Everyone quieted down, anticipating what he would say. Cardinal Heaven experts are rampant and ruthless. They have already attacked us once and will definitely take revenge in the future. We can't just sit and wait for death. I hope that all living beings in the astral domains will work hard to cultivate and become stronger with the goal of protecting the astral domains. In addition, we have to expand and save those domains that are in fear. Zhou Xuanji spoke in a measured tone as he explained his plan. He wasn't afraid of being heard by all living beings. Instead, he intentionally let all living beings hear him. He governed with benevolence and chose to expand outwards in the name of benevolence. He was absolutely not afraid of being called a hypocrite. On the contrary, many creatures were pleasantly surprised. This was because many of their loved ones and close friends were still fleeing in the northern endless lands. If Zhou Xuanji could carry the banner of resisting the Cardinal Heaven in the northern boundless continent, it would be like taking advantage of the situation. Everyone would obey him. More and more creatures flew out of their respective worlds and looked up at Zhou Xuanji as he spoke. No one dared to interrupt, and they listened attentively to Zhou Xuanji's orders. If they wanted to expand, they had to stabilize their internal affairs. If the internal situation was chaotic, how could they pacify the external situation? After speaking for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji finally finished. 100 years later, I will preach to all living beings. After saying this, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask for the opinions of the Grand Supremes. Being autocratic might have many drawbacks, but it could unite people's hearts. Zhou Xuanji was willing to listen to their opinions, but that was in private. To the outside world he had to show his strength. The stronger he was, the more confidence his subordinates would have in facing their enemies. As soon as he left, everyone started talking excitedly. "That's awesome. This is what we should do." The Sword Emperor is the first Almighty who dares to publicly announce that he wants to contend with a Cardinal Heaven expert. Northern Limitless needs us. Ha ha ha, following the Sword Emperor is so cool. Let's annex the Dragon Follower domain first. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. The Grand Supremes discussed among themselves. After a long while, they left one after another. The news quickly spread to all realms in the multi-star domain. Some nearby scouts from the god domains also panicked and fled back to pass on the news. Zhou Xuanji was not only declaring war on Cardinal Heaven but also the entire Northern Limitless. However, to those creatures that were fleeing in all directions, this would be a blessing. Every Limitless had a powerful barrier that was very difficult to cross. Those who stayed in the Northern Limitless could only wait to be slaughtered by Cardinal Heaven experts. In the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji moved forward with the suppressive legendary sword in his hand. He was looking for the restriction that Xin Yanqing had mentioned. He swung his sword forward, and his sword chi swept across. Golden talismans appeared out of thin air, densely covering the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but raise his brow. So many? He immediately destroyed these golden talismans and continued forward. Relying on his own divine energy, Zhou Xuanji forced all the restrictions to reveal themselves. These golden talismans didn't contain any destructive power. They could even be said to be very weak. But because of this, Zhou Xuanji felt strange. Who was it? It should be the evil emperor's subordinate. A clear voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw Wu Yan standing behind him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "I thought you were mute." Wu Yan didn't have a mouth, but he had delicate features and didn't look out of place at all. He replied, "It wasn't convenient for me to speak before. But now that you are being targeted by the evil emperor, I must stand out." Evil Emperor. This name was like thunder to Zhou Xuanji's ears. The most powerful overlord in the Northern Limitless was the evil emperor. It was because of the evil emperor that the sovereign geniuses couldn't dominate the Northern Limitless. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why is he targeting me? Am I not helping him share the pressure?" Wu Yan stared into his eyes and replied, "The evil emperor's domineeringness and pride aren't any weaker than Cardinal Heaven. It could even be said that the four overlords are the same. They can't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. You might already be a threat to him. He doesn't need help. He thinks that he can destroy a Cardinal Heaven by himself." Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown. He often heard of the evil emperor's name, but he wasn't clear about the evil emperor's strength. Some people said that he was comparable to the post-ancient sovereign three heavens, while others said that he was far inferior to a Cardinal Heaven. He couldn't even destroy a Cardinal Heaven who hadn't recovered to his peak. But there was also a saying that he had surpassed Cardinal Heaven, and was just waiting for a Cardinal Heaven to recover to his peak. Only then would he have a pinnacle showdown, stepping on the corpse of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens to become the most powerful. No matter which one it was, the evil emperor wasn't someone Zhou Xuanji could deal with. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Then what do you think I should do?" Wu Yan replied, "Get rid of these marks first. At the same time, send some people to guard it. Otherwise, once the evil emperor is free, he can directly kill us through these marks. He can destroy the star's domain with a single palm. Even Xin Yanqing can't resist it." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched. The evil emperor is so powerful? He can destroy the star's domain with a single palm. This is too exaggerated. The divine ability you just comprehended is very amazing. If you study it carefully, you can step into the undying realm. In the future, you can even compete with the four undying overlords, Wu Yan said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji looked at him deeply. This kid can even see through the Sword Emperor? It seems that Wu Yan has been observing him. What is your purpose? Zhou Xuanji asked, changing the topic. Chapter 971. Speechless replied, "I've said it before, I'm here to assist you. The Golden River Kuan Windriding Banner was a greeting gift. You can trust me. If I'm plotting against you, there are many opportunities to destroy the multitude star territory." After saying this, he bowed to Zhou Xuanji again. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, "Then help me remove these marks." There was no end to the space-time turbulence. He had no idea how many golden seals the evil emperor's men had left behind. Speechless did not refuse. He raised his right hand, and countless beams of light flew out from his palm. Boom! 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 One by one, the invisible golden imprints were struck, and after appearing, they immediately dissipated. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think to himself, this fellow was so sensitive to these golden marks. Could it be that he was related to the evil emperor? When he thought of this, he became even more wary of Wordless. He flew ahead without saying a word, and Zhou Xuanji closely followed behind. 10 hours later, Wu Yan finally managed to remove all of the golden marks. They flew for a very long time. Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked in his heart. With so many golden marks, how many people had the evil emperor sent? The scariest thing was that he hadn't noticed it before. It seemed that he couldn't just focus on cultivation in the future. He had to be more vigilant. He immediately created dozens of doppelgangers. The doppelgangers quickly flew in different directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Speechless squinted his eyes and said, "Your clone is not bad. In terms of stability, it's rare." Zhou Xuanji could not deny it. "Let's go, it's time to go back," he said, waving his hand. The two of them teleported back to the astral field. After returning to the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji began to think about how to deal with the dual pressure from the evil emperor and Cardinal Heaven. Right now, the two overlords seemed to be competing with each other. But in reality, it was just a stalemate. Either side had the ability to free up a hand to destroy him. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Supreme Sword. Demonic Emperor. When Little Sovereign heard this, his eyelids twitched wildly and he fell into silence. Looking at his expression, it was clear that he was also filled with reverence for the demonic emperor. "By the way, what is the imperishable realm? I have a subordinate named Wu Yan who said that I have a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with the evil emperor and step into the imperishable realm," Zhou Xuanji asked. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuanji knew that he could not think of a solution, so it was better to ask something else. Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he asked in astonishment, "How can you step into the immortal realm? What did you get?" He had only been asleep for a short period of time, and this kid had made such a huge leap? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I created a divine ability." As he finished speaking, he took out the divine sword of coercion. His eyes were instantly filled with purple light, and everything became silent. Little Sovereign was stunned and inexplicably creeped out. Even though Zhou Xuanji had not acted yet, he felt like he was going to die. The Hall of Stars fell into a strange atmosphere. Little Sovereign gulped and cautiously asked, "What is this magical power called?" "Absolute Sword Emperor," Zhou Xuanji said with a pleased smile. He had not truly used the Sword Emperor Absolute technique because if he did, it would definitely be a disaster. "Good name. It suits you very well," Little Sovereign exclaimed in admiration. The purple light in Zhou Xuanji's eyes faded, and the murderous atmosphere disappeared. He took a deep breath and said, "The imperishable realm is a realm that surpasses the Grand Supreme Realm. It's said that it's impossible to break through that realm with just cultivation. It requires great fortune or great divine ability to break through it with force." Above Grand Supreme, Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The evil emperor must be an existence that surpassed the Grand Sovereign. Otherwise, how could he compete with a Cardinal Heaven? However, he didn't know how the realms above the Grand Supreme were divided. Little Sovereign reminded him, "You better behave for the time being. Otherwise, your enemies will not just be Cardinal Heaven." Zhou Xuanji nodded. Some plans didn't need to be publicized. 100 years later, Zhou Xuanji began preaching for the Stars domain. Everyone had been looking forward to this preaching for a long time. Zhou Xuanji's preaching had already become famous in the North Infinity long ago. However, most of the powerful cultivators didn't take it seriously. Those ancient existences wouldn't even guess that he was preaching the ancestral voice. Not to mention the North Infinity, only the ancestral Buddha would preach in all directions. When Zhou Xuanji uttered the first note, everyone's soul trembled. All the realms turned silent. Everyone began to listen to Zhou Xuanji's preaching seriously. No matter how high one's cultivation was, they would quickly fall into a state of epiphany when they heard the ancestral voice. In a pavilion, Wordless stood in front of the window sill, looking at the starry sky in the distance. He mumbled, "Ancestral voice, how many great opportunities are you hiding?" A rare look of shock appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to know the ancestral voice at all. Next, he meditated on the spot and began to enjoy the ancestral voice. He wouldn't refuse an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep. This preaching lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji only ended the preaching after making sure that every creature had gained something. The Sword Emperor is merciful. All of the creatures of the court realm began to shout these words. They were extremely excited. After listening to this sermon, all of the problems they faced in their cultivation were easily solved. Most of the creatures even broke through as a result. It could be said that the entire world was celebrating. In their opinion, such a magical preaching must have consumed a lot of their cultivation. Therefore, they were very moved and worshipped Zhou Xuanji even more. Zhou Xuanji was about to rest in the hall when Shan Yanqing barged in. She arrived before Zhou Xuanji in one step and asked, "What's the origin of that kid without a mouth?" Her expression was serious. Her eyes were sharp and filled with hidden anger. "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. Although Wordless was mysterious, he shouldn't be a match for Shan Yanqing. Shan Yanqing gritted her teeth and said, "He has the extreme Dao Qi. He is from the East Infinity royal family." East Infinity? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had already offended the Northern Endless Evil Emperor and the Western Endless Ancient Geniuses, and now he had also offended the Eastern Endless Ancient Geniuses? Shan Yanqing sighed. "I didn't notice it before, but when you were preaching, he was cultivating and leaked the aura of the extreme path. The Eastern Infinity royal family are all monsters. You've been targeted by them. You're in big trouble." She blamed herself. It was normal that Zhou Xuanji did not recognize him, but she had experienced so much in the endless universe. Why did she not notice him earlier? "He said he's here to help me. He might not be an enemy, right?" Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. Although he had been in the limelight recently, he had not yet reached the level of an overlord who could threaten the world. "Help you? That is to win you over. When you grow up, if you don't choose a side, the Eastern Endless Imperial family will definitely make a move against you." Shan Yanqing frowned. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Since you said that you will grow up, then there is still some time, right? Don't panic." Shan Yanqing came in such a hurry that he was shocked. Hearing this, Shan Yanqing felt that it made sense. The reputation of the Eastern Infinity royal family was too great, which made her panic. She tried to calm down and said, "You are right, but we must keep an eye on that guy. His cultivation is not very strong, but the Eastern Infinity royal family behind him is a family that has been passed down since the ancient sovereign era. We must not provoke them." Zhou Xuanji was surprised and said, "According to what you said, isn't the Eastern Infinity the strongest endless?" Chapter 972. It can't be said to be the strongest. It can only be said that it has the deepest foundation, Shan Yanqing replied, shaking her head. Zhou Xuanji was even more surprised when he heard this. This Eastern Infinity isn't the strongest. Doesn't this mean that Northern Infinity is the weakest? Shan Yanqing said seriously. It's difficult to tell who is strong and who is weak. It's impossible for the weak to survive for so long. Today's Four Infinity is more powerful than all living beings imagine. The four overlords have the potential to compete for the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. It's just that the world is advocating their ancestors. This wasn't the first time Zhou Xuanji had heard such words. There were always some powerhouses who were promoting the current generation. Zhou Xuanji listened to it, but whether he believed it or not was another matter. Since he is already here, let's take things as they come. You stay in the stars domain and help me keep an eye on him, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, staring at Shan Yanqing. Shan Yanqing rolled her eyes at him and said meaningfully, "I'm not helping you for free. If you ask me like this, you will owe me more and more. Understand?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged, smiling but didn't say anything. Shan Yanqing smiled and turned to leave. After she left the Star's Palace, Zhou Xuanji's smile froze. Cardinal Heaven, Evil Emperor, Eastern Infinity Royal Family. It's really a gathering of stars. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and murmured, "You want to use me as a chess piece? If the chess piece is too big, it will crush me to death." He didn't feel any pressure. On the contrary, he felt that the current situation was very good. Wordless came to assist him. Didn't it mean that the Eastern Infinity royal family wanted to support him? Then, he would have one more bargaining chip when facing the evil emperor in Cardinal Heaven. He took out the 2 faded fate pearls and continued to comprehend. Undying realm. What kind of realm is this? In the starry sky filled with black chi, countless meteorites were flying like sand in the wind. A row of mysterious existences in black robes stood in the air. There were a total of 17 figures. Their heads were wisps of smoke, making it impossible to distinguish their true faces. They were looking up in the same direction. There was a beam of light with thunder and lightning. There was a huge figure vaguely in the beam of light. It was like a world-destroying demon god. It was incomparably majestic, and its terrifying aura filled the universe with pressure. The star's domain has an undying existence that surpasses Great Sovereign? A hoarse voice rang out, its tone cold. A black-robed man replied, "Yes, that person is a mortal ancestor god. She has the aura of the graveyard of gods. All these years, there has been a mortal ancestor god hunting Grand Supremes. Maybe it's her." The black-robed man at the side added, "Not only that, there is also the extreme Dao Qi in the multitude star domain, and the Eastern Infinity royal family is also within it. It's best if we don't interfere and let the Cardinal Heaven Masters deal with the multitude star domain, thereby angering the Eastern Infinity royal family." The others followed suit. "That's right, we can use someone else to do our dirty work. The Eastern Endless Imperial family has always disliked Cardinal Heaven experts. Hunyuan Heaven also wants to intervene in the boundless north. We are surrounded by enemies and this is our chance. Speaking of which, it's strange. What kind of background does the Sword Emperor have? Is it because he's the Kunlun Origin Court's sovereign that he could attract the Eastern Endless Imperial family? We also have a Kunlun Origin Court supremacy under us. Why don't we send him to persuade the Sword Emperor and rope him over to His Majesty's side?" The black-robed men discussed among themselves. The silhouette in the beam of light listened quietly and did not speak. After they quietened down, the silhouette in the beam of light said, "Send the Kunlun Origin Court supremacy. You will arrange everything. This emperor is very tired and needs to rest. In the future, do not disturb this emperor if there is no especially important information. Understand?" A murderous aura emanated from the beam of light, causing the black-robed men to sway continuously. They immediately bowed and disappeared from where they were. Ever since Zhou Xuanji knew that Wu Yin came from the Eastern Infinity royal family, he had been talking to Wu Yin intentionally or unintentionally. He asked about how to govern the multitude star domain. Wu Yin was very smart and could always think of many strategies for him. Zhou Xuanji passed down the strategies that he thought were good and implemented them immediately. From beginning to end, he did not promote Wu Yin at all. Speechless did not have any complaints. He looked like a loyal and honest person. This day, Daozong Xian came to visit him. The two gathered in the multitude star palace. Looking at him, who was high above, Daozong Xian sighed and said, "I lost. How many elites did you send?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. "Just me alone," Daozong Xian said straightforwardly. He was the most powerful being in the Dragon Follower domain. His loss meant that the Dragon Follower domain lost. "Tell me about it." Zhou Xuanji maintained his smile. He didn't find it strange. After all, it was a Cardinal Heaven base that attracted countless believers to worship it. Even though the Cardinal Heaven was domineering, there was still an endless stream of living beings. They thought that joining the Cardinal Heaven would grant them eternal life. If they could not win, they would join. Serve the Cardinal Heaven. No matter how brutal the Cardinal Heaven was, they would not kill until he was the only one left in Northern Infinity. Everyone knew that the Cardinal Heaven's true goal was to create a great era like the primeval sovereign era. Any greatness needed to be revered. Daozong Xian began to talk about the specific situation of the base. It was a gigantic island, one that was even bigger than the Great Thousand World. A Cardinal Heaven statue stood on the island, which contained a strand of the Cardinal Heaven's consciousness. Daozong Xian was defeated by that strand of consciousness. Fortunately, it was just a strand of consciousness, or else he would not have been able to escape. According to his observation, many void beasts and powerful cultivators were hiding on the island. There were restrictions outside the island, and only great sovereigns could enter. Even if one entered, one would not be able to escape without the cultivation of the 7 court's great sovereigns. There were no rules on the island. In other words, the island was a training ground. Those who entered had to fight continuously if they wanted to survive. Those who knew this secret would be killed by the cardinal heaven's consciousness if they had any intention of betraying. If not for Daozong Xian's powerful cultivation, he would not have been able to escape. You stayed there for 100 years? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. Looking at Daozong Xian's expression, it was hard to imagine that he had been through all this. Zhou Xuanji thought that he would be back soon. Daozong Xian nodded and said, all in all, if that island was released, the Dragon Follower domain, Star's domain, and all the nearby domains would be flattened. He still felt a lingering fear when he mentioned this. Even the great sovereigns of the 9 courts were so scared. It showed how terrifying that island was. Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. If so, what is the cardinal heaven waiting for? Daozong Xian shook his head. He was also confused about this. Zhou Xuanji immediately sent a telepathic message to Wuyan. Soon Wuyan came to the Star's Palace. After hearing about it, Wuyan said, it should be some kind of formation. As far as I know, there is more than one island like this. They are scattered across the endless worlds. Daozong Xian sized him up and was curious about who this brat was. Sword Emperor, this is your serendipity. Don't you know how to absorb the sovereign's divine power, and have mastered a speed divine ability? You can go there, Wuyan said meaningfully. Chapter 973. Wuyan's suggestion caused Zhou Xuanji to narrow his eyes. It was not that he had not thought of this, but Wuyan's suggestion surprised him. This kid knew him very well. Daozong shook his head and said, no, that place is too dangerous. I suggest the Sword Emperor not go. He was not trying to persuade Zhou Xuanji sincerely. It was just that he and Zhou Xuanji were in the same boat. If anything happened to Zhou Xuanji, the Dragon Follower domain would not have a good ending either. He had already defied the will of Cardinal Heaven. Even if he surrendered, Cardinal Heaven would not let him off. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Dao brother, you can go back first. Pay more attention to the spatial turbulence around you. Previously, I discovered that the evil emperor's people were secretly setting up restrictions. Demonic Emperor. Daozong Xian was startled. He immediately bowed and left. He was also afraid of being targeted by the evil emperor. After he left, he looked at Zhou Xuanji speechlessly and said, such a lowly person is not fit to be on your side. Just subdue him. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Subdue? Can you help me? This kid was really arrogant. The Dragon Pursuit domain was bigger than the Stars domain. All right. Speechless agreed immediately. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was quite surprised. Could this brat defeat the Supreme of the 9 Halls? Give Xin Yanqing to me, Wu Yan said seriously. Zhou Xuanji's smile froze. He felt that he had been played. The two of them stared at each other, and even the air seemed to freeze. Speechless seemed to feel that it was inappropriate. He said hesitantly, if it's just me, I'll need time. I'll have to integrate into the draconic domain first before making a plan. Go, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile without hesitation. He had already planned to head to a huge training island in the Cardinal Heaven. Before that, he would feel more at ease if he could send Wu Yan out. Nodding silently, Zhang Xian left. Zhou Xuanji summoned Xin Yanqing again. After Xin Yanqing came to the Stars Hall, she asked impatiently, what's the matter? Zhou Xuanji told her what had happened, and that he was going to the massive training island. After I leave, I'll leave the astral domain to you. Wait for my return. Zhou Xuanji stared at Xin Yanqing and said with a serious face. Xin Yanqing frowned and said, are you sure you want to go there? I know that place. Those who can survive there are all ruthless characters. Those islands are the backup of the Cardinal Heaven experts and are also a deterrent to the various domains. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, what do you think are the chances of me becoming more powerful after I go in? Xin Yanqing began to ponder. She thought back to what Zhou Xuanji had encountered before, and felt that this was an opportunity for Zhou Xuanji. But what she was most annoyed about was that this suggestion came from Wordless. If he succeeded this time, would Zhou Xuanji be even more gullible in the future? That was what worried her the most. She did not have a good impression of the Eastern Endless royal family. "Don't worry, I know what to do," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He understood what Xin Yanqing was worried about. She wasn't afraid that he would die, but she was unhappy and speechless. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji had to go. Apart from becoming stronger, he also wanted to learn more about the training island. He felt that Cardinal Heaven definitely had other motives for establishing such an island. The more ostentatious a Cardinal Heaven expert was, the more he wanted to hide something. "All right, you're on your own. Come back early," Xin Yanqing said, shaking her head. "This kid is always so restless. His growth speed is already very exaggerated, but he always wants to continue to grow stronger quickly." "When are you leaving?" she asked. Zhou Xuanji got up and replied, "Now." Kunlun Origin Court, Jiangsu Court Realm, and Zhanglanting Realm were all in his soul. As long as the people he really cared about were following him, he wouldn't have any worries. In his opinion, leaving his family in the Stars domain was far safer than following him. After all, he had the spirit void state. No matter what danger he encountered, he could escape alive. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji left the Stars domain. Sitting on the legendary sword throne, he shuttled through the space-time tunnel. Ever since he intertwined the legendary swords into a throne, he had liked this legendary sword throne very much. Before leaving, he had already obtained the memories from the spies. He could accurately find the location of the training island. He let the legendary sword throne fly on its own while he played with the two faded fate pearls. Ever since he created the Sword Emperor Absolute, he wanted to taste the mysterious power of the faded fate pearls. The Sword Emperor Absolute could be even more powerful. Zhou Xuanji dared to go to the training island because he wanted to test the power of the Sword Emperor Absolute. In the Stars domain, he couldn't use the Sword Emperor Absolute. 2 hours later, he jumped out of the space-time turbulence. The void in front of him was filled with turbid gas, and a boundless giant island that looked like a terrifying giant scorpion was entrenched there. It was obscured by the gray fog, and it was partly visible. Zhou Xuanji could already sense the powerful restrictive aura, which filled the void with pressure. Fortunately, he had trained his physique to the limit when he learned the spirit void state, so he was not afraid of this pressure. A layer of silver sword radiance emanated from his body. Next, he who was sitting on the legendary sword throne turned into a shooting star and broke through the restrictive barrier, charging into the training island. On the massive island, thunderclouds billowed. The mountains on the ground were undulating. This place was also shrouded in fog, covering the sky and the sun. It was extremely gloomy, as though demons were hiding in every corner. Zhou Xuanji stopped and sensed the murderous aura coming from all directions. He raised his brows slightly. "It's purgatory indeed," he mumbled to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. He spread out his divine sense and soon he sensed horrifying figures. Some were humanoid, some were as massive as mountains, and some were like demon gods walking aimlessly between the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji continued flying. He had no destination and only wanted to look around first. Soon he saw a man with messy hair walking on a hill. This man was half naked, and his muscles were like steel. His pants were torn and he swayed as he walked, as though he was severely injured. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked, "Are you still conscious?" The man stopped and said slowly, "I'm Du Shun. I'm Du Shen. I'm Du Shun." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He was crazy indeed. After the thought, he continued to move forward. He wanted to find someone who was conscious to understand the situation here. But just when he flew over, Du Shen suddenly turned around and leaped toward him. He was extremely fast. Clang! Zhou Xuanji blocked Du Shen's fist with a backhand slash. Both of them were powerful, and the space around them twisted violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw that Du Shen's eyes were extremely ferocious. There was a face in this guy's pupils. It was not Zhou Xuanji's but someone else's. It was a horrifying and blurry face. Anyone who saw him would instinctively be afraid. But if one looked closely, one would not be able to see his face clearly. Du Shen laughed viciously and kicked at Zhou Xuanji, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. Zhou Xuanji held his sword with one hand and easily blocked all of his punches and kicks with his back to Du Shen. Chapter 974. Poison Centipede attacked ferociously, but he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. This made him even more irritable. "I will tear you into pieces," he roared at the top of his lungs. His body suddenly expanded, and needle-like hairs grew out from the surface of his body. His hair grew even faster. His fingernails grew as long as 10 blades. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. He held the suppressive legendary sword in a reverse grip, and his eyes beamed with a violet radiance. Boom! A sword light exploded from his body like a circle that expanded and swept across the surroundings. Poison Centipede was swept by the sword light and shattered into pieces. The dense fog between the heavens and the earth was shredded, and mountains were crushed. Everything within a radius of 100 miles was turned into nothingness. Sword Emperor Extinction. He simply used this trump card divine ability to kill his enemy easily. He waved his left hand, and Poison Centipede's soul appeared in his hand. He stared into Poison Centipede's eyes and hypnotized him. The exterminating divine eyes worked wonders. He used illusions to make Poison Centipede lose himself. After that, Zhou Xuanji began searching through his memories. But after a long while he found nothing. This guy's mind was like a blank piece of paper with nothing in it. Zhou Xuanji frowned and crushed Poison Centipede's soul. He continued ahead, wanting to find a rational creature, so that he could quickly understand this massive training island. Ever since he entered the island, a murderous aura surrounded him. At first he thought it was because there were too many living creatures, but now he sensed that something was wrong. Although this murderous aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, the essence of the murderous aura was the same. Came from the same person or thing. Zhou Xuanji felt that this murderous aura might be the key to this massive training island. It could make living creatures lose their minds and turn them into killing machines. He looked calm, but he was actually on high alert, just in case the murderous aura invaded his mind. After flying for a while, he encountered another person, and he raised his brows slightly. This person was Poison Centipede. This guy was staggering on the vast land, exactly the same as the previous scene. "I'm Poison Centipede." The same scene, the same murmur. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and was sure that it was not an illusion. Could it be a twin? Or a clone? Zhou Xuanji thought as he brought Poison Centipede before him, and absorbed his sovereign's divine energy. This fellow did indeed possess the divine power of a supreme being. After he finished absorbing the Poison Centipede, he destroyed it and continued on his journey. Not long after, he encountered another Poison Centipede, who was still walking on the ground in a daze. Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting on the throne, became extremely interested in this phenomenon. Every time he encountered a Poison Centipede, he would grab it and absorb its supreme god force. That was all. He encountered more and more poisonous centipedes, and his cultivation kept increasing. He was even more curious about the identity of Poison Toad. Could it be that Poison Centipede was a clone? Endless? That's fine too. It just so happened that he needed supreme god force. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed another Poison Centipede. He had already absorbed over 10,000 Poison Centipedes. Apart from the Poison Centipede, he also encountered other creatures, some strong, some weak. In this place, the weakest was a Grand Supreme. He increasingly felt that Poison Centipede's status on this training island was very special, because he had no other living beings that would repeat. During this period of time, all the living beings he encountered had no memories. They were all muddle-headed like walking corpses. Until one day, he found a dilapidated Taoist temple. Its roof was broken and overgrown with weeds. There was a strange sound of knocking on a wooden fish in the temple. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the Taoist temple. He gently pushed open the wooden door and saw an old monk inside. Interesting. Why didn't an old monk build a temple? "Old senior, how should I address you?" he asked. The old monk did not open his eyes. "Yuan Cheng," he replied while knocking on the wooden fish. "Yuan Cheng?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There was no such person in the North Limitless, or at least, he had never heard of him. "My name is Zhou Xuanji. I'm new here and have yet to encounter a cardinal heaven. I feel that this place is very chaotic. What's the reason?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. His tone was relaxed, neither aggressive nor cowardly. He could not see through Yuan Chang's cultivation. This guy was very powerful. Yuan Chang even gave him a sense of unpredictability, like divine pinching star. A cardinal heaven is at work. You have already become a part of this ill-fated fate. You are very unfortunate. Give up struggling. You will soon be captured by the cardinal heaven's murderous desire and become a puppet, Yuan Chang said calmly. Zhou Xuanji locked onto the words cardinal heaven's murderous desire. So, the murderous desire that pervaded the heavens and earth came from the cardinal heaven. Could it be that strand of will? He fell into deep thought. If he could control that strand of will, could he control this massive training island? Put away your thoughts. It's useless. Even if you escape, the cardinal heaven will hunt you down and never give up, Yuan Chang continued. Then what is your identity? What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Chang replied, my identity is not important. I'm waiting for death. So straightforward. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. Should he attack Yuan Chang? It seemed that he would not be able to learn more from Yuan Chang. He thought about it and chose to give up. This old guy was not simple. He would not touch him for now and check out the other situation first. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and left. Just when he stepped out of the Taoist temple, he heard footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw that Yuan Chang had caught up with him. He was still knocking on the wooden fish. Yuan Chang opened his eyes and said softly, Benefactor, I suddenly feel that we are fated. How about I accompany you? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Aren't you waiting for death? Let me wait for death too. Why are you following me? To seek death together? He was on guard. Could this old guy be plotting something? I thought so at first, but when you turned around just now I had a different premonition, Yuan Chang said with a smile. There's a calamity in the boundless universe. The old and the new are replacing each other. On the eve of glory, I came here to find a master, but I have already given up on my desire for him. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Not only have you given up, but you can't escape either, right? Yuan Chang replied with a smile. Yes. But if I can meet a new master who can bring me out, I shouldn't give up, right? Zhou Xuanji smiled. He turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Yuan Chang followed after him while knocking on the wooden fish. The two of them turned into two streams of rainbow light and shuttled between the heavens and the earth, piercing through layers of clouds and mist with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji smiled and disappeared into thin air with God's supreme speed. Yuan Chang opened his eyes wide suddenly. His gaze was incredibly sharp. Apparently, he was stunned by Zhou Xuanji's God's supreme speed. Zhou Xuanji thought that he had already shaken off Yuan Chang. He looked back and opened his eyes wide in shock. Yuan Chang was chasing after him relentlessly. Benefactor, you are not bad, Yuan Chang said with a smile. Because of his small eyes, he looked like a sly old fox. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and entered God's supreme mode straightaway, disappearing before Yuan Chang again. Yuan Chang opened his eyes wide again. Chapter 975. After entering spiritless mode, Zhou Xuanji directly jumped out of the training island. He heaved a sigh of relief when he managed to shake off Yuan Chang. If this old fellow could even keep up with the spiritless state, that would be too much of a blow. With that thought, he flew back to the training island. Not long after he entered, Yuan Chang found him. What divine ability did you use just now? Yuan Chang asked in shock. His body was trembling, and it was obvious that there was an answer in his heart that he did not dare to believe. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and smiled. Didn't you guess it already? Yuan Chang took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. He said with a trembling voice, Delirious state? Zhou Xuanji nodded, looking calm and at ease. Thump! Yuan Chang knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. Yuan Chang is willing to acknowledge you as my master and follow you for all eternity. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So casual? I understand the boundless universe very well, and I'm well versed in both the past and present. I once encountered a setback in my cultivation, but I actually have the foundation of the imperishable realm. If you accept me, I can definitely become your right-hand man. Yuan Chang said seriously. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He did not expect this old guy to be so powerful. Could it be that he was boasting? If he was that strong, why couldn't he escape? Even the heart of the Taoist scripture can go out, so why can't an undying realm expert like you? It's not that I can't go out, Yuan Cheng said helplessly. I just want to explore the secrets of this giant island and see if there are any Cardinal Heaven prodigies who dare to disobey the Cardinal Heaven experts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, Then jump out and let me see. Yuan Cheng frowned. He immediately leaped out of the training island. In an instant, thunder and lightning intersected, and the rolling black clouds in the sky surged violently, as if the sky was collapsing. After about 5 breaths of time, a figure pierced through the sea of clouds and came crashing down. Countless thunderbolts interweaved on his body. It was Yuan Cheng. The surface of his body was charred black, and he was in a sorry state. He landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and said, How is it? I didn't lie, right? Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. Why did lightning strike you? Yuan Cheng said helplessly. I've been targeted by the will of the Cardinal Heaven. He pulled himself together and looked at Zhou Xuanji again, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. No matter how miserable it was before, he had finally found the master he wanted. The person in front of him had a pure soul, an outstanding cultivation, and was proficient in the spiritless state that grand sovereigns couldn't grasp. He was definitely a peerless genius. Moreover, he was a top-notch existence among the peerless geniuses throughout the ages. He saw something on Zhou Xuanji's body that was difficult to see with the naked eye and divine sense. All right, follow me first. I want to absorb the sovereign divine energy of the creatures here. Take me to some powerful great sovereigns, Zhou Xuanji said, nodding with a calm expression. Yuan Cheng nodded. He didn't think it was inappropriate. All the creatures that came here wanted to follow a Cardinal Heaven expert, so their deaths were not to be regretted. Putting aside morality and righteousness, life and death was a very common thing in the boundless universe. After that, under Yuan Cheng's lead, Zhou Xuanji began hunting the great sovereigns on the training island. In a dark and gloomy cave there was a continuous heavy panting sound, as if a terrifying beast was hiding inside. He saw an existence with a snake's body and a human head lying in the water. The water wasn't deep, so it couldn't cover his entire body. His body was covered in countless scales. Half of them were about to fall off, but they were still attached to his flesh. He looked at the entrance of the cave and said with a cold smile, This aura. Another delicious guy is coming. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept out from the entrance of the cave. Next, a woman appeared in front of him. This woman had a graceful figure and was shrouded in black qi. Only her cold and elegant face could be seen. Her long blood-red hair danced wildly in the wind, making her look like a ghost. She stared at the snake-bodied monster and said, Han Flood Dragon, the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court is here. Do you want to eat him? Oh, that aura belongs to the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court? Han Flood Dragon laughed sinisterly. Yeah, if you eat him, you can become the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court and be reborn, the blood-red-haired woman said with a nod, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Han Flood Dragon stared at her and slowly arched his snake body as he said with a smile, You are so good to me? Spiritual assault, you aren't planning something, right? You and I are both stray dogs who came to worship a Cardinal Heaven. Will you help me? Boom! He immediately charged toward the blood-red-haired woman called Spiritual Assault. Spiritual Assault's body flickered and moved under the thunderclouds. She turned to look at the rolling mountains below and said with a frown, gritting her teeth, So stupid! Just when she finished speaking, the mountain below exploded, and Han Flood Dragon charged toward her, swaying his snake tail. The two immediately clashed and unleashed all kinds of divine abilities. The heavens and earth shook, and the mountains and forests were constantly bombarded. The lightning in the sky interweaved toward them. Far away, Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the sovereign's divine energy from a great sovereign. Yuan Cheng was beside the legendary sword throne. The two looked up at the horizon at the same time. Not bad, a good target, Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile. On the training island, any great sovereign who had a consciousness would attack him first, so he had no qualms about absorbing the divine energy. Yuan Cheng said, That woman is not simple. She might be the evil emperor's subordinate who is here to explore the secrets of the Cardinal Heaven. I met her before. She's very powerful. The evil emperor's subordinate? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. This means that there are all kinds of people on this island. There are spies from all kinds of factions? Yuan Cheng nodded and shook his head. The evil emperor is indeed powerful, but he's too arrogant. He had to wait for the cardinal heaven to return to its peak before fighting with him. This caused the cardinal heaven to expand unbridledly. If there are more than 10,000 islands like this, the evil emperor will be dead for sure. Why? These islands are not as simple as training soldiers. The cardinal heavens will absorb the souls here. Once they die, they will become nourishment for the cardinal heaven. His real purpose is the same as what you are doing now. Can't the evil emperor see through it? He definitely sees through it, but he doesn't care. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was speechless about the evil emperor. How big is this guy's heart? He will be finished sooner or later. Yuan Cheng said meaningfully. The evil emperor is really powerful. He is qualified to chase after the ancient sovereign. He seems arrogant and conceited, but if he survives this, no one will be able to stop him. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about the evil emperor. Even someone as reckless as him could make Yuan Cheng praise him endlessly. Just how talented was the evil emperor? Also, they might be waiting for the sovereign's serendipity to appear. Legend has it that once the ancient sovereign three heavens battle, the sovereign's serendipity will descend. Yuan Cheng continued. Speaking of the sovereign's serendipity, his eyes were burning with passion. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Actually, I'm Hongming Heaven. Do you believe me?" Yuan Cheng rolled his eyes at him and shook his wooden fish, saying, "If you are Hongming Heaven, I will eat my treasure." Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not reply. You can just wait to eat your treasures. Chapter 976. Hongmeng Tian is the most mysterious existence in the post-prime sovereign three heavens. His appearance will determine the future. My guess is that Hongmeng Tian's appearance will be earth-shattering, stirring up endless storms in all directions. Yuan Cheng said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly, "Why? Do you worship Hongmeng Heaven?" Yuan Cheng shook his head and said, "There is no one in this world that I can admire. I am only looking forward to the arrival of that period. When that time comes, dragons and snakes will rise everywhere. And the more chaotic the better. I will help you rise from this chaos. Do you want to become an endless overlord?" The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his hands kept knocking on the wooden fish. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "What makes you think you can help me reach that height?" Yuan Cheng smiled until his eyes were squinted. He asked with a smile, "I have my talents and you have your talents. Why can't I?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "What abilities do you have?" This old man wasn't as steady and unfathomable as he appeared to be. One could even say that he was a little arrogant. Even the evil emperor wasn't as arrogant as this guy. At the very least, the evil emperor was high up and had the right to look down on everything. What was fate? A nameless old monk dared to say that the world was a chessboard? Zhou Xuanji felt that it was funny. This was even more ridiculous than Zhuge and Longzhong. "Believe me, I will prove myself in the future," Yuan Cheng said in high spirits, as if everything was under his control. Zhou Xuanji, who was absorbing the divine power of the great sovereign under his feet, pondered and said, "How about this, you subdue 100 great sovereigns of the 9 halls for me, right on this island. If you can't even do this, how can you help me dominate this place?" When Yuan Cheng heard this, he almost cursed. He suppressed his embarrassment and said, "But everyone here is a vicious and evil person who wants to prove themselves to a cardinal heaven expert. It's very difficult to poach them, let alone the 9 halls supreme beings. 100 supreme masters of the 9 halls. Have you reached the level of the supreme of the 9 halls?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you can't do it, then don't brag. Be honest. The more contributions you make, the more you can brag, understand?" Yuan Cheng scoffed. "Who says I can't? However, there aren't many rational 9 halls great supremes on this island, and most of them are spies from various forces. Would you dare to use them if you roped them in?" He rolled his eyes and continued, "How about this? I'll help you subdue 5 of them. They're definitely the strongest strength under the imperishable realm. With their protection, you'll definitely be able to control a domain." Although the Kunlun origin court had a special status, its territory was still too small for a domain. Only by mastering a domain could one truly rise to power. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Go ahead." He wasn't afraid that Yuan Cheng would play tricks on him. He had the people of the Eastern Boundless Imperial family and Xin Yanqing under him, so it wouldn't matter if he played some tricks. Yuan Cheng nodded and immediately turned around. But after taking a few steps, he turned back and asked hesitantly, "You won't leave me behind, will you?" "I won't," Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. Only then did Yuan Cheng feel relieved. He turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the sovereign divine power. After absorbing it, he continued to search for his next target. His targets were all great sovereigns. Tens of thousands of poisonous centipedes and many great sovereigns were enough for him to catch a glimpse of the tail of the great sovereigns of the 7 courts. Time passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji's name gradually spread on the giant training island. Those who were rational knew about his appearance. Most of the creatures who came to the training island wanted to prove themselves and show their potential to the cardinal heavens. They would frantically search for opponents, but no matter how powerful they were, they would still be injured and find a place to hide. Now they were all waiting for Zhou Xuanji to be injured. Not only that, but Zhou Xuanji's identity also spread. The sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. This identity made more people want to defeat him. A few years later, some powerful cultivators began to look for Zhou Xuanji. He entered a continuous battle. On this day, his opponent was a great sovereign of the 9 courts. It was the frost dragon that wanted to eat Zhou Xuanji. "Zhou Xuanji, your cultivation has improved a lot." Frost dragon licked his lips and sneered. Zhou Xuanji sat on the throne of legendary swords and said with a smile, "I've seen you before. Your ugliness is still fresh in my memory." His opponent showed his murderous aura as soon as he came. Naturally, he didn't need to show him any respect. Frost Dragon snorted coldly and pounced at Zhou Xuanji without another word. Gusts of chilly wind were generated by him, forming a pale blue torrent with a majestic aura. Zhou Xuanji raised his imposing might legendary sword and chuckled. "Insect, I have long wanted to deal with you." His eyes beamed with a brilliant purple radiance, illuminating the dark world. He turned the imposing might legendary sword in his hand and pointed it downward. A horrifying sword light burst out and swept across everything. Frost Dragon opened his eyes wide and blocked with his arms instinctively. Boom! Before his arms could reach his head, the sword light had already swept across his body with absolute speed. Such speed was comparable to God Supreme's speed. Frost Dragon turned into ashes immediately. A massive amount of Sovereign's divine power flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, which made him frown. If not for his powerful body, he might have exploded and died. Sword Emperor Absolute. The explosive power of this divine ability was horrifying. It had the Delusion Sword C's divine ability, God Supreme Speed, and the divine Rainbow Monarch Dao's will. Especially the imposing might. The legendary sword contained immense pressure that compressed everything with divine power. No one below the imperishable stage could withstand it. As for the imperishable stage, Zhou Xuanji had not tried it yet. It was almost impossible to explode with multiple powers and wills while using God's supreme speed. But the fated Fate Pearl helped him do it. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand and sucked Frost Dragon's remnant soul into his hand. After the explosion of the Sword Emperor Absolute, Frost Dragon's body was obliterated, and his soul was torn into pieces. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Frost Dragon's remnant soul with his Soul Kunlun sword. A massive amount of divine power flowed in his body, and he began to suppress and absorb it. At this moment an ear-piercing sound came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw that it was Spiritual Strike, who fought with Frost Dragon back then. Spiritual Strike was very fast, and she slammed her palm into Zhou Xuanji's body. She smiled, and a wave of insidious energy seeped into Zhou Xuanji's body and wreaked havoc. "You can't keep using your divine ability just now, right?" Spiritual Strike mocked. The Sword Emperor Absolute was powerful indeed. In that instant, she felt a chill down her spine. But she was confident that with Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, he would not be able to use the Sword Emperor Absolute consecutively in a short period of time. Just when she finished speaking, her right palm was quickly frozen. The icy power spread along her arm to her entire body. Her expression changed drastically. Instinctively, she wanted to get away from Zhou Xuanji, but it was too late. Zhou Xuanji pierced his sword through her throat and absorbed her sovereign's divine power. How can it be? You? Spiritual Strike was in disbelief and could not understand. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. The power of rules is useless against me. If you were using pure divine power, it would be easier. The extermination sovereign constitution disregarded all rules. Spiritual Strike immediately turned into a gust of cold wind and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the invincible legendary sword and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 977. The spiritual attack kept moving, its body flashing as if it was teleporting. The surrounding world kept changing. No matter which direction she fled in, the killing intent behind her never disappeared, as if it had already locked onto her and would not stop until she was dead. Is that guy really a grand sovereign? This was the first time she had encountered such a powerful great supreme. She had no choice but to leave the training island. Zhou Xuanji sensed that her aura had disappeared. He waved his left hand and the non-existence legendary sword flew back into his hand. He continued to suppress the rampaging supreme god force in his body. After this battle, he had become much stronger. After a while he moved on. Ever since he parted ways with Yuan Cheng, Zhou Xuanji had not seen him again. He did not know how the old guy was doing. Zhou Xuanji even suspected that this old thing was plotting something. Why did it take so long to subdue 5 supreme of the 9 courts? He sat on the divine sword throne, thinking as he moved forward. The paragons of the 7 courts are almost there. Once they break through, I should make my move. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the manifestation of a cardinal heavens hidden at the center of the training island. There was a cardinal heaven statue there. He had been thinking about how to secretly take control of this training island. There were countless experts on the island, and all of them were engaged in a killing spree. Their target was the cardinal heaven expert, and they kept on killing. If Zhou Xuanji pretended to be the will of a cardinal heaven and ordered them to kill the enemy, wouldn't that be equivalent to holding a powerful weapon? He was not afraid of being found out by a cardinal heaven expert. He only needed to deceive the creatures on the island. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji continued to accelerate. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he arrived in front of the statue of a cardinal heaven expert. This statue was tens of thousands of meters tall and was shrouded in mist. It was extremely mysterious. There were hundreds of figures around the statue. They were meditating and cultivating on the wasteland like ascetic monks. Zhou Xuanji's arrival did not attract their attention. The atmosphere was silent, oppressive, and gloomy. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb those creatures. His gaze was locked onto the god statue. He activated his exterminating divine eyes, wanting to see through the inside of the statue. His exterminating divine eyes had always been evolving, and after injecting his divine sense, he could easily see through the essence of things. However, there was a powerful restriction in the statue of a cardinal heaven expert that isolated his divine consciousness. Don't act recklessly. A familiar voice drifted into his ears. He turned his head and saw 6 figures rushing towards him at high speed. The leader was Yuan Cheng. The other 5 were all 9 Hall's great paragons, and their auras were even stronger than the frost serpent and spirit strike that he had encountered earlier. Yuan Cheng chuckled and said, "My lord, I didn't let you down, did I? These 5 people are all mighty figures who are famous in the north." He began introducing them to Zhou Xuanji. Autarch Crimson Firmament, Autarch Deep Fear, Autarch Solitude, Autarch Vastguard, Autarch Gale. Let's call them the 5 venerated sword emperors in the future. How about that? Yuan Cheng winked and smiled with a smug expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at the 5 sovereigns and was a little surprised. It was indeed very strong. All 5 of them had ferocious looks in their eyes. Even though they had been restraining themselves, Zhou Xuanji could sense the murderous intent they were suppressing in their hearts. They were muscular and wore different clothes. The aura that they gave off was like that of ancient demons. Even on this giant training island, Zhou Xuanji rarely encountered powerful cultivators with such an aura. "Greetings, my lord." They spoke simultaneously. Even though they had human bodies, their hair was disheveled and their faces were covered with wounds. When they spoke, it was as if they had enmity with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "How did he convince you?" Sovereign Shuyu was the first to reply. "We are only seeking a future." Having heard this, Yuan Cheng felt even more proud and gratified. He had been persuading them for many years, and it was hard to explain the bitterness behind it. "All right, my first mission for you is to clear this place. I want no other living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Right after he spoke, the 5 sovereigns disappeared at the same time. Boom! 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 A battle broke out. A violent aura swept across the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji did not look at the battle but stared at Yuan Cheng and asked, "You need so much time?" Yuan Cheng replied, "It's not difficult to subdue them, but it takes energy to convince them wholeheartedly. I made them understand that working for you has a better future than working for the cardinal heaven. They are now fighting for themselves." Zhou Xuanji nodded before pointing at the sovereign heaven statue and said with a smile, "I want it. What do you think I should do?" Yuan Cheng squinted his eyes. He was trying to guess what Zhou Xuanji was implying. "I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. I need to think about it," Yuan Cheng said as he rubbed his chin. He already understood Zhou Xuanji's intention. However, the other party was the will of a cardinal heaven expert. It was indescribably difficult to replace it without alerting the training island. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him but waited quietly. "You guys. Are you crazy?" Sovereign Crimson Cloud. "You are someone who is infinitely close to the imperishable stage. How can you listen to a great sovereign of the 6 courts? You are pissing me off. You really think I'm afraid of you? Then let's fight." Hundreds of powerful cultivators cursed one after another. The 5 sovereigns displayed their domineering power, and no one could fight them head-on. Even Zhou Xuanji was shocked by the aura they gave off when they used their divine abilities. Soon the powerful cultivators began to flee. There were still some tough cultivators who were still fighting as though they were going to perish together with the 5 sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji flew up to the statue's eyes and looked at the sovereign heaven's face seriously for the first time. Although it was only a statue of a god, it still made him feel the arrogance of a god that looked down upon the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji imagined what kind of aura the sovereign heaven would have. About the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the 5 sovereigns either killed or drove away the living beings around them. They returned to Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly. Zhou Xuanji did not look at them but took out his Soul Kunlun sword. He pierced the tip of the sword into the statue's forehead and injected his sovereign's divine energy into the blade. Boom! The statue began to tremble violently, and countless grains of sand slid down from it. Yuan Cheng's expression changed as he stared at the Soul Kunlun sword. This sword. He had seen many legendary weapons, but Zhou Xuanji's sword was always unfathomable to him. This sword could absorb consciousness. That's right. Zhou Xuanji wanted to forcefully absorb the sovereign heaven's consciousness. Yuan Cheng took a deep breath and waved his hands. Surging divine energy burst out from his body, and a beam of light shot out from his body and quickly turned into a gigantic ball of light that enveloped the sovereign heaven god statue and the entire land. The dense fog between the heavens and the earth was stirred and absorbed onto the surface of the ball of light. This divine ability can isolate divine sense, vision, and sound. Unless it is broken, there will be no movement at all. "You can show your power now," Yuan Cheng said. Yuan Cheng spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, a violent shockwave erupted from within the Paragon Heavenly God statue, sending all of them flying out. Zhou Xuanji quickly stabilized his body. He looked over and saw a strand of black smoke flying out from the statue's eyes. Chapter 978. The black smoke that came out of the sovereign god statue's eyes quickly formed into a human figure. This figure's body was exactly the same as the statue. It was the will of a sovereign heaven. He quickly materialized and revealed his true appearance. His face was square and dignified, and his eyes were cold and sharp under his blade-like brows. His hair was coiled up under a black crown with gold, and he wore a black robe. The black robe was embroidered with a red phoenix, a golden dragon, and a silver qilin. As the robe fluttered in the wind, an immense pressure descended from the sky, which made Zhou Xuanji and the others look grave. "Sovereign! Heaven! Sovereign Zhenhuan mumbled with a complicated expression. His heart began to waver. The other 4 sovereigns felt the same. Their initial goal in coming here was to worship a sovereign heaven. It was just that they had waited for too long, but a sovereign heaven had yet to appear. Sword Emperor, are you really going to oppose me? The sovereign heaven asked coldly as he looked at Zhou Xuanji disdainfully. Just when he spoke, the ground below him froze. Ice covered the surface of the ground and crawled up his body. Yuan Chang was also looking at the sovereign heaven. This was also his first time seeing a sovereign heaven. The appearance of this legend in the boundless universe silenced everyone. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not that I'm opposing you. You want to kill me, and I'm not allowed to resist?" The sovereign heaven stared at him and said, "If you don't resist, I will let you die easily. If you resist, your fate will be worse than death." Zhou Xuanji's smile grew even wider. It turned out that legends also like to talk nonsense. He immediately activated the sword fusion technique. The legendary sword throne fused into his body, and he entered combat mode. He raised the suppressive legendary sword in his right hand, and the Thousand Realms Banishing Sword in his left. The Thousand Realms Banishing Sword combined 1,000 planes and possessed horrifying power. In terms of destructive power, it was comparable to the suppressive legendary sword. With both swords in hand, he felt that the sovereign heaven was not that terrifying. His eyes glowed with violet light as he walked toward the sovereign heaven. "You are." The sovereign heaven narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Boom." Zhou Xuanji activated the Sword Emperor extinction straight away. Violent divine energy swept across all directions. The sovereign heaven exploded immediately. The 5 sword emperors and Yuan Chang were sent flying away, and the gigantic ball of light shattered. Yuan Chang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used his divine ability again, condensing another ball of light to isolate this area. Following this, Zhou Xuanji created an Outer of Soul clone, which directly entered the statue. At the same time, he killed the Paragon Heaven Empress and absorbed a huge amount of divine power. As he suppressed it, he controlled his avatar to replace the statue. What an enormous amount of godly energy! There's hope for him to break through to the 7 Court Supreme stage in one go. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. Yuan Chang and the 5 supreme martial artists stared at him, dumbfounded. So strong. That divine art just now, Paragon Crimson Firmament said in a trembling voice. Even they felt pressured by the will of an exalt heaven. However, Zhou Xuanji directly killed it. Now they no longer dared to underestimate Zhou Xuanji. Yuan Chang said excitedly, "Did you see that? I told you that he would be the next boundless overlord. He would be comparable to a cardinal heaven expert, or even surpass them." He was extremely excited. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would be afraid when he encountered sovereign heaven experts. Only a supreme genius would feel that kind of fear. The 5 supreme martial artists nodded in unison. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with fanatical eyes. If Zhou Xuanji had any intention of compromising, their faith would be shaken. "Master, aren't you afraid of the revenge of a cardinal heaven expert?" Sovereign Fear asked carefully. He no longer dared to show his displeasure in front of Zhou Xuanji. He looked very humble. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "The revenge has already begun. It's not against me but against the entire northern boundless realm." Yuan Chang came up to him. Holding back his excitement, he rubbed his hands and said, "Your plan is about to come true. Are you ready?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "This will of a cardinal heaven expert is weaker than I thought." It seems like he did not replenish this will. This incident revealed 2 pieces of information. First, the cardinal heaven expert on every training island could be weakened. Second, the cardinal heaven experts were very busy and could not afford to maintain their scattered wills. Both pieces of information were beneficial to him. Yuan Chang also thought of this. He burst into laughter and said, "I hope his troubles last longer. Let's quickly take control of this island and then look for other islands." Countless ferocious demons were hiding on every training island. Other than the scouts, all of them were looking forward to the cardinal heaven experts fervently. If the sovereign heaven ordered them to deal with a target, they would surely follow suit. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly before focusing on suppressing the divine energy of a cardinal heaven expert. Stars domain. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian were drinking wine in a stone pavilion in the starry sky. This place was very close to the million star guards, and they could see the majestic stars palace at a glance. Jinghong, when are we going out to explore? Zhao Tsongjian asked with a smile. Xiao Jinghong swirled his wine cup and replied with a smile. What's the hurry? Let's wait for revered teacher's arrangement. Zhao Tsongjian sat up straight and said seriously, we must prove ourselves. Master has always been protecting us. Even though we became great sovereign, he only let us do things that are not life-threatening under his protection. Xiao Jinghong frowned and asked, what's your plan? He wanted to make a name for himself in the northern boundless realm and help Zhou Xuanji. Although it was safe to stay in the stars domain, it was not what they wanted. Let's expand Emperor Sword Court and conquer the court realm. We can't touch the domain, but it shouldn't be difficult for us to touch the court realm, Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly with a smile. Xiao Jinghong hesitated and did not know if he should make a decision. At this moment, Jin Cheng flew above the stone pavilion and arrived before the Stars Palace. He sent a telepathic message into the palace to look for Zhou Xuanji. Soon the gate opened. Zhou Xuanji's extra soul clone was sitting on the throne, handling some of the decisions of the Stars Palace on his behalf. My lord, the enemy has appeared. There are nearly 1,000 great sovereigns. They did not charge into the Stars domain but sat in a formation. They come with ill intentions. Jin Cheng knelt before Zhou Xuanji and reported in a deep voice. He looked anxious as though he had encountered an extremely urgent danger. Ever since they defeated the Cardinal Heaven army, Jin Cheng was very excited. But after he calmed down, he fell into endless fear. The Cardinal Heaven had never suffered such a crushing defeat. It could even be said to be a humiliation. The pride of the Cardinal Heaven would surely take revenge in more brutal ways. So, when he saw the great sovereigns, he felt that the Cardinal Heaven was making a comeback. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Zhou Xuanji shook his head in a smile and said, Jin Cheng, what are you afraid of? We will face countless enemies in the future. How can you be so flustered? Having heard this, Jin Cheng took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Don't worry. My original body will be back soon. He has already mastered an even greater power. At that time you will be greatly surprised, Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. Chapter 979. Stronger Power? Jin Cheng was stunned. His heartbeat quickened as his imagination started to run wild. Zhou Xuanji rarely boasted and always did what he said, so he did not doubt him. Go down first. You're the great commander of the Stars domain. Don't panic all the time. Otherwise, how will the people below look at you? Zhou Xuanji said earnestly. After that he waved his hand. Today I could only bow and leave. Zhou Xuanji's avatar closed his eyes again and continued to empty his mind. On the training island. Boom! 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 Zhou Xuanji meditated in midair, and his aura continuously exploded, shaking the clouds. He was trying to break through to become a paragon of the 7 courts. The 5 supreme martial artists were scattered at the foot of the statue, cultivating on their own. Yuan Cheng, on the other hand, was observing the divine statue with an excited expression. No one knew what he was plotting. Zhou Xuanji was at the final juncture of his breakthrough. He forcefully broke through in one go, and his cultivation underwent a qualitative and quantitative change. The supreme divine energy in his body began to grow exponentially. He heaved a long sigh, his body and mind joyful. He had become stronger again. With his foundation, every time he broke through a realm, his strength would increase tremendously. When he looked at the 5 sword sovereigns again, he suddenly felt that the 5 of them were actually quite ordinary. He shook his head, smiled and looked at the statue. We should leave, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. His outer of soul doppelganger had already told him that the star domain might be in trouble. He had to hurry back. Yuan Cheng came back to his senses and quickly replied, all right. He was taken aback and asked, what about this island? Don't worry, I can already control this island, Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. He integrated an extra soul doppelganger into the statue. Only after entering it did he realize how powerful a cardinal heaven expert was. This divine statue could control the entire training island, and all the restrictions on the island were controlled by the divine statue. In addition, its defensive power was extremely high, and grand sovereigns were almost unable to break it. Of course, how many people on this island would dare to disrespect the statue? After resting for the time it took half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji and the others jumped off the training island. He enveloped Yuan Cheng, the Sword Emperor, and the others with his supreme god force before entering the spiritless state. Traveling through the space-time kaleidoscope, Yuan Cheng and the 5 supreme martial artists were dumbfounded. This is a space-time turbulence? That's not right. It's so fast. My spiritual will was destroyed the moment it came into contact with it. Oh my God. What kind of divine ability is this? Master actually knows such a divine ability, isn't this a little too? The 6 of them were shocked by the soulless state, especially Yuan Cheng, who was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Before, he was already in awe of godly spirit speed, and thought that Zhou Xuanji had hope of cultivating the legendary godly spirit state. However, he did not expect that Zhou Xuanji had already mastered it. Moreover, this was the first time he had experienced such a profound state of mind. They admired Zhou Xuanji even more. The Northern Limitless realm will be the first chessboard for me to dominate the boundless universe. You guys have to help me play it well. Are you confident? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Yes. The 6 of them answered in unison without hesitation. Zhou Xuanji continued. Next, I will bring you to my domain. You will soon have a mission, which is to conquer other domains. I want to quickly build up my power. The 6 of them were stunned once more. Domain? Yuan Cheng asked in a trembling voice. You already have a domain? He had already tried his best to think highly of Zhou Xuanji, but he still underestimated him. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said softly, Here we are. Having said this, he took Yuan Cheng and the other 5 out of the godly spirit state and descended into the stars' hall. Yuan Cheng and the 5 sovereigns subconsciously looked around. Their eyes first fell on Zhou Xuanji's outer of soul clone on the throne. Immediately, they spread out their divine will and scanned the stars' domain. The outer of soul clone entered Zhou Xuanji's body as he took a seat. Then, he transmitted his voice to the court lords and commanders of the stars' domain. Soon Yuan Cheng flew into the stars' hall with the great sovereigns one after another. Even Xin Yanqing had come. Her gaze fell on Yuan Cheng, her eyebrows furrowing. Yuan Cheng also saw her. His expression drastically changed. Why is she here? Yuan Cheng's heart trembled. He subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to look at Xin Yanqing. The other great sovereigns turned their eyes to the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns. All of them were secretly shocked. So strong. Both sides began to size each other up. The Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns were also shocked. They had heard of the Stars domain before. Before they entered the training island, the Stars domain didn't belong to Zhou Xuanji. There were so many great sovereigns in the Stars domain. Let me introduce them. They are my newly recruited subordinates. This is Yuan Cheng. His cultivation realm once surpassed the great sovereigns of the court realm. The other 5 are the great sovereigns of the 9 courts. They are. Zhou Xuanji began to introduce them one by one. The cultivation of Yuan Cheng and the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns shocked everyone in the Stars domain. Where did the Sword Emperor find so many terrifying experts? Any one of them could become the strongest expert in a domain. Zhou Xuanji began to arrange positions for Yuan Cheng and the others. Yuan Cheng served as his protector. The 5 sovereigns were named the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns. All of them were directly under his control. Their status was on the same level as Yuan Cheng. Yuan Cheng didn't have any objections. He was convinced. After all, the other party's cultivation was so high. Moreover, Yuan Cheng and the others didn't really seize power. They just had the same status as him. Supreme Crimson Heaven, from now on, you will be the leader of the 5 sovereigns. Your first task is to inspect the surroundings of the Stars domain and eradicate the threats. Zhou Xuanji ordered. Upon hearing this, the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns immediately bowed and disappeared into thin air. Afterward, Zhou Xuanji let everyone rest. Soon there were only 3 people left in the hall. In addition to Zhou Xuanji, there were also Xin Yanqing and Yuan Cheng. The atmosphere between the two was very strange. Shen Yanqing kept staring at Yuan Cheng. Yuan Cheng didn't dare to look at her, let alone leave directly. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Do you know each other?" He had noticed that something was wrong just now. Yuan Cheng was obviously afraid of Shen Yanqing. "We know each other, and our relationship isn't shallow," Shen Yanqing said meaningfully as she walked up to Yuan Cheng. Thump! Yuan Cheng directly knelt in front of her and cried, "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. The person who plotted against you was the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan." "Plotted against me?" Zhou Xuanji's expression suddenly became strange. Seeing Yuan Cheng on the verge of collapse, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of grudge the two had. Shen Yanqing looked down at him and said, "I know the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan. They will pay the price. I don't care what your purpose is. If you dare to hurt Zhou Xuanji, you should understand my means." Hearing this, Yuan Cheng raised his head in surprise. He held back his excitement and said, "I really want to support him. If you and I join hands, we will definitely make him stand in the Northern Infinity." "Do you deserve it?" Shen Yanqing said disdainfully. Yuan Cheng said, "Of course I deserve it. Back then I helped them find." Before he could finish his words, he immediately shut up. Shen Yanqing showed a dangerous smile. Her eyes even flashed with killing intent. Yuan Cheng said in a panic, "If I dare to have the slightest malice against the Sword Emperor in the future, I, Yuan Cheng, will have to be destroyed. If I can't be destroyed, I will die directly." Chapter 980. "Get lost first. I want to talk to Zhou Xuanji alone," Shen Yanqing said impatiently. Shen Yanqing said impatiently. She nodded and bowed before leaving. Afterward, she walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, "You are really amazing. You went out for a trip and your cultivation reached the 7 courts great sovereign. You even subdued 6 top-tier great sovereigns." She was really surprised. She thought that Zhou Xuanji was just going to cultivate. She didn't expect him to subdue 6 experts. "Can you tell me what happened to you before?" Zhou Xuanji asked, raising his brow. He had always been curious about Shen Yanqing's past and identity. If she didn't say it, then he would ask Yuan Cheng. Shen Yanqing shrugged and said, "What is there to say? I was too arrogant back then and provoked countless enemies. All forces wanted to deal with me. They looked for that reptile to find my trace. In the end they succeeded. I killed myself and reincarnated into the anti-Kunlun of the Kunlun Origin Court. I wanted to go to the Kunlun Origin Court, but your sovereign expelled me. What's that guy's name again? Wu Zhou, right? I still have to settle this account with him in the future." Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said, "Then tell me, how arrogant were you in the past?" Shen Yanqing shrugged and said with a smile, "You don't want to know." Zhou Xuanji looked straight at her without saying a word. His attitude was already very obvious. He wanted to know. "Since you want to know, bear the consequences yourself," Shen Yanqing said, shaking her head. Shen Yanqing shook her head, and then her expression turned serious. "I am the previous Hongming Heaven. Our Hongming Heaven's fate is passed down to only one person. If I don't fall, the next Hongming Heaven will not be born." Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. She is Hongming Heaven? Hongming Heaven is very strong. But on the road to becoming stronger, we will lose our mind and become more and more arrogant. The most terrifying thing is that once we are defeated, our memories of Hongming Heaven will gradually fade. I am not trying to hide anything, but I have forgotten many things. Speaking of this, Shen Yanqing's face turned gloomy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such a price for becoming Hongming Heaven. He suddenly thought that he had become more and more conceited recently. Could it be because of his identity as Hongming Heaven? "No, if you are Hongming Heaven, then mortal god?" Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly. Shen Yanqing smiled and said, "Yes, I created the mortal god. So I am also called the mortal ancestor god. It was because of the Hongchen bloodline's legacy that I was able to be reborn." She looked at Zhou Xuanji seriously and said, "Your temperament will continue to grow. You don't have to restrain yourself because you can't. However, I hope that you can maintain your original heart. Back then I was too arrogant." With that, she turned around and prepared to leave. She had already revealed what she needed to, and the rest was for Zhou Xuanji to figure out by himself. After she left, Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about Hongmeng Heaven. It was dusk and a sea of clouds covered the sky. On a floating island, a blue-clothed man was playing the zither under a tree. It was him who had sent Wu Yan to assist Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly stopped and smiled. "Since you're already here, why don't you come out?" After a while, leaves fell to the ground and a figure appeared beside the blue-robed man. This person was wearing a white robe and half a black mask on his face. His silver hair was flowing behind his head. The half of his face that was exposed was very handsome. His pupils were blue like two gems, crystal clear and faintly flickering with green light. "Bainzi, why are you looking for me?" the blue-robed man asked with a smile. He sized up Bainzi as a strange look flashed across his eyes. Bainzi looked at him and replied indifferently, "When will the royal family come out? How long do you want to hide? After the destruction of Hongmeng Heaven, you have been hiding. Are you afraid of the revenge of the next Hongmeng Heaven?" The blue-robed man smiled calmly and said, "When the time is right, we will naturally come out. Your close friend, the evil emperor, is facing a crisis. Aren't you going to help him?" Bainzi stared at him and stopped talking. The two began to look at each other. The atmosphere became tense. Even the wind stopped blowing. "Zongji, the endless universe is really boring without you. Since you still want to hide, don't blame me for being impolite." Bainzi turned around and sneered at the blue-robed man. "I know you have been paying attention to someone recently. I will catch him. I want to see why you are so fascinated by him." Having heard this, the blue-robed man, who was Zongji, stood up. A horrifying murderous aura burst out and locked onto Bainzi. "Seems like you have many spies in our royal family. Since you want me to fight, why don't we fight first?" Zongji said with a smile. His tone was still relaxed, but his eyes were extremely cold. Bainzi smiled and said, "Just what I wanted." Inside the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji sat lazily and asked casually, "Are you really just passing by?" Sovereign Crimson Cloud nodded and said, "There are a total of 927 sovereigns. We have already captured them. They are willing to surrender. Should we kill them or let them go?" The other 4 sovereigns stood by the side like wooden pillars, motionless. Zhou Xuanji tapped the armrest with his fingers and fell into deep thought. "Throw them into the training island. Go," Zhou Xuanji instructed. These great sovereigns were not very powerful. Once they were thrown into the training island, it would be difficult for them to escape. He did not believe that they were just passing by. Since they were just passing by, why did they stay for so long? And they even put up a formation. They were obviously up to no good. Throw them into the training island for further training. "Yes." The 5 sovereigns replied and disappeared from the palace. Zhou Xuanji took out another 2 faded beads and continued to study them. After breaking through to the 7 courts great sovereign, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. He wanted to settle down for a while and let his body adapt to his new sovereign divine power. At this moment, the 2 faded beads suddenly glowed and forcefully drilled into his glabella. "What's going on?" Zhou Xuanji was stunned. The faded beads rarely went out of control like this, as though they were hiding from something. A murderous aura suddenly filled the Star Palace, which shocked Zhou Xuanji. "Enemies! Sword Emperor, you are really something. You dare to take my master's island. Today, I will absorb your soul and leave your body as a warning to this domain." A mocking laughter came. Before the voice even finished, a black sword appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of thin air and pierced toward his glabella. Clang! An intimidating divine sword appeared in front of him in an instant and blocked the black sword. He immediately got up and used the sword fusion technique. The Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword appeared in his hand. "A lackey of sovereign heaven? Since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Let me see what the reptile that is about to die under my sword looks like." Zhou Xuanji said coldly, not panicking at all. If this wasn't the star domain, he might have used the Sword Emperor extinction to kill the other party. Boom! The black sword exploded with horrifying power, intending to destroy the Star Palace. Zhou Xuanji immediately stabilized the Star Palace with his divine power. "You don't dare to use that divine ability?" The mocking laughter came again, provoking Zhou Xuanji. "I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 981. Facing the enemy's provocation, Zhou Xuanji did not lose his mind. His god power had already enveloped the entire Stars Hall. He directly pulled the entire Stars Hall into a state of godly absence and disappeared from the Stars domain. The enemy cried out in alarm. He could clearly feel the changes outside the hall. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. This guy was indeed hiding in the palace. He brought the Hall of Stars out of the soulless state and arrived in an empty universe. He gripped his sword with both hands and executed the Absolute Sword Emperor. Boom! Sword chi swept across and smashed the Hall of Stars into pieces. A blood-curdling scream followed. The void appeared in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, and his gaze locked onto a shadow. It was a soul. This person's face was deathly pale, and his figure was slightly thin. His long green hair was twisted together like many small snakes, and he wore a dark brocade robe. He was gnashing his teeth as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Hatred filled his eyes. A subordinate of a Cardinal Heaven expert? Why didn't the Cardinal Heaven experts come personally? Why did they have to send them to their deaths? Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. Even though this person was very powerful, he could not withstand his Sword Emperor extinction. Of course, perhaps it was because his Absolute Sword Emperor was too powerful. He was stronger than everyone had expected, including a Cardinal Heaven expert. The green-haired man suddenly laughed sinisterly. What's the name of your divine art? Absolute Sword Emperor. Impressive indeed. However, it is still not enough to kill me. The green-haired man quickly materialized his body. With the black sword in hand, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step. Zhou Xuanji also walked toward him. Since the other party was so arrogant, he would just kill him. Boom! The two of them collided, and the sound of swords ringing reverberated endlessly. The speed at which they swung their swords was very fast, especially the green-haired man. Even when facing two swords, he was still skillful and at ease. However, Zhou Xuanji could sense that he had some reservations. This fellow might look arrogant on the surface, but he was actually frightened by the Absolute Sword Emperor. Boom! Zhou Xuanji used the Sword Emperor extinction technique again, blasting the green-haired man's body and absorbing his divine energy at the same time. The green-haired man quickly reformed his physical body, but this time, his aura was significantly weaker. With a gloomy face, he quickly swung his sword, and the violent sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions. Streaks of afterimages flowed out of his body and turned into independent forms. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his sword. These afterimages used different divine abilities of the way of the sword. Sword chi was like a flood, inundating Zhou Xuanji from all directions. Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully. He had played such tricks before. He used godly supreme speed to prevent the green-haired man from tracking him. When he appeared again, he was behind the green-haired man. He swapped the Thousand Realms Chaotic Execution Sword for the Soul Kunlun Sword, and used the Absolute Sword again. The green-haired man's body exploded again. Zhou Xuanji took the opportunity to swing the Soul Kunlun Sword, and a horrifying suction force burst out. This kind of suction only targeted the soul. After suffering the Absolute Sword 3 times in a row, no matter how strong the green-haired man's soul was, he would still be severely injured. When his soul appeared, it was already in front of the Kunlun sword. The green-haired man was completely flustered. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "It's best if you don't kill me. If I die, the Cardinal Heaven expert will understand my strength and come personally." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "You still haven't answered my question. Why hasn't the Cardinal Heaven come? Isn't the evil emperor waiting for him to reach the peak?" Even if it was secluded cultivation, there had to be a limit. He had negotiated with the Cardinal Heaven's will before. He was prepared to face the Cardinal Heaven expert. Now that the Cardinal Heaven expert had not returned to the peak, it was the best time to deal with the Cardinal Heaven expert. His wings had already grown, and he didn't just rely on himself. I'm not sure. He seems to be looking for the sovereign's serendipity. His original body isn't in the Northern Boundless Realm, but he will be back soon. He is preparing for the Northern Boundless Realm conference and inviting all the lords. The green-haired man replied with gritted teeth. He could already sense Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent and had to reveal the truth. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. Isn't he going to slaughter the entire northern boundless realm? Why is he holding a conference? As for the sovereign's serendipity, he did not care about it. How could the three sovereigns' serendipity be found so easily? The overlords of the boundless realm were constantly changing, but the sovereign's serendipity remained. Zhou Xuanji had always felt that the supreme legendary sword system was the sovereign's serendipity, so he did not have much desire for the sovereign's serendipity. He wants to use this to rank the northern boundless realm. His reputation will attract most of the powerful cultivators in the northern boundless realm, and he will eliminate half of the lords in the conference, the green-haired man replied. At this point he began to tremble. He had said what he should say and what he should not say. Even if Zhou Xuanji let him go, he had to think of a way to escape the pursuit of a cardinal heaven cultivator. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment and chose to let him go. No matter what, he did not slaughter the starry realm. After the Kunlun soul sword disappeared, the green-haired man backed off immediately. Zhou Xuanji, we will surely meet again in the future, he said with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji entered spiritless mode and quickly returned to the starry realm. He created a star palace in the air before entering it to rest. Today's battle made him aware of the cardinal heaven's plan. He did not need to act for now and only needed to wait quietly. The cardinal heaven wanted to change the situation in the northern boundless realm, and he could use this opportunity to soar. Before that, he had to unite all of the courts under his command into a united front. Spring passed and autumn came. The starry realm and the Kunlun origin court were at peace again. Everyone was cultivating hard, and Zhou Xuanji was celebrating his 7,500th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 7,500 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained the Karma Sovereign Serendipity Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was about to leave, was stunned. Karma Cauldron revered divine sword. He had been waiting for a godly sword of this level. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god-slaying, apocalypse, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heaven, heavenly piercing, nine extremities, chaos. Profound way, honored lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. The myriad flower origin court, the lord of Karma Cauldron, the great calamity. To use the myriad flower origin court divine sword, one had to be at least at the grand sovereign realm. As for the Karma Cauldron, only those who had surpassed the grand sovereign realm could use it. Information about the fortuitous Slayer sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sword of Fate grade, Venerable Karma Cauldron description. This sword can cut off all opportunities in karma, causing the enemy to sink into endless mediocrity, and even suffer from the backlash of misfortune. To use this sword, one must attain the undying realm. Imperishable realm? Zhou Xuanji smiled bitterly. It was just as he had guessed. Although he had already reached the level of a supreme of the seven courts, he was still far from the imperishable realm. He shook his head, got up, and returned to the Kunlun origin court. In the Emperor Sword Divine range, Zhang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Zhou Tianhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Daoya Old Man, and so on. His relatives were waiting for him to celebrate his birthday. Since everything had settled down, Zhou Shaoxian proposed to celebrate Zhou Xuanji's birthday every 500 years, and let everyone get together. After all, they were scattered in different worlds and even in the endless universe. It was very difficult to meet each other often. Chapter 982. Above the sea of clouds on the cliff. Father, you are finally here. Zhou Shaoxian came to Zhou Xuanji's side and held his arm with a giggle. The others came over to congratulate Zhou Xuanji on his birthday. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Find a seat. Today we will only talk about the past and the future, not business." Everyone laughed and nodded. By now, the group of people who had followed Zhou Xuanji from the very beginning had all achieved meteoric success. Some disciples had become lords of origin cities, some had become famous swordsmen in the Kunlun origin court, some had become lords of court realms, and some had already roamed the myriad star domain or even the northern boundless continent. Zhou Xuanji's birthday banquet was also a day of joy for them. Every time this happened, they would remember their past and never forget it. After the banquet began, Everyone began to talk about their recent interesting experiences. Most of the time, Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He enjoyed such an atmosphere. It was so boring to keep cultivating. Jiang Shui sat beside him and asked softly, "You seem to be in a good mood. Did you get another powerful legendary sword?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and smiled without saying anything. Now he didn't have to hide some things. The supreme legendary sword system might attract countless disasters in the mortal world, but it was nothing in the boundless universe. Now, the legendary sword was not Zhou Xuanji's biggest reliance, at least on the surface. The enemy did not know about the sword fusion technique, and thought that he relied on other divine abilities. Your disciples have established a branch of Emperor Sword Court outside, attracting many juniors to join. What do you think? Should we let some disciples out? Jiang Shui asked softly. Zhou Xuanji was not in the Kunlun origin court, and the Emperor Sword Divine range often looked for her. She did not want to disturb Zhou Xuanji, so she found this opportunity to ask. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sure, in the Kunlun origin court, as long as you call me, I can hear you. Why wait until now?" He already knew about this, but since Jiang Shui did not say anything, he did not bother to mention it. It was good for the disciples to settle down. When one desired something very much, it was the easiest to test one's temperament. After waiting for hundreds of years, it was time to let them go out and explore. When the time comes, pick 10,000 people first. Don't take impatient people or those with weak cultivation, Zhou Xuanji said. In the boundless universe, even the stars' domain was not absolutely safe. They were impatient and easily stirred up trouble. Zhou Xuanji could not always keep an eye on them. Even if he was a disciple of Emperor Sword Court and was killed for provoking enemies, what could he say? Now that the multitude star's territory was under his control, the living creatures wandering nearby might belong to the multitude star's territory. He could not be too biased towards one side. He could allocate resources privately, but he had to be fair to outsiders. Okay. I'll remember that. Jiang Shui nodded with a smile. The banquet continued, and everyone was in high spirits. After the birthday banquet, Zhou Xuanji returned to the star's palace. Yuan Cheng had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Zhou Xuanji let him in. Things aren't looking good. The Cardinal Heaven has invited dozens of lords from Northern Limitless to participate in the conference, and you're one of them. If you don't go, it means that you're afraid, and Northern Limitless will definitely look down on you. But if you go, you'll definitely die. Yuan Cheng said anxiously with an ugly expression on his face. It was obvious that the Cardinal Heavens had ill intentions. However, anyone with ambition who rejected them would be eliminated prematurely. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "I already knew. Do you have any specific requirements?" He had been waiting for this day for a long time. No requirements, just the location. But if I bring too many subordinates, I will be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. If I bring all the elites, the Cardinal Heaven might slaughter them. Yuan Cheng guessed. Every choice had a hidden consequence. It wasn't that the Cardinal Heaven was very smart, but that he was too powerful and had too much power. For Zhou Xuanji, it was a complete blow. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I will bring you and the 5 sovereigns." Yuan Cheng's eyes widened as he asked, "Then Shen Yanqing?" "Stay in the multitude star's territory," Zhou Xuanji replied. He didn't have complete trust in the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns, so he naturally had to bring them with him. Yuan Cheng took a deep breath and said, "Okay. Do you have a plan to retreat?" Zhou Xuanji didn't answer and asked back, "Will the evil emperor go too?" "Of course." "Okay, you arrange it. When to go?" "Wait for another 10 years. We can't go too early. We must wait for most people to arrive before we arrive. That's the safest way." "Okay." After Zhou Xuanji made up his mind, Yuan Cheng left in a hurry. He needed to make some preparations to deal with various situations. After he left, Zhou Xuanji called Wu Yan over. This guy had been busy winning people's hearts in the dragon follower territory, and the results were pretty good. Daozong Xian still didn't know that his forces were collapsing. He was busy cultivating, wanting to catch up to Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. No matter how big the dragon follower territory was, what really determined the status of a force was the strength of the highest combat power. Wu Yan asked, "Master, what's the matter?" His eyes were still so clear, unaffected by the power. The Cardinal Heaven invited me to participate in the Northern Infinity Festival. Come with me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the Eastern Infinity royal family there, the Cardinal Heaven and the evil emperor would have to hesitate if they wanted to touch him. Wu Yan nodded and said, I will listen to your orders at any time. Tell me about your situation in the Dragon Follower territory, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. This kid knew everything, but he pretended to be ignorant. Wu Yan didn't hide anything and began to tell him about his recent situation. He had secretly controlled dozens of courts. On the surface, the court lords were still in power, but he had secretly grasped the lifelines of these court lords and made them work for him. Daozong Xian had been in seclusion for over 1,000 years, and had never shown himself. Coincidentally, Daozong Xian's trusted followers noticed that something was wrong, and Speechless needed to disappear for some time. Yes, let's wait in the astral domain. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left without a word. Seeing his unchanging face, Zhou Xuanji suspected that he was a puppet. 10 years passed as quickly as it came. Zhou Xuanji set off with Yuan Cheng leading the way. The Sword Emperors, the 5 sovereigns, and Wordless followed behind him. The 5 supreme beings couldn't remain calm. After all, they were about to face the unending overlord of the North and the legendary legend. What awaited them might very well be death. Yuan Cheng was talking to Wu Yan. He had guessed Wu Yan's identity the moment he saw her, so he was very excited. Little brother, do you think the evil emperor or a Cardinal Heaven expert is more of a threat? Yuan Cheng asked with a smile. The pressure on him was gone. With the Eastern Endless royal family present, they could be considered to have a powerful backer. Unlike the Northern Unending Realm, the Eastern Unending Realm was absolutely unified. The Imperial clan would exist forever, and it would be everlasting. Speechless answered, It's all the same. Even if his attitude was indifferent, Yuan Cheng was still enthusiastic. The Sword Emperors and the 5 sovereigns were very curious. What was this kid's identity? Yuan Cheng's status was only below Zhou Xuanji's. Even the great sovereigns of the astral domain had to bow to him. Chapter 983. The Northern Boundless region was vast. It would take a long time to travel from the All-Stars domain to the venue of the meeting. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji rested on the legendary sword throne while Yuan Cheng dragged the group forward with his divine energy. Wu Yan did not like to talk. The 5 sovereigns were also silent and cultivated on their own. Yuan Cheng was the most anxious. As he led the group, he had to be careful of possible dangers ahead. Although the Cardinal Heaven invited Zhou Xuanji openly, who could guarantee that there would be no ambushes along the way? They traveled for about 5 years. This day, they encountered a giant ship that was 1,000 miles long. There were many buildings on the ship, and it was already an island on the ship. It was dazzling and majestic, and there were many golden-armored divine soldiers floating above the giant ship, patrolling for it. Who is that? Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He could sense waves of powerful auras. There were more than 100 who were not inferior to the 5 sovereigns of the Sword Emperor. They were definitely an overlord in the Northern Boundless region. Yuan Cheng said with squinted eyes. Before the Cardinal Heaven appeared, the most powerful overlord after the evil emperor was Tang Xuanwu. The Tang clan came from the Kunlun origin court. After the primeval sovereign era, every Kunlun origin court lord who came to the boundless universe would receive their help. Through them, they developed an endless network of connections. Even if the evil emperor wanted to get rid of them, he would have to think twice. Tang Xuanwu? Zhou Xuanji had heard of this name before. In the Northern Boundless region, other than the evil emperor, he was the second most powerful faction to rebel against the Cardinal Heaven. It was said that Tang Xuanwu was the second most powerful cultivator in the Northern Boundless region, just below the evil emperor. After the Cardinal Heaven resurrected, he was ambushed by Tang Xuanwu and was almost defeated. That battle infuriated the Cardinal Heaven, and the 2 factions had reached a point of no return. You must be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? You are bringing so few people to the Cardinal Heaven meeting? Aren't you seeking death? A sonorous voice came from the ship with a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji replied, Doesn't bringing too many people mean that you are afraid? Having heard that, a loud laughter came from the ship. The golden-armored divine soldiers turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with displeasure. They had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name, but to them Zhou Xuanji was just a rising star. They had to show respect to their master. Interesting. You're right. Let's see who's afraid when the time comes. Tang Xuanwu's laughter rang out once again. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant ship suddenly sped up and disappeared into the end of the universe in the blink of an eye. Supreme Zhenwan curled his lips and said, "You really know how to act." The other 4 supreme beings were also very displeased. They didn't like Tang Xuanwu's tone and were very unhappy. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "It's okay. Let's see who will have the last laugh." Tang Xuanwu didn't show up even though he was talking to him. It was obvious that he looked down on him. Zhou Xuanji did not hate him for this, but he did not have a good impression of him either. His situation is worse than ours. He isn't as strong as the demonic emperor, and he has a grudge against Cardinal Heaven. He's the best target for Cardinal Heaven to establish their might. Yuan Cheng shook his head, his tone full of mockery. Speechless nodded and said, "I can already see his death." Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not reply. He thought so too. Cardinal Heaven experts would lose face if they didn't kill some people. Perhaps Tang Xuanwu had also thought of this, which was why he had mobilized so many people. They continued on their way. The venue of the meeting was a massive planet called the Supreme Planet. It was said to be created by Cardinal Heaven temporarily. Its gravity was extremely exaggerated, and only great sovereigns could withstand it. Yuan Chang calculated the time and only accelerated when he felt that it was about time. The Supreme Planet was located in an empty universe. Apart from meteorites, there were no other stars or court realms nearby. Looking from a distance, the Supreme Planet looked like a massive fireball. The flames only existed in the sky above the Supreme Planet. The land was beautiful, with verdant hills and limpid waters. Above the sea of fire, countless living beings were waiting. Tang Xuanwu's massive golden ship appeared out of nowhere and descended toward the Supreme Planet. The sea of flames above the clouds parted to make way for them. Soon after Tang Xuanwu arrived, Zhou Xuanji and the others also arrived at the Supreme Planet. Zhou Xuanji sat on the throne of the legendary sword and observed the Supreme Planet while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Yuan Cheng sighed in amazement. This planet contains countless treasures. The sovereign spent a lot of money on it. There must be a great restriction on it. Toward the end, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The 5 sovereigns took out their enchanted artifacts and were ready to fight at any time. Wordless was also looking around, but he looked more curious than anything else. Soon they passed through the sea of flames and flew toward the land. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw more than 100 gigantic stone statues. They were all different from each other and reached into the clouds. He saw the sovereign heaven stone statues and his own stone statues. These stone statues should be the overlords of the northern boundless continent. They were of different heights. His stone statue belonged to the shorter category. The tallest was Sovereign Heaven, followed by the Evil Emperors. At first glance, the Sovereign Heaven and Evil Emperor stone statues looked similar. But if one looked closely, one would realize that the Sovereign Heaven stone statue was slightly taller than the Evil Emperor's. How scheming! Zhou Xuanji had no objections. He landed on the head of his own stone statue with Yuan Cheng and the others. He saw that most of the stone statues had people standing on their heads. The overlord's subordinates were scattered around the stone statues and hovered in the air. Some of them were already sweating because the pressure here was too great. Once they entered the Supreme Planet, they felt as though they were carrying a large world on their backs. It was extremely heavy. Yuan Cheng glanced at the majestic stone statues that emerged from the sea of clouds and said softly, "They are all important figures." Zhou Xuanji saw Daozong Xian's silhouette. That guy's stone statue was shorter than him, and he had a few dozen great sovereigns with him. Daozong Xian was also looking at Zhou Xuanji. Their eyes met, and he immediately gave a flattering smile. Before he came, he met Zhou Xuanji and wanted to work together. But Zhou Xuanji used the excuse that he was in closed-door cultivation to ask Jin Cheng to dissuade him. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly at him before sitting on the legendary sword throne and staring blankly. Some overlords took out their enchanted treasures as chairs, some stood motionless, and some meditated on the ground. The atmosphere was quite strange. Zhou Xuanji finally saw Tang Xuanwu. He stepped out of the giant golden ship. He was wearing a golden dragon robe and a jade pearl crown, which was very similar to the Jade Emperor in Zhou Xuanji's imagination. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, giving off a feeling of being high-spirited and showing off his abilities. After he landed on the head of the stone statue, a golden chair appeared out of thin air behind him. 2 golden dragons coiled around the back of the chair. He leaned back on the dragon chair and looked down at all the overlords present. At a glance, there were less than 10 owners of the stone statues who were not here. Boom! At this moment the sky changed. Thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A demonic wind blew. A black whirlwind landed on the evil emperor's stone statue, and the sky darkened. So coquettish. Tang Xuanwu curled his lip and said disdainfully, before the sovereign heaven appeared. He and the evil emperor were already at odds. Chapter 984. The black whirlwind dissipated, revealing the domineering figure of the demonic emperor. He wore a black robe with many scales on it. On his left shoulder was a helmet with 2 sharp fangs attached to it. It looked extremely ferocious. He had long dark purple hair, an evil face and snake-like eyes. His clothes were very long, spreading along the top of the stone statue's head. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and laughed softly. Looks like my North Limitless is filled with heroes. Those who should come have all come. There aren't many cowards here. He spoke very softly, but everyone here had a high cultivation base so they could all hear him. Immediately many heroes puffed out their chests and raised their heads, revealing proud smiles. Zhou Xuanji sized up the evil emperor and was shocked in his heart. The demonic emperor was definitely the strongest existence he had ever seen. Even though he didn't release any aura, it still made him feel powerless, as if he was a mortal facing a deity. The evil emperor didn't sit down. He just stood there, causing the entire supreme planet to fall silent. When the heroes who rushed over saw this scene, they kept quiet out of fear and lowered their heads to return to the top of their stone statues. After all the heroes had arrived, only a Cardinal Heaven expert had yet to appear. No one was surprised by this. If a Cardinal Heaven expert had appeared earlier, it would have damaged his reputation. Everyone waited patiently. There was a loud bang. A blazing beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the head of the Cardinal Heaven expert. Everyone looked up. Curiosity, apprehension, nervousness, excitement, fear, and various other emotions intertwined in their hearts. Cardinal Heaven experts had threatened to slaughter Bei Wujin. So this meeting was definitely not friendly. Yuan Cheng was very nervous, but there was more excitement in his eyes. The Sword, the Arch and the 5 Venerables had complicated looks in their eyes. They had initially wanted to seek refuge with the Cardinal Heaven, but now that they had become the enemies of the Cardinal Heaven, their feelings were naturally different. When the raging flames dissipated, the figure of a Cardinal Heaven expert was revealed. His posture was domineering, and his eyes contained a disdainful sharpness. It was exactly the same as the Cardinal Heaven will he had encountered on the training island. However, the main body's aura was stronger, and could shake the entire universe. He looked at all of the lords, and his gaze paused on Zhou Xuanji for a moment. Just this moment was enough for everyone to catch it. The other lords all looked at Zhou Xuanji with strange gazes. This fellow is dead for sure. That was what they all thought. The faces of Yuan Cheng and the 5 sword sovereigns darkened. They felt a pressure that felt like the sky was collapsing. They felt an earth-shattering pressure. Cardinal Heaven's gaze finally landed on the evil emperor. The 2 overlords of the northern endless region stared at each other, causing the air to freeze. Evil emperor, it seems like under my pressure, your cultivation has broken through again. Cardinal Heaven laughed mockingly. He had always looked down on the evil emperor. In his opinion, the later primeval exalted 3 heavens were the true existences that should dominate the boundless universe, and the current juniors should make way for them. The evil emperor shook his head and smiled. I wonder when Senior will be able to recover to his peak. I can't wait. The Cardinal Heaven expert's voice. The sovereign's eyes turned. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about how high their cultivations were. Just this sort of verbal battle made the divine energy within his body restless and uneasy. The Cardinal Heaven expert didn't explode. Instead, he looked at everyone and said, Today, I have gathered everyone here for the sake of the stability of the North Boundless Realm. Currently, the North Boundless Realm is in turmoil and needs stability. Everyone here is ambitious, so why don't we decide on a ranking? The hero's expressions changed. They didn't reply immediately. In this chaotic world, not all lords relied on their own strength to climb to power. Some relied on intelligence or personal charisma. If it was purely based on strength, what kind of bean soup could they get? Tang Xuanwu coldly snorted and said, "According to what you said, the bigger the fist, the bigger the territory. What kind of logic is that? Some people inherited their domains from their elders. They might not be strong, but their governing abilities are outstanding. The people under them live very peacefully. If it was someone else, the people might fall into an abyss of suffering." His words caused many lords to nod their heads. It would be best if someone took the lead to contradict a Cardinal Heaven expert. They all refused to submit to a Cardinal Heaven expert. If he had, he would have long sought refuge in the Cardinal Heaven and never appeared here again. The evil emperor laughed. "Senior, in terms of strength, I'm afraid the entire Northern Boundless should belong to me. The current you is not my match." His eyes were burning as if he was provoking a Cardinal Heaven expert and forcing him to make a move. Everyone was shocked. The heroes suddenly recalled that the demonic emperor was the true overlord of the Northern Endless Lands. A Cardinal Heaven expert glanced at the evil emperor and said with a faint smile, "Junior, do you really think you're my match?" Boom! The sovereign star suddenly shook violently. Everyone turned around and saw the sea of flames covering the surface of the planet descend and connect to the horizon. Since everyone is unconvinced, then let's fight to the death here. Whoever can kill me will break this formation. Cardinal Heaven laughed wildly, his tone filled with disdain. The evil emperor frowned. Could it be that this guy had already recovered to his peak? Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? "My people, come out." Cardinal Heaven raised his head and cried out. Just as he spoke, black holes appeared under the sea of flames, and figures giving off terrifying auras stepped out. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. Venomous centipedes. They were the venomous centipedes he had encountered on the training island. Back then, he had killed over 10,000 venomous centipedes, but he could not tell which was the real one. He did not expect more venomous centipedes to appear. At a glance, the sky was filled with countless venomous centipedes. These venomous centipedes were exactly the same as the ones he had seen before. They were bare-chested and had disheveled hair. Lightning seemed to be wrapped around their muscles. Everyone took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared to fight. "This guy is indeed a ferocious war beast nurtured by a Cardinal Heaven," Yuan Chang said with gritted teeth. He had seen venomous centipedes on the training island and felt that it was strange. The Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns frowned as well. Zhou Xuanji looked at Wu Yan and asked with a smile, "What do you think we should do now?" Wu Yan muttered, "Fight. This is your best chance to become one of the overlords of the Northern Continent. Cardinal Heaven cannot destroy all the overlords." His eyes locked onto the venomous centipedes, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Since it's like this, let's fight." Zhou Xuanji got up slowly. The suppressive might sword and Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword appeared in his hands. He activated the sword fusion technique, and the legendary sword throne entered his body. His explosive aura attracted many people's attention. Cardinal Heaven and the evil emperor also glanced at him. The 7 great sovereigns had such an aura. He has indeed become more powerful. Cold sweat covered Daozong Xian's forehead. He was not as powerful as Zhou Xuanji. What should he do next? At the same time, thousands of venomous centipedes swooped down toward the massive stone statues. The evil emperor also attacked. His opponent was naturally a Cardinal Heaven. Their palms collided, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions. Even though Zhou Xuanji's aura was fully unleashed, he was still sent flying back. What kind of power is this? His eyes widened and his heart was filled with shock. Chapter 985. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji was sent flying by the battle auras of the evil emperor and Cardinal Heaven cultivators, let alone those who were weaker than Zhou Xuanji. The stone statues shattered one after another, and the centipede's silhouette dashed through the sea of clouds. Everyone was engaged in battle. Zhou Xuanji was also targeted by a centipede. The five-sword emperor stood in front of him and helped him kill the centipede. He suddenly realized that the number of centipedes was still increasing. The black holes in the sky were still there, and some centipedes would come out from them from time to time. The evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivator soared into the sky and fought in the sky. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they used all kinds of divine abilities easily. Countless abnormal phenomena appeared. Sometimes flowers fell from the sky and sometimes white cranes filled the sky. Dragons and phoenixes danced in the sky, and the scenery changed. The cardinal heaven cultivators blocked all of the evil emperor's attacks with their palms. The evil emperor wielded a black halberd. As he swung it, black lightning coiled around him. He was so insufferably arrogant. In front of his fighting posture, everyone couldn't help but revere him. Zhou Xuanji did not attack under the protection of the five-sword emperors. He looked at the battle between the evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators, hoping to learn something. Yuan Chang stood beside him and said with gritted teeth, "They are too powerful. If not for us restraining ourselves, we might all die." "Why restraining ourselves?" Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. Killing them all was a good thing for the evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators. They must be threatening them with the other endless worlds. They want to subdue us, Yuan Chang replied. Wu Yan nodded and said, "The relationship between the four endless worlds is very subtle. Among them, the ancient geniuses are determined to conquer the four endless worlds. Outside the four endless worlds, many other factions are restless. The endless world is boundless, and the overlords of the four endless worlds have yet to truly control it. The division of the four endless worlds was only a rough division. It did not really divide the endless world into four regions." Zhou Xuanji thought with narrowed eyes. This meant that the cardinal heaven cultivators might have taken a liking to him. What was the purpose of this battle? At this moment, the cardinal heaven cultivator raised his right arm with a savage smile. Countless flames burst out from his palm and turned into fire phoenixes with a wingspan of 3,000 meters, sweeping across the surroundings. These fire phoenixes flew toward the evil emperor from all directions. The flames burned fiercely, and the space distorted. The temperature of the entire sovereign star skyrocketed, and Zhou Xuanji's body was visibly turning red. Everyone looked over in horror. The power contained in those fire phoenixes was enough to make them shiver. Surrounded by the fire phoenixes, the demonic emperor's expression did not change. He brandished the black halberd and afterimages appeared one after another, dazzling everyone's eyes. Strong winds wreaked havoc and destroyed the fire phoenixes one after another. His moves might not be as shocking as those of a cardinal heaven expert, but they were invincible. He suddenly stopped, raised his left hand, and an exaggerated giant axe appeared in his hand. The axe was 6 meters long, and its blade was sharp like a piece of dark green cold iron. He waved the dark green axe, and all the fire phoenixes were absorbed into the axe's blade. "Cardinal Heaven, this is no longer your era. The post-ancient venerated three heavens is a joke in front of the four overlords." The demonic emperor laughed arrogantly. He was in high spirits. He turned and rushed towards the cardinal heaven. He crossed thousands of miles with a single step and arrived in front of a cardinal heaven expert. His long spear was like a dragon as it pointed straight at the cardinal heaven expert's throat. Bang! A layer of raging flames ignited on the surface of the cardinal heaven expert's body and forcefully blocked the long halberd. However, the raging flames suddenly drilled into the dark green axe. The demonic emperor smirked and pierced the black halberd into the cardinal heaven expert's throat. The cardinal heaven expert did not panic but smiled condescendingly. "Junior, you know nothing about power," the cardinal heaven said with a soft laugh. Just as he spoke, a horrifying suction force was generated from his body and sucked the demonic emperor into it. The entire process happened too quickly, and the demonic emperor could not react in time. Tang Xuanwu, who was looking for an opportunity to attack, opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. "What did you do?" The cardinal heaven turned to look at him and said with a smile, "This is my divine ability. Can devour everything. I'm the heavenly law's true form, and my cultivation has surpassed the imperishable realm. How can you juniors compete with me?" After speaking, the cardinal heaven raised his right hand. Screech! A phoenix's cry exploded out, and a fire phoenix descended from the sky. Tang Xuanwu's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively raised his arms to block. Boom! He was hit by the fire phoenix and fell into the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji also saw the demonic emperor being devoured. For some reason, he felt that the cardinal heaven divine ability was somewhat familiar. Wait, the cardinal heaven did not kill them. Could it be that he wanted to devour them alive? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Not only him but so did Yuanchang and Wordless. They all thought of this. It can't be. Yuanchang mumbled with a trembling voice as he trembled. Don't resist, Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. He immediately enveloped Yuanchang and the others with his sovereign divine power. The next second, he entered godly emptiness state and jumped out of the sovereign star. The cardinal heaven looked up and said in astonishment, "Godly emptiness state. I didn't expect a junior to be able to master such an immortal miracle." He immediately disappeared from his original spot. In godly emptiness state, seeing the space-time kaleidoscope around them, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "My lord is the best. You can directly," Yuancheng praised. Before he could finish, his expression froze. The cardinal heaven appeared above their heads and looked down at them. "Juniors, where do you think you can run to?" The cardinal heaven said with a cold laugh. His gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his murderous intent materialized like two beams of cold light that landed on Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji looked up and took a deep breath. "You want to kill me? You don't deserve to die. It's you who deserves to die. You have a fiery temper just like me back then. But do you have my serendipity?" Zhou Xuanji held both swords and activated the Sword Emperor Absolute Art. Boom! The cardinal heaven's robe shook violently, and the space-time kaleidoscope around him exploded before returning to its original state. Zhou Xuanji frowned. His Sword Emperor Absolute Art did not cause any damage to the cardinal heaven. This was the first time the Sword Emperor Absolute Art lost. If he was powerful enough to injure a cardinal heaven, then the post-ancient sovereign three heavens would be too weak. "You have great talent indeed," the cardinal heaven praised. "But you have to die for offending me." He raised his right palm and slammed down. In the blink of an eye, two faded pearls flew out from Zhou Xuanji's head and blocked the cardinal heaven's palm. Boom! The cardinal heaven was sent flying backward by his own palm. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the two faded pearls in disbelief. Yuanchang and the Sword Emperor, who were in despair, were also shocked. They stared at the faded pearls with squinted eyes. "What's this?" the cardinal heaven cried out in shock. His expression was extremely unsightly as he slammed his palm again. The billowing flames engulfed Zhou Xuanji and the others. The two faded pearls created a sphere of light that protected them from the flames. Chapter 986. What a powerful bead, Autarch Gale murmured. The other four autarchs nodded numbly, all of them frightened. Yuancheng and Wu Yan stared at the faded fate pearl. They racked their brains but still couldn't figure out what kind of treasure it was. Cardinal Heaven experts fell into a violent rage. They waved their palms frantically and continuously attacked the light ball created by the faded fate pearl, shaking the surrounding space-time kaleidoscopes. No matter how he attacked, the ball of light only fluctuated and did not shatter. Zhou Xuanji was also stunned by the faded fate pearl's power. He had guessed that the faded fate pearl could resist a cardinal heaven expert, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yuanchang and the others were dumbfounded. His opponent was a cardinal heaven expert, a legend of the boundless universe. He couldn't even break through the defense of this treasure. This was too ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji was not immersed in his pleasant surprise. He felt that this couldn't go on. Who knew when the cardinal heaven would break through the ball of light created by the faded encounter pearl? Once again, he entered the spiritless state and advanced quickly. "Where do you think you're going?" shouted the furious cardinal heaven expert. If news of what happened today spread, it would definitely become a humiliation for him. At the thought of this, his anger rose to a new peak. He flipped his right hand over, and a black tower appeared in his hand. The black tower rapidly flew over, and with a boom, it instantly became 30,000 meters tall. The black tower smashed onto the ball of light with the force of Mount Tai. Zhou Xuanji and the others lost their balance. The two faded pearls trembled violently and the light balls fluctuated. It was obvious that they were very unstable. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. It's over. This guy is crazy. He really wants to hunt us down to the end. Yuan Chang said with a trembling voice, his expression terrified. He didn't want to die, and neither did the others. They didn't want to be tortured to death by a cardinal heaven expert. With the ability of a ultimate heaven, he would definitely keep their souls and slowly torture them to vent his hatred. There were many such rumors circulating in the northern boundless region. Zhou Xuanji was also thinking of a way. He hesitated as to whether he should enter the absolute time realm directly. However, he felt that a cardinal heaven expert could also enter the absolute time realm. At this moment, the two faded fate pearls suddenly entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Zhou Xuanji gave off a brilliant radiance, and Yuan Chang and the others instinctively closed their eyes. Boom! Zhou Xuanji could not see and could only hear deafening explosions around him. Soon he could no longer sense the aura of a cardinal heaven expert. About 5 breaths of time passed. He regained control of his body. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself floating in a dusky universe. There were many stars of different sizes floating in all directions. Yuan Chang, Speechless, and Sword Monarch were all around him, nervously closing their eyes. This is... Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He looked around in confusion, feeling both nervous and curious. Just now his senses were blocked, so he didn't know what had happened. Was this another universe, or was it under the control of a cardinal heaven? Even though the faded fate pearl was magical, he wasn't 100% sure that it could lead them away from the pursuit of a cardinal heaven expert. The others opened their eyes. Yuan Chang asked in surprise. We've escaped. Speechless looked at Zhou Xuanji with curiosity. The 5 sword sovereigns were all excited, and all of them had the expression of someone who had just survived a calamity. Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Be careful, the cardinal heaven cultivators might be nearby." Everyone nodded and looked in all directions. After a long time, a cardinal heaven expert had yet to appear. "We really did escape," Yuan Chang said with a complicated expression. The previous experience was too frightening. Facing a frenzied cardinal heaven, they could only tremble. Speechless sighed in amazement. Any treasure can exist in the boundless universe. It's unimaginable. The post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens were so powerful. Even if a cardinal heaven expert had not recovered to his peak, he was still invincible. Zhou Xuanji relied on the 2 pearls to defend against the cardinal heaven's violent attacks. They wanted to know the origin of the faded fate pearl, but they didn't dare to ask. Zhou Xuanji was their lord. How could their subordinates ask? Let's go and see if we can go back. Zhou Xuanji looked around and said softly. He spread out his divine sense but couldn't encompass the entire universe. It was boundless. He captured a special energy that permeated the universe. It was light and gentle. Could this be the boundless universe's void zone? Yuan Chang said in shock. He frowned and took out a stone book. The stone book looked very ordinary, but it had the carvings of a book. There were dozens of strange and incomprehensible words on the surface. Everyone looked at the stone book. The Book of Circumference. There are less than 10 books in the entire boundless universe, and you have one, Speechless said in amazement. Yuan Chang felt proud of himself and said with a smile, "That's right. This book came from the void zone. It's impervious to all spells and can even sense the ripples at the edge of the universe. The ripples in the void zone are the most intense." The 5 sovereigns looked at each other in dismay. Including Zhou Xuanji, they had all heard of the void zone. There were boundaries in the boundless universe. These boundaries were boundless like an independent, endless universe. How do we leave this place? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Chang replied, I have the Book of Circumference. We can rely on its guidance. But it's hard to determine which boundless we will reach. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't want to go to the other 3 boundless universes. He looked at Speechless and said, You came from the East Boundless Universe. You should know how to identify the direction of the boundless universes, right? Speechless shook his head and said, I was sent here by a powerhouse. Only imperishable stage cultivators can see the direction of the boundless universes. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank again. Just the north boundless universe made him feel like he could never fly to the end. Now, he might accidentally enter the other boundless universes. He suddenly thought of the fated pearl. He immediately called out to the fated pearl in his heart. Soon, the fated pearl flew out from between his brows. The book of circumference in Yuan Cheng's hand flew out uncontrollably and stuck to the fated pearl. My treasure! Yuan Cheng was shocked. He was afraid that the fated pearl would swallow the book of circumference. It was also possible for treasures to swallow each other. Fortunately, he was overthinking. The book of circumference and the fated pearl soon separated. The strange words on the book of circumference became smaller and densely packed on the fated pearl. It replicated the book of circumference's ability. Speechless exclaimed. His eyes burned with passion. He really wanted to study the fated pearl. After the book of circumference returned to Yuan Cheng's hand, the fated pearl flew in a certain direction. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately chased after it. Seems like we can go back, Yuan Cheng said with a smile, but his expression was complicated. The book of circumference was his most powerful and mysterious treasure, but it was replicated by the fated pearl. He could not help but feel a sense of defeat. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and stared at the fated pearl. The strange words flowed into his eyes like illusions and continuously impacted his vision. Only he could see such a phenomenon. What is the fated pearl guiding me to? Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. Chapter 987. The strange words that entered Zhou Xuanji's eyes were extremely profound, and he could not understand them. However, these words repeatedly crashed into his eyes and attacked his soul. After a while, he suddenly understood something. Could it be? He widened his eyes in disbelief. Ancestral voice. When he was studying these strange characters, he had a strange feeling that he was listening to the ancestral voice. Although it was not as strong, his intuition told him that these strange characters were the carriers of the ancestral voice. Yuancheng, what are the characters on Feng Yuan's book? Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask. According to Yuan Cheng, there was more than one circumference book. Moreover, the book of circumference came from the lawless region. Didn't that mean that there was a carrier of the Buddhist mantra in the lawless region? I don't know. I've studied it for billions of years, but I still haven't understood it. I don't think it's meant to express anything. It's just like words. Yuan Cheng shook his head. Back then, he also felt that the words on the Feng Yuan book recorded a great opportunity. Unfortunately, his hopes were always dashed. Zhou Xuanji asked closely, where did you get the Feng Yuan shoe? Yuan Cheng could tell that Zhou Xuanji was just like him, attracted by the words on the scroll. I obtained it by chance. The previous owner came back from the lawless zone with severe injuries. Even though he had the cultivation of the imperishable realm, he was exhausted to death. I took him in and helped him fulfill his wish. That was how I obtained this book of circumference. Recalling the past, Yuan Cheng could not help but sigh. Supreme Zhanhuan asked curiously, who is that person? Yuan Cheng shook his head and said, I can't say. I promised him this. The other Supremes refused to give up and started to question him. Zhou Xuanji continued to think about the ancestral voice's words. Those words had already been imprinted on his soul. As long as he wanted to look at them, they would appear in front of him. At the same time, they continued to follow the fated pearl. The fated fate pearl's speed wasn't fast, so everyone could keep up with it easily. They were hoping that the fated fate pearl would bring them back to the northern endless lands. But Zhou Xuanji felt that the fated fate pearl was not taking them to the north. Perhaps it had something to do with the ancestral sound characters. After all, the fated fate pearl had first absorbed the ancestral sound characters. Even if it was the ancestral sound characters, he was willing to go. He had a premonition that the ancestral sound characters contained great opportunities. He might even be able to raise his ancestral sound to a whole new level. They had been flying in the unreachable area for several months. The fated pearl finally stopped. In front of them was a huge star that was even bigger than the sun. It was brown in color as if it was a desert. Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped and looked at the massive star in front of them warily. Be careful. I heard that there are dangers everywhere in the lawless zone. The reason they exist is because there is no way to control them, Yuan Cheng said with a grim expression. He looked at the huge star and felt his hair stand on end. There was definitely a terrifying danger hidden under the calmness. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let me test it first." The faded pearl entered his glabella. He took out the divine sword and threw it at the huge star. Whoosh! The oppressive divine sword sped forward like lightning. There was a loud bang. The gigantic star was pierced through by the divine sword of pressure. The two ends of the star stirred up billowing dust like two wisps of smoke. Supreme Fear cautiously said, "Are we overthinking things?" Yuan Chang was a little embarrassed, but he still looked around cautiously. Zhou Xuanji stored the divine sword of pressure and created dozens of avatars that quickly entered the gigantic star. Although there are many dangers in the lawless zone, no one dares to venture into places that are not dangerous, because those who come here are not weak. They will also feel that the calmer it is, the more dangerous it is, Yuan Chang said worriedly. Speechless said. Then he walked towards the huge planet. Yuan Chang curled his lip and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and led the group toward the gigantic star. When they were about to reach the chi layer of the gigantic star, it suddenly trembled. "I told you. There must be something strange." Yuan Chang cried out excitedly. Zhou Xuanji stared at him. What kind of tone was that? Yuan Chang was frightened by him. He knew that he had said something inappropriate and quickly shut his mouth. At the same time, the avatars transmitted everything they saw into Zhou Xuanji's mind. In the depths of the planet, there was a huge beast that was slumbering. The beast looked like a firebird. It had 3 heads and 2 pairs of wings. Its body was covered in blazing flames. Zhou Xuanji could sense the scorching aura when he saw the 3 firebirds. Not only that, but he also saw the 3 firebirds opening their beaks slightly and saying something silently. He carefully observed the beak of the 3 firebirds and was greatly inspired. The bird was speaking the ancestral voice. How could it be? Zhou Xuanji's body swayed and entered the ground. He came up to the 3 firebirds. Yuan Chang and the others appeared beside him. Seeing the gigantic 3-headed firebird, they opened their eyes wide. Lawless fire god, Yuan Chang mumbled with a pale face. Zhou Xuanji wanted to tame this lawless fire god, but he could sense that the lawless fire god was very powerful. Even if they attacked together, they might not be able to do it. Lawless fire god, an ancient ferocious beast that survived the primeval sovereign era. Let's leave quickly. Even if it's sleeping, we can't hurt it. We might even wake it up, Yuan Chang said anxiously. Recalling the legends about the lawless fire god, he shuddered in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked at him with squinted eyes and asked, "We're here. Why didn't it sense us?" Yuan Chang replied, "Because we're too weak. When we're sleeping and insects come near, will it wake up and slap them to death?" Yuan Chang and the 5-sword emperor's eyelids twitched. This explanation was too hurtful to their pride. Is there no way to tame it? Zhou Xuanji asked. A ferocious beast that knew ancestral voice. He really wanted to obtain it and study it thoroughly. This guy might have swallowed the book of circumference. Junior, put away your arrogant thoughts. If you had not said this 100 billion years ago, you would already be dead. A hoarse voice came, as though it had not spoken for a long time. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. Everyone was shocked and looked at the lawless fire god. They saw that the lawless fire god had opened its eyes and was staring at them coldly. They were given a big fright and stepped back instinctively. Facing the lawless fire god's gaze, they were almost scared out of their wits. Even Zhou Xuanji felt a chill in his heart. It was too terrifying. What kind of gaze was that? Zhou Xuanji even felt that the lawless fire god was even more terrifying than a cardinal heaven. Senior. Sorry, we didn't know what's good for us. It's our first time in the lawless region. Please forgive us, Yuan Chang said fearfully. He knelt down in the air and kowtowed to the lawless fire god. As Zhou Xuanji's subordinate, he naturally had to take responsibility for Zhou Xuanji's recklessness. He did not want to see Zhou Xuanji apologize. The lawless fire god closed its eyes and said, "Since it's like this, then stay with me. I'm not sleepy anyway. When I'm happy, you can leave." Boom, the stars shook again. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the space around him was sealed, and he could no longer jump out. Chapter 988. After failing to seal the underground space with the fire god, Zhou Xuanji and the others fell into a panic. Facing the fire god, they felt like they were mere ants. The other party could destroy them with a flip of his hand. Zhou Xuanji tried to use the fated fate pearl to take them away. However, this time, the fated fate pearl did not appear, as if it did not exist and would not listen to his summons. Yuan Cheng's forehead was filled with sweat. The 5 sword sovereigns didn't dare to speak. Their bodies tensed up. Speechless remained silent as well, staring at lawless fire god. No one knew what he was thinking. The unstoppable fire god's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he had fallen asleep. The atmosphere was extremely silent. The silence lasted for a month. Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and asked, "Senior, how can I make you happy?" Yuan Cheng hurriedly gave him a look, telling him not to act rashly. Zhou Xuanji stared at the lawless fire god and frowned. He wasn't being impulsive. It was just that this situation was too stifling and tormenting. The 5 sword emperors immediately prepared for battle. They were also furious. The fact that they dared to fight on the training island proved that they had guts. Rather than suffering like this, it was better to fight to the death. "If I want you to die, can you die?" The lawless flame god replied. He did not open his eyes and his tone was cold. Zhou Xuanji heard this and was immediately annoyed. He immediately used the sword fusion technique and charged at lawless fire god with the divine sword of might. When he arrived in front of Wu Fa fire god, he immediately executed the sword emperor absolute. This time he infused the cold energy in his body into the absolute sword emperor sword and clashed head-on with the fire god. Bang! The uncontrollable fire god was instantly frozen. But it was only for an instant. Unable to melt the ice on the fire god's body, he did not move. He did not even open his eyes. The sword the arch definitely didn't cause any damage to him. "Is that all you can do?" Lawless fire god's voice came, provoking Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji once again used the sword emperor absolute art, and he continuously used other divine abilities, continuously bombarding Wu fire god's body. Yuan Cheng and the others had to back off. They could not withstand Zhou Xuanji's aura. In front of lawless fire god, Zhou Xuanji seemed so weak. No matter how he attacked, he could not shake lawless fire god. In fact, he could not even reduce the flames on lawless fire god's body. Zhou Xuanji became angrier as he fought. He knew that the fire god was humiliating him. However, he could only try his best to escape. Are all these monsters in the unreachable zone? Yuan Cheng looked at Speechless and asked in despair. He felt that the unstoppable fire god was stronger than a cardinal heaven expert. It was no wonder that the primeval venerated 3 heavens were unable to unify the boundless universe. Currently, the 4 sides were in endless peace and didn't interfere with each other. It turned out that there were so many monsters in between. Speechless shook his head. This was also his first time seeing the fire god. Although he looked calm, he was actually panicking inside. He did not want to die either. It was just that his personality prevented him from showing his emotions. Zhou Xuanji blasted for 2 hours before stopping. The Tianxia map had an endless supply of supreme divine power. He was not afraid of exhausting it, but he pretended to be out of breath. He stared at the lawless fire god with a face full of sweat and gritted his teeth. "What are you trying to do? I want you to know the difference between us. You are really weak," Lawless Flame replied. At this moment, Yuan Cheng and Wu Yan narrowed their eyes. They read between the lines. It seemed that the fire god did not want to kill them. "Is it fun to keep saying things like that?" Zhou Xuanji said with a savage expression. He thought of a possibility, but he was not sure. "Cardinal Heaven chased after you. If not for your treasure, how could you have escaped? Moreover, do you really think you have control over that treasure?" The fire god said again. "You came here because I lured the treasure away. It was not by accident." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Could it be that the fire god controlled the fated pearl through the ancestral voice? Thinking of this possibility, he could not help but shudder. "What's your purpose? Just say it. You are an old senior from the ancient sovereign era. Why beat around the bush?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said. The others grew anxious too. What was most terrifying was to give hope and then despair. "Because you understand it," Lawless Fire God said. Ancestral voice? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still did not understand. It was created by my master. For countless years other than me, only that brat Buddha ancestor knows it. And your treasure is also my master's, the fire god replied. Lawless fire god replied. He paused for a moment before continuing. You can stay here and think about what you obtained earlier. The fated pearl and the ancestral voice came from the same source? Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Could it be that it was not because of his outstanding talent or heaven-defying luck, but because these two treasures were connected? He fell into deep thought. Yuan Chang wordless, and the Sword Emperor looked at each other. They could not understand. The sweat on Zhou Xuanji's face disappeared quickly. He sat down in the air and began studying the ancestral voice. The others did not dare to disturb him. They understood one thing. The danger was averted. They sat down and waited quietly. When they closed their eyes, the fire god could not open his eyes. He stared at Zhou Xuanji intently. For a long time, Zhou Xuanji spent his time studying the ancestral voice. His family was in the Kunlun Origin Court and the Kunlun Origin Court was in his soul. As for the stars domain, he did not have to worry about it. Time was meaningless here. At least Zhou Xuanji did not mind. He stared at the ancestral sound characters over and over again, memorizing these obscure characters. He tried to match the words with the ancestral voice but to no avail. He had a premonition. When he truly understood the ancestral voice, his cultivation would undergo a qualitative change. He began to try to match the words one by one. When all the words were matched, it might be an energy technique or a divine ability. Unknowingly, strands of silver light began to surround his body. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of divine radiance, dazzling and eye-catching. The fire god opened his eyes. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded slightly before closing his eyes again. Yuan Cheng saw this. He was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that his master had encountered a serendipity. If Zhou Xuanji could obtain the fire god's inheritance or support, he would not have to fear a sovereign heaven expert in the future. Calm down. I must not embarrass my master, Yuan Cheng thought to himself and tried to calm himself down. Time continued to pass. The silver radiance on Zhou Xuanji's body grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, Yuan Cheng and the others could no longer cultivate, because Zhou Xuanji was giving them an immense pressure. What is he learning? Wordless mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Don't think about it. That is something you cannot imagine. He is transforming into the Hongming heaven, the fire god said. With this, the seven opened their eyes wide. Even Wordless was stunned. Hongming heaven? Zhou Xuanji was from the Hongming heaven? Really? Yuan Cheng asked excitedly. He's the Hongming heaven that is on par with sovereign heaven? He suddenly remembered that Zhou Xuanji said that he was from the Hongming heaven, but he did not believe him. Chapter 989. Hongming heaven. After knowing Zhou Xuanji's identity, Yuan Cheng and the 5 sword emperors were incredibly excited. Is he the reincarnation of Hongming heaven? Or did he obtain Hongming heaven's inheritance? Speechless could not help asking. If Zhou Xuanji was Hongming heaven, why couldn't cardinal heaven recognize him? In the endless universe, everyone knew that the cardinal heavens cared about the primordial heavens the most. This was the concern of their competitors. Besides unifying the boundless universe, the cardinal heaven desired to defeat Hongming heaven the most. Hongming heaven doesn't have an inheritance. He is Hongming heaven. The lawless flame god replied impatiently. If it were not for Zhou Xuanji, he would not even bother with these bugs. Speechless asked, is Hongming Tian your master? Boom! A ball of flame crashed into Speechless, causing him to vomit blood and instantly become dispirited. I'm from the primeval era. How can the Hongming heaven of the post-primeval venerable 3 heavens be worthy of being my master? The lawless flame god bellowed furiously. His voice was so loud that Yuan Cheng and the others nearly fainted. Speechless quickly bowed. Yuan Cheng cautiously said, Senior, I see that you're not sleepy yet. Why don't you tell us about the past so that we can admire your master or your glorious deeds? He looked at the fire god with admiration. Unable fire god was very pleased and began to tell them about his master. My master was once the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. At that time there was no endless universe, only the Kunlun Origin Court. At that time, The Kunlun origin court was only the size of a small world. The uncontrollable fire god's voice was hoarse and full of vicissitudes. He brought Yuan Chang and the others into that ancient era. The primogenitor created the Kunlun origin court and created all living beings. My master was the first generation of the primogenitor's son, and also his direct disciple. When I became his disciple, the Kunlun origin court's supreme position had already been passed down for more than a dozen generations. In that era, the reign of the supremes was counted in tens of thousands of years, unlike now where the shortest is hundreds of millions of years, and the longest is billions of years. He told them how he became Master Mo's disciple. It was his master who opened his spiritual wisdom and helped him reach his current level. The more unstoppable fire god spoke, the more excited he became. He described the adventures he and his master had gone on, and everyone was fascinated by them. At that time, the universe wasn't as vast as the endless universe, and perhaps the battles weren't as intense as they were now. However, listening to the fire god's story made Yuan Chang and the others' blood surge. Every legend that had shaken the past and present had once been as miserable as they were now. They had all been looked down upon, and they had all been in despair. Lawless Fire God spoke for a long time, and Yuan Chang and the others listened with great interest. The might that Zhou Xuanji gave off became more and more powerful. He was becoming more and more extraordinary. Senior, you've been talking for so long. Why haven't you told me your master's name? Yuan Chang asked curiously. The Lawless Flame God snorted. My master's title is after the post-primeval sovereign. No living being is worthy of knowing it. Yuan Chang was puzzled. What kind of logic was this? You don't understand. The difference between the primeval era and the post-primeval era exists because of its logic. If you want to blame someone, blame the primeval era. But he's already dead, so you can't blame him even if you want to. The Lawless Flame God snorted coldly, which made everyone's heart itch. Wu Yan muttered. I heard that the primeval sovereign fell because of something he did. After that, the endless universe exploded, reaching a truly boundless scale. Because of that, countless years after that, it could be said that there would never be a being who could unify the endless universe. Having heard this, Yuan Chang and the 5 sword emperors looked at him in astonishment. This brat knew so many secrets? The Eastern Endless royalty knows quite a lot. That's right. Back then, your old ancestor knelt down and begged for the primeval sovereign's forgiveness, which allowed you to flourish for a long time. The Lawless Flame God laughed coldly. His tone was mocking, which made Wu Yan frown. Although his words were harsh, Wu Yan was not angry and only pondered over his words. Boom! 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 At this moment, a series of explosions came from Zhou Xuanji's body. Everyone turned around and saw that he had already turned into a silver figure of light. His aura became more and more mysterious and vast. He succeeded, the Lawless Flame God mumbled. The Unstoppable Fire God murmured, his voice filled with gratification and anticipation. Yuan Chang, Wu Yan, and the Sword Emperor held their breaths in concentration. They did not know what Zhou Xuanji was comprehending, nor did they know how powerful Zhou Xuanji would become. They could only look forward to it. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's mind exploded. After countless matches, he finally matched the ancestral voice with the ancestral voice words. At the same time, he comprehended an extraordinary energy technique. He was right. Ancestral voice was actually an energy technique that could allow one to enter a state of enlightenment. Constitution Defying Creation Sutra. He had entered a mysterious state. The sovereign's divine energy in his body began to circulate according to the Constitution Defying Creation Sutra. The divine energy began to change qualitatively, as it absorbed the surrounding scorching energy. The flames on Lawless Flame God's body were absorbed into his body like a storm, creating a violent gust of heat. Constitution defying. He succeeded. Lawless Flame God mumbled. His eyes were hazy as if he was thinking of something. He did not stop Zhou Xuanji from absorbing his energy, but Yuan Chang and the others could not take it anymore. All of them retreated to the edge of the underground space. This heat was too horrifying. Even as great sovereigns, they could not withstand it. This kind of flame. Our Lord can absorb it. Sovereign Crimson Firmament cried out in shock. At this moment, He could not rejoice over Zhou Xuanji's improvement because if this continued, they would all be burned to ashes. As strong as Speechless and Yuan Cheng were, despair appeared on their faces. They did not expect that they would die during Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. At this moment Zhou Xuanji spoke suddenly, "Come to my side." Having heard him, everyone was stunned. They gritted their teeth and flew to Zhou Xuanji's side. Next they looked pleasantly surprised. So cool. Although Zhou Xuanji was surrounded by flames, he was giving off a soul-freezing cold qi. The clash of ice and fire made Yuan Cheng and the others feel very cool. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation began to soar. He was charging toward the great sovereigns of the 8 courts. Countless swords appeared out of thin air and hovered above their heads. These swords were all the legendary swords that Zhou Xuanji owned. The swords spun and let out a roar. Zhou Xuanji was enveloped in flames, and no one could see Zhou Xuanji's condition. Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. In the process of comprehension, his heart was empty. He did not understand the principles of cultivation but just entered a wondrous state. It was indescribable. It was indescribable. In this state he felt that he was omnipotent. The extremely destructive flames were just lively little creatures in his eyes. With a thought, these little creatures danced around him. Not only that, but the power of ice in his body was also jumping with joy. Ice and fire were originally at odds with each other, but now they were perfectly fused together, transforming into a new kind of energy. Chapter 990. In the underground space, the silver light shone on the cave walls, and there were occasional flashes of fire. Zhou Xuanji stood in the air and continued to comprehend the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Yuan Cheng, Wu Yan, and Sword Monarch did not dare to stray 5 feet away from him. The unstoppable fire god had already closed his eyes. The underground space fell into silence once more. Endless flames flowed out of the lawless fire god and entered Zhou Xuanji's body, helping him grow stronger. He was getting closer and closer to the supreme of the 8 courts. After a long while, there was a loud bang. He had finally broken through to become a supreme of the 8 courts. The lawless fire god's flames spiraled around Zhou Xuanji's body like a tornado. His supreme god force began to transform. The aura shook the underground space. Uncontrollable fire god suddenly opened his eyes and thought to himself, "His comprehension speed is really fast." The intense flames on Zhou Xuanji's body quickly entered his body. He had appeared. The surface of his body glowed with a silver light that even his robes could not conceal. Yuan Cheng and the others opened their eyes and looked at him, all of them pleasantly surprised. Did he succeed? Zhou Xuanji, who looked like a man of silver light, opened his eyes slowly and said, "It's over." The end? Everyone was stunned and puzzled. What ended? Zhou Xuanji's eyes gave off a violet light, and an explosion sounded out as the underground space directly collapsed. The rocks turned into dust, and the dense fog in the outside world also disappeared, revealing a vast universe in front of everyone's eyes. The huge star they were on no longer existed. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough to shatter the fire god's power? They subconsciously looked at Wu Wu fire god. The lawless fire god had already opened his eyes. He unfurled his 2 pairs of wings and his 3 heads cried out in unison. The flames were incomparably fierce, even more dazzling and scorching than the sun, illuminating the entire void. The boundless light drove away the darkness, and the fog that permeated the universe quickly dissipated, as if it had met its natural enemy. Yuan Cheng and the others could hear the surprise in Fire God's voice. They breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Fire God wasn't angry, it was fine. Could it be that this planet is actually trapping him? Exalted Protector Vast Expanse whispered. The others also thought of this possibility. Otherwise, the Fire God would not have treated Zhou Xuanji so well. Zhou Xuanji turned and looked at Wu Fire God and said, "Thank you for your serendipity, Senior." The Fire God was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Actually, it's your serendipity. Zhou Xuanji, go back and create chaos in the boundless universe. Fulfill your ambition from back then." After saying that, the lawless Fire God turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a sun and disappeared into the ends of the universe. However, his light remained. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of Yuan Cheng and the others. The silver radiance around his body dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He didn't look any different from before, except that his temperament was even more mysterious. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel an indescribable reverence for him. Congratulations on obtaining a great opportunity, my lord. Yuan Cheng cupped his fists and said with a smile. The others quickly followed to congratulate him. They were all very excited. Their master was Hongmeng Heaven, and now they had even obtained a fortuitous opportunity from the primeval era. They would surely soar with Zhou Xuanji in the future. Let's go, it's time to go back. Zhou Xuanji chuckled, and everyone looked at each other in dismay. They suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji had changed. Before, Zhou Xuanji showed off his abilities, but now he was very calm. Zhou Xuanji summoned the faded fate pearls again. Looking at the 2 pearls, he said with a smile, "Now you should take me back, right?" The 2 faded fate pearls immediately led the way. Everyone immediately followed. Zhou Xuanji flew in front of Yuan Cheng and the others. He could feel the gazes behind him. He didn't care. In fact, he also understood his changes. He felt that it was a good thing. After comprehending the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra, his heart was completely settled. Shen Yanqing once said that the identity of Hongmeng Heaven would make him more arrogant and lose his original heart. Now it was just right. He had the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra to suppress the arrogance of Hongmeng Heaven. Sovereign Heaven, you and I will meet again soon. The corner of his mouth rose as he thought expectantly. Although his cultivation had only broken through to the 8 courts Great Sovereign, his strength had undergone a qualitative change with the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra. This technique had no small realm. As long as he chanted the ancestral voice, he could use the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra. Defy all rules. Create what you want. In the entire endless universe, only he and the ancestral Buddha could master the ancestral voice. Only by mastering the ancestral voice could one hope to learn the Constitution Defying Creation Scripture. After learning the ancestral sound, one would have to master the ancestral sound characters and fuse the 2 together. Without the help of the faded fate pearl, it would be impossible to do so. In other words, even the peak post-primeval 3 heavens did not have this kind of fortune. Yuan Cheng and Wuyan stared at Zhou Xuanji's back. They were extremely curious, but they did not dare to ask. They could not ask about serendipity. They only wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. If Zhou Xuanji faced a cardinal heaven cultivator again, would he be able to resist? The north was boundless. A space-time crack appeared, and Zhou Xuanji and the others stepped out. Yuan Cheng held the Fengyuan book in his hand and said excitedly, "We're here. We're really here." The others were also very happy. Zhou Xuanji did not speak. He enveloped everyone with his sovereign divine power and entered spirit blankness mode before flying toward the stars field. This, Yuan Cheng was shocked in his heart. He could not even resist Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine power. In a trance, he was moved away. He was just about to speak. The space-time kaleidoscope around him suddenly disappeared. They exited the state of godless mind. So fast? Sovereign Crimson Sky cried out in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "The stars field is just closer." In fact, that was not the case. He had really become a lot faster. Below him was the stars field. The iconic Star River staircase still existed. Everything was very harmonious. The stars field did not encounter any danger. Zhou Xuanji made them tell him what had happened recently before they dispersed. Returning to the stars field again, they all felt as if they had been in another world. Zhou Xuanji entered the stars palace. As soon as he sat down, Shen Yanqing came into the palace. "How was it? Did the cardinal heaven make things difficult for you?" Shen Yanqing asked first. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and suddenly cried out in surprise. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. How is this possible? What kind of serendipity did this guy get? This aura. He hunted me down, but I was lucky enough to escape, Zhou Xuanji said calmly, giving a brief account of his experience. Shen Yanqing took 2 steps forward. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Not only did you break through to the 8 courts Great Sovereign, but your aura transcended. It doesn't belong to this endless universe." What did you get? She had lived for countless years and had seen some legendary powerhouses from the ancient sovereign era. All the creatures from the ancient sovereign era were very different from the creatures of the present, especially in terms of aura. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "There are some things that can't be said. You should understand this." In the past, Shen Yanqing loved to hide things from him, but now it was the other way around. This feeling was really good. Chapter 991. It's fine if you don't want to say it. There hasn't been any commotion from the Northern Endless Convention yet. However, the various powers in the Northern Endless Convention are already getting restless because their leaders haven't returned yet. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and then got down to business. Zhou Xuanji had left for over 1,000 years. In other words, it was very likely that the leaders of those forces had already died in the Northern Endless Convention. However, the strange thing was that there was no movement from the Cardinal Heaven forces. This worried everyone, but they didn't dare to act. Zhou Xuanji told them about what happened in the Northern Endless meeting. As for what happened in the Lawless region, he decided to bury it in his heart. A Cardinal Heaven expert might have been seriously injured and is currently recuperating. As for the leaders of the other forces, they are either trapped or dead. This is your chance. While the people in the north are in a state of panic, if you make a rallying cry, the forces under you will greatly expand. Shen Yanqing said with a smile. It was as if she had seen the entire north belong to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Go and discuss it with Jincheng. We can do it now." Shen Yanqing nodded. She could see that Zhou Xuanji was no longer the same as before. She was very curious about how strong Zhou Xuanji was, but she didn't want to ask. She would keep it as a surprise in the future. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes too. He wanted to rest for a while. He didn't want to think about anything and didn't want to cultivate. He just sat there quietly. On that day, the news of Zhou Xuanji's return shook the entire star domain. During this time, the All-Star Realm was also worried about Zhou Xuanji. Fortunately, their sword sovereign had returned safely. Not only that, Zhou Xuanji also asked Jincheng to spread the word that Cardinal Heaven had used the Northern Endless Conference to murder the leaders of many factions. He wanted to officially declare war against Cardinal Heaven and sincerely invite all the powerful cultivators in the Northern Endless Conference to join. Once this news was released, North Wujin was shaken. Countless creatures were cursing Cardinal Heaven experts. The various forces began to elect a new master, and countless living beings rushed towards the multitude stars domain. So many faction lords had not escaped, and only Zhou Xuanji had. What did this mean? This meant that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. He was so strong that even a Cardinal Heaven expert couldn't kill him. If he was lucky enough to escape, he would not dare to go against a Cardinal Heaven expert again. For a time, the multi-star domain welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. 10 years later, within the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji was instructing Zhou Tianyuan in cultivation. The mountain forest here was continuous, and the sky was high and the ground was wide. The spiritual energy here was very abundant, and there were many birds circling above the forest. Zhou Xuanji sat on the edge of a cliff on a small mountain. He crossed his legs and looked at Zhou Tianyuan leisurely as he trained his sword. Zhou Tianyuan's posture was very stiff. He was sweating profusely, as if he was under pressure that was hard to see with the naked eye. "Tianyuan, you can't even withstand this bit of pressure?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Having heard him, Zhou Tianyuan gritted his teeth and swung his sword even faster. Now that Zhou Tianyuan had grown up, his face looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji's. The reason why it was so difficult for him to cultivate was because Zhou Xuanji's divine energy was pressing down on his body, helping him refine his body. Now Zhou Tianyuan was already trying to break through to the 9 vast heavens realm. He was extremely talented and didn't embarrass Zhou Xuanji. His father, Zhou Tanhua, was already wandering in the north and didn't have much fame for the time being. Zhou Xuanji had even greater expectations for Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tanhua's temperament was too mild. He was not suitable to take over Zhou Xuanji's position, but Zhou Tianyuan could. This kid was ambitious, but he wasn't indecisive. There are more and more creatures in the stars domain. Should I let this kid go out and take a look? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Since he met Zhou Tianyuan, This kid had been staying in the Kunlun origin court to cultivate. He didn't have the freedom to dominate a world. But with Zhou Tianyuan's strength, he could only wander in the court realm. In the endless universe he was really weak. Forget it, let's wait until he becomes an origin fusion divine lord. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He didn't want his grandson to take risks. He continued to watch Zhou Tianyuan cultivate. After a while, Shen Yanqing's voice reached his ears. Someone needs you to meet him. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to the star's palace. He opened his eyes and saw Shen Yanqing standing in the palace. Who is it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He noticed the smile on Shen Yanqing's face. Did an expert come to seek shelter? Recently, a steady stream of creatures had been joining the star's domain every day. The Sword Emperors and the 5 sovereigns were also annexing the surrounding domains. Even the Dragon Follower domain, which had lost its heart of hidden Taoist, belonged to Zhou Xuanji. Under such circumstances, some well-known experts came to seek shelter one after another. An undying realm expert. He wants to see your strength. You also know this guy, Hongqin Saint Lord, Shen Yanqing said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Hongqin Saint Lord. He thought that this guy was dead. Back then, he learned the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao under Hongqin Saint Lord, which offended Gu Tianlin. Now Gu Tianlin was only left with his soul, imprisoned in the Kunlun sword. Everything was an ill-fated relationship. Let him in, Zhou Xuanji said with a chuckle. Shen Yanqing nodded and disappeared. Then only Hongqin Saint Lord came in. He was still so elegant, so calm. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes. He bowed first and then said, Sword Emperor, long time no see. It has only been a few thousand years and you have already become a big shot in the north. Amazing. Zhou Xuanji didn't get up. He sat on the throne, waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm not a big shot. For a junior like me you are a big shot. If you can join the star's domain it will be a great thing for me. Hongqin Saint Lord calmly nodded and said, Before that let's spar. I want to see your strength. Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a stroke of his right hand he tore open a spatial crack and said, Let's find a quiet place to fight. It was the first time he knew that Hongqin Saint Lord was an undying realm expert. That's right. If he didn't have this strength, he would have been killed by Gu Tianlin long ago. It would be even more impossible for him to stop the resurrection of a cardinal heaven expert. Hongqin Saint Lord nodded and took the lead to step into the spatial crack. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The two came into the space-time turbulence. Zhou Xuanji took out the suppressive sword and the Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword. His body radiated a silver light as his aura suddenly changed. Hongqin Saint Lord's expression changed and said in astonishment, This is... A strange voice came from Zhou Xuanji's body. It sounded like someone was chanting scriptures or Tao. The language was hard to understand and it felt very profound. Zhou Xuanji came up to him with a single step and activated the Sword Emperor Absolute Art. Boom! Hongqin Saint Lord was blasted away. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression turned grave. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, An undying realm expert indeed. He can take a Sword Emperor Absolute Art head-on. But I'm not serious yet. He charged toward Hongqin Saint Lord again. Hongqin Saint Lord activated the Saint Rainbow Monarch Way straightaway. His aura became erratic, and a faint white radiance enveloped his body. He took out a folding fan that was as tall as him and waved it toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 992. Bang! Hongqin Saint Lord waved his fan, and a river appeared out of nowhere. It gave off a majestic aura as it rushed towards Zhou Xuanji, and even the space-time lightning avoided it. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block. His sword chi exploded and dispersed the river. The splashing water droplets penetrated his sword chi and landed on his body. Scorching! Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the icy power in his body to counteract the heat from the water droplets. However, Hongqin Saint Monarch kept waving his fan and countless water droplets landed on his body. Zhou Xuanji used godly supreme speed and came behind Hongqin Saint Lord. He raised his two swords high and slashed down furiously. The Sword Emperor extinction erupted as well. Boom! Hong Qin's Saint Monarch was blasted down by him, his hair fluttering in the wind. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword, and the constitutional defying creation sutra continued to reverberate in his body. His sword chi fell like a boundless ocean. It was incredibly sharp and could tear everything apart. Hong Qin's Saint Lord looked up and once again waved his fan. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. It was evident that he had been injured by Zhou Xuanji. The sword chi collided with the strong wind, causing the surrounding space-time electric currents to dance wantonly like a group of rampaging snakes. Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed different from before. However, you seem to have abandoned my Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao. Hong Qin's Saint Monarch bellowed. His hair fluttered and his expression was incomparably cold. Seeing Zhou Xuanji use a divine ability that he did not understand, he felt quite angry in his heart. Before he came, he thought that Zhou Xuanji had relied on his Saint Rainbow Lord Dao to get to where he was today. But now, it seemed that Zhou Xuanji had long since stopped using the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was his life's greatest achievement. How could he abandon it? It's not that I've abandoned it, but I've created a better sword Dao, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. These words agitated Hong Qin's Saint Lord even more. Hong Qin's Saint Lord took the initiative to attack. He passed through the space-time lightning and came before Zhou Xuanji. He formed a seal with both hands, and the Monarch Dao of the Holy Rainbow completely erupted as his speed reached its peak. Using his palm as a blade, he continued to clash with Zhou Xuanji's sword. His speed was increasing and so was Zhou Xuanji. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time facing an imperishable realm cultivator. He began chanting the constitution-defying creation scripture. He used his soul to recite the scripture of creation. He was able to maintain a state of enlightenment while listening to the ancestral voice. In this state of enlightenment, his speed was extremely fast, surpassing his limits. Even when facing the undying realm Rainbow Qin's Saint Monarch, he could easily keep up. With the constitution-defying creation scripture, my strength is already comparable to the undying realm. Zhou Xuanji understood it in his heart. He smiled and channeled the sovereign's divine power in his body into the suppressive sword. As he dodged Hong Qin Great Monarch's attacks, he began to accumulate his power. It's time for my sword Dao to shine, Zhou Xuanji thought. He immediately created hundreds of greatly avatars and surrounded Hong Qin's Saint Lord. Boom! 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 He performed the absolute sword of the Sword Emperor together with all the Dali clones. A terrifying formless power pressed down on Hong Qin's sacred monarch from all directions. Hong Qin's sacred lord gritted his teeth and circulated his divine power to block the absolute Sword Emperor. This brat's strength. How did he suddenly become so much stronger? Rainbow Qin's Saint Monarch was astonished. He had already used all his strength to defend, but he was still showing signs of being unable to withstand it. How could this be? Zhou Xuanji suddenly came above his head, and 9 figures of light appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Sword Soul. A sword soul that contained endless power of creation. Creation is destruction. Swoosh. The 9 sword souls disappeared at the same time. Hong Qin's sacred lord was struck and vomited a mouthful of blood before falling backward. Too fast. This move had already surpassed the definition of speed. Hong Qin's sacred lord could not dodge at all. He felt that the divine power in his body was sucked out, and the protection of his body was broken. He was almost smashed into pieces. So powerful. Such domineering power. Hong Qin's sacred lord was shocked. He suddenly thought of Cardinal Heaven. When he encountered a Cardinal Heaven who had just been revived, he was just as shocked. Senior, my attack has just begun. Are you ready? Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came into his ears. He opened his eyes wide and realized that Zhou Xuanji had appeared behind him again. When did this happen? In the Stars Palace, Zhou Xuanji walked out from the spatial crack. He returned to his throne and sat down. Next, Hong Qin's sacred lord walked out. Hong Qin's sacred lord had already changed into a new robe, but his face was pale and his aura was weak. Zhou Xuanji called Jincheng over. Jincheng was stunned when he saw Hong Qin's sacred lord. He knew Hong Qin's sacred lord. They had met once before. He's injured. Jincheng was astonished. He thought that Hong Qin's sacred lord was here to ask for help. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Jincheng, bring Hongqin's sacred lord down and arrange a place for him to stay. Later on I will assign him a position. From now on, he will be a member of our star's realm. Jincheng nodded. He was confused, but he still brought Hongqin's sacred lord away obediently. Hongqin's sacred lord turned around and glanced at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes looked complicated and somewhat resentful. Zhou Xuanji watched them leave with a smile. Not bad. The imperishable stage is really powerful. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. At the end of the battle, he had witnessed the imperishable stage. It turned out that the imperishable stage was not only a cultivation stage, but also a sublimation of divine abilities. Hongqin's sacred lord's imperishable stage was really powerful. The boundless splashes of water and the boundless murderous intent were enough to make anyone fall into despair. If my Sword Emperor absolute technique reaches the imperishable stage, then Zhou Xuanji fell into a wonderful fantasy. He decided that his next cultivation direction would be the imperishable realm. It was not difficult for him to become a great sovereign of the 9 courts. It would happen sooner or later. What he really cared about was how to cultivate the Sword Emperor absolute technique to the imperishable stage. After the thought, he closed his eyes slowly. Hongqin's sacred lord joining the star's realm shook dozens of nearby realms. After all, this powerhouse was extremely famous in the northern boundless realm. Not only was he the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court, but he had also nurtured many powerful cultivators. Although they were not teacher and disciple in everyone's eyes, he had students all over the world. It was only after he met Gu Tianlin that he stopped teaching other living beings. Hongqin's sacred lord made Zhou Xuanji famous again. The living beings who came to worship him grew more and more powerful. Almost every day a grand supreme would come. Other than the great sovereigns of the 9 courts or famous cultivators, Zhou Xuanji would not receive them personally. No one felt that he was putting on airs. His position in everyone's hearts had been growing. This day, Jincheng received news that the Cardinal Heaven Army had appeared again, and their scale was still expanding. Zhou Xuanji immediately sent the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns to lead the army. In the Star's Palace, Jincheng said expectantly, "My lord, now that you have mastered more and more realms, and the name of the Sword Emperor resounds in the northern boundless realm, shouldn't you give your force a name?" A name was also a banner for Zhou Xuanji's subordinates. It could increase their cohesion. "I am the Sword Emperor. Let's call it the Sword Emperor Divine Court," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Jincheng heard him and immediately became excited. No matter what name Zhou Xuanji gave it, he felt that it was good. Because this name would represent Zhou Xuanji's will. Chapter 993. The name of the Sword Emperor Divine Court quickly spread to all the domains under Zhou Xuanji's control. At the same time, under Zhou Xuanji's instructions, Jincheng created a flag that belonged solely to the Sword Emperor Divine Court. It was a black flag with hundreds of divine sword patterns imprinted on it. It looked like a blooming sword flower. The Sword Emperor flag would become the symbol of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The establishment of the name and flag caused the unity and morale of the various domains to grow stronger. Zhou Xuanji spent most of his time cultivating in the Star Hall, leaving the battles to his generals. Several years later, Jincheng sent the report to Zhou Xuanji. "My lord, a Cardinal Heaven expert has appeared. What should we do?" Jincheng asked anxiously. Even though the Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing rapidly, the might of a Cardinal Heaven was still monstrous, and it was still a nightmare for all living beings. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Call Hongqin Saint Lord to come with me." When Jincheng heard this, he instantly became excited. He immediately obeyed the order and turned around to leave. Since Zhou Xuanji dared to fight against a Cardinal Heaven expert, it meant that he had become much more powerful. Previously, he had heard from Yuan Cheng that Zhou Xuanji was very different from before. He had some expectations in his heart, but he was not sure. As long as Zhou Xuanji was confident, he would be confident too. Over the next period of time, the news that the Sword Emperor was going to personally fight a Cardinal Heaven expert spread like wildfire in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. This greatly boosted the morale of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The creatures fighting everywhere became fearless. Zhou Xuanji and Hongqin Saint Lord soon met. The two of them did not follow the reinforcements and instead rushed to the front lines. Zhou Xuanji activated the spiritless state and quickly advanced with Hong Qin's Saint Lord. The legendary ethereal state. Hong Qin's Saint Lord felt quite dazed, and his gaze toward Zhou Xuanji became even more complicated. Zhou Xuanji smiled at him and said, "Before we failed to stop the revival of Cardinal Heaven. Today let us work together to destroy Cardinal Heaven." Hearing this, Saint Hong Qin came back to his senses and nodded lightly. Now was not the time to be curious. His face darkened at the thought of the Cardinal Heaven. Now that the Cardinal Heaven had brought disaster to Bei Wujin, he felt that he was partly responsible for the chaos that had befallen Bei Wujin. The godly absent state was incredibly fast, and in less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Shui arrived at the front lines. In this broken universe, countless living beings were fighting and killing each other. There were also many ferocious beasts larger than stars wreaking havoc. Divine abilities exploded and magic treasures showed their might. The roar was deafening. Zhou Xuanji immediately locked onto a Cardinal Heaven expert. He stood on a sinister-looking carriage and laughed wildly. A Cardinal Heaven expert was like a devil that could destroy everything. He wore a black robe and was surrounded by evil energy. He also saw Zhou Xuanji, and a ferocious light appeared in his eyes. "Zhou Xuanji, you came just in time. I was waiting for you to die." Cardinal Heavenly Fury laughed. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's transformation and was shocked. This kid really obtained a great fortuitous encounter. To be able to save Zhou Xuanji from his hands was definitely a great serendipity. He could not help but feel jealous of Zhou Xuanji. Why did this kid have so many lucky chances at such a young age? When he was Zhou Xuanji's age, he did not have any fame, let alone fighting for supremacy in the northern endless continent. With two legendary swords in his hands, Zhou Xuanji's entire body was radiating with a silver radiance. His aura was imposing. Hong Qin Great Lord took out his treasured fan, and the two of them rushed towards the Cardinal Heaven realm at the same time. There was a loud bang. The Cardinal Heaven blocked the unstoppable Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji with a palm. His black robe fluttered in the wind and he laughed arrogantly. "You are too weak." He grabbed with his right hand, and the three's divine energy was crushed by him. The explosion sent Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin Great Lord flying backward. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra to offset the impact. Following that, he used God's supreme speed and disappeared from the Cardinal Heaven's sight. Hong Qin Great Lord focused his eyes, and a blue current exploded from his body. It turned into a boundless ocean that covered the entire universe. Even the Cardinal Heaven experts were engulfed by the blue ocean. The beings who were fighting on both sides stopped and looked at Hong Qin Great Lord in fear. Imperishable stage. Child's play. The Cardinal Heaven laughed condescendingly. Just when he finished speaking, the blue ocean that covered the universe began to boil. The beings on the Sword Emperor Divine Court's side felt that their divine energy and magic energy had increased tremendously. Meanwhile, the soldiers under the Cardinal Heaven felt that their energy was being sucked away, which was extremely uncomfortable. Hong Qin Great Lord quickly came up to the Cardinal Heaven. He waved his fan, and the blue ocean surged up huge waves that engulfed the Cardinal Heaven experts. The Cardinal Heaven's expression changed a little. He thought to himself, "This guy's imperishable stage has become more powerful." No. It was not that Hong Qin Great Lord had become more powerful. It was just that he had become weaker after the previous battle. At the thought of this, the Cardinal Heaven's eyes turned even colder. Hong Qin Great Lord slashed down with his fan like a saber. Boom! A ray of blue light suddenly rose from the body of a Cardinal Heaven expert. Hong Qin Great Lord slashed open the Cardinal Heaven's chest. The blue radiance was the Cardinal Heaven's divine energy, which flowed out of his body uncontrollably. Body-shattering power. Just when the Cardinal Heaven was about to counterattack, Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him along with hundreds of greatly avatars. They were all using the Sword Emperor extinction technique. A horrifying explosion swept across everything. The Cardinal Heaven's figure was covered by the powerful light. This scene caused all the living beings in the Sword Emperor Divine Court to become excited. Was the Cardinal Heaven going to be defeated? What are you waiting for? Continue to fight. Sovereign Crimson Firmament raised his divine spear and roared furiously. His voice was extremely inciting, which made the blood of all the beings in the battle boil. The other 4 sovereigns led their armies in different directions. The Cardinal Heaven charged out from the powerful light and slammed his palm into Hong Qin Great Lord's abdomen. This slap blasted Hong Qin Great Lord's body apart. However, Hong Qin Great Lord quickly reconstructed his body. It was just that his complexion had turned pale. A demonic shadow with 3 heads and 8 arms appeared behind the Cardinal Heaven. It was extremely horrifying. It raised its 8 arms and joined its palms together. 8 black saber shadows slashed toward Zhou Xuanji simultaneously. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again and blocked with his most powerful divine energy. The 2 divine energies clashed together, shattering the universe. Boundless spacetime turbulence gushed in. Many beings could not dodge in time and were swept away. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his swords, tearing apart the divine energy storm and charging toward the Cardinal Heaven. Thousands of legendary swords flew out from his body and attacked the Cardinal Heaven crazily. The Cardinal Heaven was pierced through by these legendary swords. All kinds of effects fell on him, making it difficult for him to resist. What's going on? These swords have a strange power, the Cardinal Heaven thought with a frown. He was shocked in his heart. He realized that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. The Constitution-defying creation scripture was something that even the Cardinal Heaven could not see through. After all, the history of the Constitution-defying creation scripture was even older than the Cardinal Heaven. It was a power that belonged to the very beginning. Hong Qin Great Lord was shocked. This power again. What is this power that can pierce through everything? He thought as he attacked. The blue ocean boiled and provided endless divine energy for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's attacks became more and more ferocious. His attacks caused the Cardinal Heaven's body to sway, and his attacks became faster and faster. He had become a target. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was strange. The Cardinal Heaven seemed to have become weaker. Chapter 994. Zhou Xuanji had been hunted down by a Cardinal Heaven cultivator before, so he still vividly remembered the aura of an enraged Cardinal Heaven cultivator. Compared to that time, the current Cardinal Heaven experts were much weaker. Could it be that a Cardinal Heaven expert was severely injured after that? That's right. The evil Emperor Tang Xuanwu and the others were not weaklings. Zhou Xuanji guessed as he attacked. The Cardinal Heaven expert seemed to have been completely defeated, but his aura did not weaken. Even though Hong Qin Saint Monarch's undying realm was absorbing his god power, the sense of danger he gave off still didn't decrease. Interesting. Interesting. A Cardinal Heaven expert suddenly grinned and stopped abruptly. Ding! Ding! Clang! All the divine swords that landed on his body were deflected. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with a mocking expression. With a flip of his right hand, a pagoda appeared in his hand. He jumped directly into the tower, and in the next second he jumped out again. But this time his aura had completely changed. An extremely horrifying and domineering aura spread out, and Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He once again felt the horror of facing a Cardinal Heaven expert in the space-time kaleidoscope. What happened? Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled, and he suddenly thought of the venomous centipede on the training island. Could it be that a Cardinal Heaven expert had multiple bodies like the centipede? The sovereign heavenly flame was ferocious as it slammed its palm toward Zhou Xuanji. The 2 of them were hundreds of meters apart, and Zhou Xuanji could not even see the other party's divine power clearly. He felt as if his body had been pierced through, and all of his internal organs were injured. Even though his physical body was very strong, he couldn't withstand the power of a Cardinal Heaven expert. Before he could think further, a Cardinal Heaven expert appeared in front of him. He rotated his fists and punched him in the chest. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji's body exploded. Only his soul was left in front of a Cardinal Heaven expert. Powerful. Absolute power. Crush everything, tear everything to shreds. The Rainbow Qin Saint Lord's eyes widened in shock. Zhou Xuanji's body was very tough. How could he be blasted apart so easily? The Cardinal Heaven sneered and reached out to grab Zhou Xuanji's soul. 2 faded fate pearls appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. The violent gale was contained by the faded fate pearl, and Zhou Xuanji's body quickly recovered. His face was pale and there was fear in his eyes. At that moment he really had a horrifying feeling that he was about to die. The Rainbow Chin Saint Monarch also made a move. The blue ocean of the Undying Realm stirred up huge waves that slammed into the Cardinal Heaven realm from all directions. A Cardinal Heaven expert raised his hand and easily blocked Hong Qin's Sacred Monarch's attack. The Cardinal Heaven Saint turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "Although I'm not sure what kind of inheritance you received, you have offended me. Moreover, it's the kind that I will not rest until you die. You must die." He came to Zhou Xuanji's head with a single step and smashed the pagoda down with his right hand. Zhou Xuanji sensed a horrifying suction force coming from the tower, which was about to suck him in. The two faded fate pearls protected him from this powerful suction force. The Rainbow Chin Sacred Lord executed a divine ability and wanted to move the Cardinal Heaven Sacred Lord away. However, his divine energy could not shake Zhou Xuanji at all. If this continued, the Sword Emperor Divine Court would definitely lose. Perhaps it would be difficult to determine the victor between the two armies, but if they were defeated, the living beings fighting below would also suffer misfortune. I can only rely on it. Zhou Xuanji recited the Constitution-defying creation scripture in his heart. The power of creation from the origin of all things strengthened his body continuously, helping him to resist the Cardinal Heaven's pressure. His condition changed, which made the Cardinal Heaven Saint narrow his eyes. This power seems familiar, the Cardinal Heaven thought to himself. Cardinal Heaven experts thought to themselves as a figure flashed across their minds. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His eyes were filled with veins of blood as he sized Zhou Xuanji up. Waves of light emanated from his body like waves that shook the space. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord stopped too. He was also stunned by Zhou Xuanji's condition. Zhou Xuanji's aura made him feel divine and majestic. This meant that Zhou Xuanji's energy technique was more profound than his Saint Rainbow Lord Dao. He could not help but fall into a daze. Could this brat really create a Dao technique more powerful than the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao? Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he was a little shocked in his heart. It was his first time activating the Constitution-defying creation scripture with the faded fate pearls. At this moment, he even felt a sense of security that was as immovable as a mountain and indestructible. The Cardinal Heaven stopped and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. "What's your relationship with Hongming Heaven?" he asked. Zhou Xuanji looked up and replied, "I'm Hongming Heaven." There was nothing to hide about this. He already had a death grudge with Cardinal Heaven anyway. Although Cardinal Heaven and Hongming Heaven seemed to have many connections, they were actually mortal enemies. If one wanted to dominate the boundless universe, one had to eliminate all powerful enemies. Having heard this, the Cardinal Heaven's pupils contracted, and his expression changed. Zhou Xuanji did not stop the Constitution-defying creation scripture, but waited for the Cardinal Heaven to attack. Eventually, the Cardinal Heaven did not attack again. He stepped back slowly and distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji. He let out a long roar, and all living beings in the shattered universe stopped fighting. All of them were motionless as though they had been immobilized. "Zhou Xuanji, let's fight another day," the Cardinal Heaven cried out with a deep voice. After that, he turned around and left. His soldiers looked at each other before disappearing into the depths of the universe with him. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was not used to the Cardinal Heaven's sudden departure. Compared to this, he hoped that the Cardinal Heaven would kill him. The two of them were mortal enemies, and he did not want to be involved in any other karma. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord flew up to him with a strange expression. "Are you really Hongming Heaven?" Hong Qin's Sacred Lord asked hesitantly. The legend of the post-primeval sovereign three heavens was known to everyone in the boundless universe. He had also grown up listening to this legend. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked in return, "Is it very important?" Hong Qin's Sacred Lord was silent. The Sword Emperor and the other great sovereigns flew over quickly, and so did the other generals. All of them looked excited. During the battle, they did not pay attention to the communication between Zhou Xuanji and the Cardinal Heaven. But since the Cardinal Heaven could retreat, it meant that they had won. Zhou Xuanji looked at all the great sovereigns and ordered, "Return and rest." After that, he waved his sleeves and brought Hong Qin's Sacred Lord away. He entered spiritless mode and headed toward the stars' territory. Zhou Xuanji's face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. Don't think too much. Hongmeng Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are not that close. It's just that your identity is special. He knew that he could not kill you even if he tried his best, so he retreated. Hong Qin's sacred lord saw through Zhou Xuanji's thoughts and comforted him. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your growth is too fast, which is already a threat to him. Now that he has not recovered to his peak, he must have been greatly affected. So he retreated to cultivate. In the near future, the Northern Endless Universe might welcome peace. Zhou Xuanji felt that it made sense. After all, the Cardinal Heaven only asked about his identity after attacking for a long time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "It's good if it can be peaceful. We need time to develop. But I'm more worried about other threats." He had never forgotten someone. Hunyuan Heaven. Chapter 995. Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin Saint Lord returned before the news of their victory reached the Star's domain. They returned to their respective residences and began to recuperate. Zhou Xuanji's body had been destroyed by a Cardinal Heaven expert once, which injured his soul. He needed some time to recover. Soon news of Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin Saint Lord repelling a Cardinal Heaven expert came back, which caused a huge commotion in all the domains of the Sword Dao Divine Ability. They did not know the details, but it was a fact that a Cardinal Heaven expert had retreated. Instantly, all the domains of the Sword Emperor Divine Court were in jubilation. Zhou Shaoxian barged into the Star's palace and asked Zhou Xuanji if it was true. She had always felt that her father was the most talented, but she could not believe that he could fight against a Cardinal Heaven expert so quickly. It's not that exaggerated. It's just that he could not kill me. Moreover, he was injured before, so he chose to retreat in order to preserve his strength, Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head with a smile. Having heard this, Zhou Shaoxian was still excited. She was familiar with the legends of the post-primeval sovereign three heavens. They were definitely the most powerful cultivators in the endless universe. Even legends could not kill Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji saw through her thoughts and said unpleasantly, "I'm not that powerful. If you don't cultivate well, you can only watch when I'm killed one day." Zhou Shaoxian stuck out her tongue and left excitedly. She was probably boasting to others again. Did I spoil this girl too much? Should I throw her into the training island? Zhou Xuanji thought as he rubbed his chin. He shook his head. It was just a thought. After that, he turned his attention back to the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Fated Pearl. In the previous battle, the two powers fused together to block the Cardinal Heaven expert's attack. He was thinking that if he could perfectly fuse these two powers, wouldn't he be able to surpass Cardinal Heaven? He could not help but think of the owner of the boundless fire god, the ancient sovereign. At that time the universe was very small, but that sovereign had power that surpassed the legends of today. It was really incredible. Zhou Xuanji thought as he took out the Fated Pearl. In the void of the universe, a Cardinal Heaven and a blurry figure stood opposite each other. Hongmeng Heaven has already reincarnated? The blurry figure asked with a grave tone. Cardinal Heaven nodded and said, "His aptitude and luck are even more terrifying than before he reincarnated. He has a powerful treasure on him, so even if he only has the cultivation of an 8 Courts Supreme, I can't kill him." As he said this, his expression was very ugly. Isn't this a good thing? With the three of us gathered, we can teach our juniors a lesson. We'll tell them how mighty we were back then. The blurry figure calmly replied. He was Hunyuan Heaven. Cardinal Heaven experts gritted their teeth and said, "He is my enemy." Hunyuan Tian waved his hand and said, "Tell him to go to the east or west. If that doesn't work, you can go. In any case, you can't take down the north." Upon hearing this, the Cardinal Heaven expert's face turned even uglier. After thousands of years, he didn't even control half of the northern limitless realm. How ironic. Let's just leave it at that. I'm about to dominate the southern endless lands. The juniors here are very difficult to deal with. Their strength is about to catch up to us at our peak. With these words, Hunyuan Heaven vanished from the spot. Cardinal Heaven experts took a deep breath and tried hard to adjust their emotions. He turned around, turned into black smoke and disappeared. After the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Heaven, the Northern Territory welcomed peace. The Sword Emperor Divine Court became the only faction that wasn't invaded by Cardinal Heaven factions. More and more lifeforms joined the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji would select some great sovereigns every once in a while. He had set up 12 divine lords, 36 court sovereigns, and 108 great generals of the Divine Court. The Divine Court Great General commanded an army of over 100 million, while Tingzun commanded the Divine Court Great General. The 12 divine sovereigns were all existences that were extremely close to the imperishable realm. Each of them was a person of virtue and prestige. Hongqin's sacred monarch was also one of the 12 divine monarchs. The creation of various deity positions caused the cohesion of the Sword Emperor Divine Court to gradually increase. Zhou Xuanji had Yuanchang guide everyone's fate in various domains and court realms. Yuanchang had his subordinates spread the stories of the divine lords, court sovereigns, and great generals of the Divine Court to strengthen their fate and connect them closely with the people of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. If this continued, the god monarchs would become stronger and stronger. However, they would not be able to cut off the Sword Emperor Divine Court. There are pros and cons. Of course, Zhou Xuanji was the one who was affected the most. He didn't reject it and used the fated bead to suppress his luck. For a time, the spirit qi in all the domains that belonged to the Sword Dao divine ability was increasing. Peace had arrived. Everyone worked hard to cultivate. Why did Zhou Xuanji not let their guard down and promote the superstar competition again? Yuanchang did it himself. When the rules of the superstar competition were passed down, all the domains were in an uproar. All the geniuses were rubbing their palms. Seeing that the environment inside the Sword Dao divine ability had stabilized, Zhou Xuanji let Zhou Tianyuan out to explore. Maybe this kid could pass on his bloodline. On this day, Zhou Xuanji helped Jiang Shui break through. Jiang Shui had already become the sovereign of laws. She was getting closer and closer to great sovereign. Xian Xianghua had long become a great sovereign. After all, her exterminating divine eyes were connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes. Just the sovereign of laws is already so powerful. How strong is a great sovereign? Jiang Shui opened her eyes and sighed. Her eyes were filled with excitement, but she was very restrained. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "When you get used to it, you will yearn for a higher realm. Even a great sovereign will be the same." Humans were like this. Sometimes greed was also a kind of motivation. Jiang Shui nodded and said, "Sister Xian has established the Tanhua sect and is heading to the edge of the Divine Court. Do you need to pay attention to it? After all, the Cardinal Heaven hasn't been defeated yet." Zhou Xuanji replied, "Don't worry, I can see her. The Sword Emperor Divine Court needs 100 flowers to bloom. Let her join." The more sects there were, the more paths of cultivation there would be. After all, there was no master-disciple relationship. Who would be willing to pass on their skills? Jiang Shui nodded. She felt that it made sense. She was just worried that Xian Xianghua would be in danger. But since Zhou Xuanji had been paying attention to Xian Xianghua, she was relieved. "Why don't we let little Xian go out and establish a sect? I always feel that she has no goal now. She is very lazy," Jiang Shui suggested. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and said, "Okay, but don't let her spread it. I don't want her to use my name." What he meant was that he could teach his sword techniques. Jiang Shui smiled and immediately disappeared from the hall. Zhou Xuanji thought of Zhou Tanhua again. With a wave of his right hand, he directly moved the kid to the hall. Zhou Tanhua was still meditating. He opened his eyes subconsciously and was stunned to see Zhou Xuanji. He quickly got up and was about to salute, but Zhou Xuanji directly spoke and expressed his thoughts. He hoped that Zhou Tanhua would also go and establish a sect. Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow and said, "I am not interested in power. But now, if I tell you to go, then go. What are you planning by staying in the mansion and cultivating every day?" Zhou Xuanji rebuked, glaring at him.